Hello, YouTubes. It's time to, hopefully... Oh boy, I don't know. Where do I even begin? Uh, let's see. Okay, chat's not on screen. Hello, it's time to do unit reviews for the first time in a long while. I need to go set up a form quick, because I've not set up ahead of time. I am hoping this does not get too chaotic. It is Sunday, so I have D&D in like 5 hours-ish. So hopefully we can get away with not having to stress that. Am I live on YouTube? I am. I don't see a single YouTube comment. I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't mind that. It would certainly make it a lot easier to keep track of everything going on if I don't have any YouTube viewers. Oh, never mind. There we go. I have a YouTube viewer. What's happening? Oh, it says I have 11 viewers. Okay, whatever. My YouTube channel's dead. It's fine. It's just YouTube, baby. Yeah, I don't know. Soul fell off. I mean, half intentionally. My own brain mindset has essentially convinced me to stop trying to seek YouTube as a career at this point. But I don't know. It's not that I'll never return to making videos, but I'm kind of leaning towards making a Lanyan video. And I might end the Lanyan video being like, this might be the last video I make in Genshin in a long while. I'll still live stream Genshin. But, yeah. That's what I'm leaning towards, quite frankly. And then I'll probably plug Misa's channel if you want the spirit of me, but in 2026. Because Hoyoverse and the gacha community in general has killed my enthusiasm. Get sponsored by Lanyan? Yeah. When will you kiss Mies? I can't kiss Mies. We are the same person. I mean, you can kiss yourself. Here, I can do it right now. There we go. I kissed Mies. I kissed the palm of my hand. There you go. So, what free Mies ad? Yeah. So, anyways, nobody watches the end of YouTube videos though, so it'll be like a throwaway at the end. I'll probably even do like a fade to black. And then, like, 1 second later, be like, oh, by the way. And, like, nobody's gonna comment about it. I mean, there will be people that comment about it, but, like, you know. Anyways. You quitting? I don't think it makes financial sense relative to how much I enjoy doing it at this point. There was a point where I enjoyed making edited videos a lot. To be clear, I still enjoy live streaming because I think my yappy mindset works well for me, right? I still plan to live stream. And I think if I stop worrying about trying to like force myself to record, like I've spent so much fucking time in the last 6 months to a year recording so much footage, having ideas for edited videos that like I put varying amounts of effort into and then don't finish for some reason or another. It can be because I decide I don't actually want to make the video after all. Or blah, 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 blah. And, like, you know, in hindsight, could I have been smarter about a lot of things? Yeah. But, like, why am I forcing myself to continue working on making stuff that I'm not enjoying making? And I think on YouTube, if you're not passionate about the thing you're making, it comes through pretty obviously from the viewers and you know, it makes the video perform worse because, yeah. So anyways, I just want to yap, and I'm down to continue playing Genshin because I don't hate the video game. I do quite generally enjoy Genshin still. Look, I'm almost done with the Temple of Space area. You think I did this? I did some of it off stream. I finished it off stream. I did like half of it off stream. I do actually enjoy the Genshin Impact, but I don't know, edited videos, I've lost the desire to make them, and they no longer even make that much financial sense to make, I feel like, relative to, like, I don't know, just lean into what I do enjoy, which is being a yapper, and I could do more streams like this one. If I don't have to worry every week about, like, making edited videos, I can make more streams like, I could do at least, hopefully, weekly versions of this, or maybe bi-weekly. I don't need to, like, fully become, like, a limbo where I only do these or whatever, but, you know. So, anyways. Make a video about Outer Wilds? Outer Wilds is so hard for me to talk about at this point. I don't know. I've tried to. I have ideas still like sitting around that try to make it work. Maybe. I'm not gonna say never, but yeah. I'm sure I will make a YouTube video again someday because I have the creative desire. It'll happen again, but on like not on necessarily Genshin level, just like YouTube videos in general. I mean, I'll get motivated to make videos again. But anyways, the Lanyan video might be the last like proper Genshin edited video I'm making in a long while. It's my current leaning. So yeah. Anyways, where do we send the UID? I gotta create the form. 1 second. Let's see. Go to this. Okay.
Oh, my plan for the day?
Blank form. Wait, can I copy it?
Whenever I feel like, I suppose.
Copy of copy of copy.
And the day after that.
I can't copy here because I need to go in Google Drive to copy it. Okay. Let's just make a new form. Can we put on dark mode? Yeah, we can. Let's go. It's not gonna show properly, but whatever. UID reviews. Refuse? No. Reviews. Submit.
The best rattan furniture is made
I'm just gonna have to say submit.
Thin and
Alright.
strong like silk.
What
like that
is your UID?
Alright,
I just typed. I have how.
That's
shit.
no exaggeration.
There we go. What's your UID? And this one's required. Short answer, yes. And then username. Let's see, add a description. So I can yell at you to message me, or so no wait, no, we're not logging into people's accounts today. So I can yell out your name on whatever platform. Yay. Clearly you can see I'm really prepared for today's stream. I have not set up a wheel. But yeah, as far as things that are like better for live streams, if I stop caring about edited videos, I can like much more easily just be like, okay, let's set up obvious integration functions like wheels, like stream format stuff. All like be a good streamer. Like there's things I should have set up that I have ideas floating around my head, but like my attention's too split between like what I've done the last few years and live streaming too often that like it is a big part of why I lost motivation to like continue edited videos. It's just like too much things to consider at too many different times, and it makes me like shut down and do neither of them, right? Especially lately. So yeah. Anyways, are you angry? I had caps lock on, so I thought it was funny to leave the caps on. That's all. Anyways, required, yes. Wait, username and platform. The caps lock. Why? My brain got confused because, yeah, whatever, don't worry about it. Okay. And, let's see, publish. Anyone with a link can respond. Yes. Publish. Settings, I am gonna, well... Yes, I am gonna require sign-in, sorry. That's just to hopefully prevent people from spamming. Like, so you can't, like, go and use the link and submit multiple different times.
Thin and strong like silk.
Yeah.
Furniture
Anyways.
like that can be
Oh,
just as
Dark Reader
precious
broke
as
that.
a silver family heirloom.
Oh no, Dark Reader didn't break
That's no
that.
exaggeration.
Why is this broken? Google. Why is it like this? Hello? I can't grab the link, guys. I guess I can hit Control-C, but I wanted to shorten the URL, that's why. Alright, there we go. Sorry for the flashbang. Okay. Bam. Wait, oops, I need to pin. Oh, wait. Blink to submit.
My plan for the day?
Bam.
Doing whatever I feel
Okay.
like, I suppose. Same with tomorrow. And
Link.
after that.
To submit. Okay. Should we not put the character we want? I don't care. You can let me know in the chat after. Actually, I should probably add the character though. The character to look at. So I'll do description. I cannot look at every character, but feel free to list, say, a full team of characters in your profile. Alright, I'll put that at the bottom. Why? Google. Also, make sure your profile is visible. And we'll even do this. Can I allow editing? Here, there we go. I will allow response editing so you can go back and add your character, because I'm stupid and I didn't add that beforehand. Okay. Pin. Yes, I will pin it. Sorry. There we go. Cat update. Didi got new antibiotics yesterday, and they are cherry flavored. I don't know why the antibiotics have cherry flavoring, but the cherry flavoring he does not seem to like, or just, I don't know. He hasn't had a problem taking medicine before that was in his food. And this one, like, he actively, like, does not like. I've tried to minimize, so, like, I'm supposed to give him, like, 0.75 milliliters per day. So, yesterday I tried to give him 0.75 milliliters in one, like, feeding. And I had to, like, mix a churro into the food bowl to get him to eat it. So, which that can get expensive fast. I don't want to have to give him a churro. Yeah, why the fuck is it cherry? I don't know. It feels like they made it cherry to make it more, like, aesthetically pleasing smell-wise to humans, not to the cat. I don't know. Like, why? I don't get it. So I'm kind of like, I might tell the vet. I'd be like, I don't think they had any other version of this from the site I ordered it from. At least yeah. Anyways. Whatever. So, he doesn't like consuming that right now, which is annoying. And if he doesn't eat it in his food, then I'm going to have to, you know, administer it elsewise, and that seems like he's not going to enjoy that either. So, yep. Anyways, we'll see if it does anything. But right now I've been able to get him to eat it by watering down the food a little. Like today I gave him 0.375 milliliters, so I'll do another 0.375 when I feed him later in the day, for the full 0.75 per day. That's just to dilute it, or not dilute it per se, but to make it so that there's less medicine per like unit of food, so that it's less noticeable to him. He still seemed to notice it, but if I add water, it seems like it can dilute it enough that he will eat it. And then I'll also add a couple like dry cat treats to the food, and he also was more inclined to eat it. So, yeah. Anyways, pets can get human meds, so that's probably why. Yeah, it probably is like made in, yeah, it's probably a human medication, but also works for a cat. So you were probably right. Anyways, we should do dailies quick, and then we'll do a random selection. So, I will do the thing I have done before, wherein we will go in, so we have like 39 responses so far. I will actually hit link to sheets right now. And then I will just roll a dice. I will go here. Yeah. Roll, for example, what do we have right now? We have 40, well, now we have 42. We have 42 submissions, so roll a D42. That's D24. And rolladilly.com, it can, you know, I can just type in whatever number here. And if it lands on 1, it's a reroll. And this is what I will do. This is my lazy way of not having to configure like a wheel or anything, but still have a nice little thing that appears on screen because it's fun. And then I just go to whatever corresponding line it is, right? Like 3-7, for example. But anyways, let me do my dailies real quick, like. For donating for reviews, how much should we do per character? For donation reviews, I've never had a specific amount that I have required. So if you do donate, you know, super chat, whatever. Actually, oh, Frank, I didn't even think about how that works on Twitch, because Twitch doesn't have. So YouTube, this is one advantage YouTube has for the purpose of like a stream for like this. But this could be fixed in the future, by me just being smarter, and setting up things ahead of time, which I should do. But I don't do these regularly enough right now to have been motivated to do that, right? But oops, I just went into a window for no reason. But I can just like open up a super chat only page for YouTube, which is easy to keep track of things. For Twitch, that's a little more problematic. So if people donate on Twitch, we'll have to figure it out, I guess. But anyways, my prioritization will be the same as always, where I want to be able to do random ones. So I will only, if I have a backlog of donations to get through, those might have to wait. Otherwise, I will just like try to, if there's any donation wants to do, I will try to intersperse those between the the normal randomized ones, right? But you do not have to pay me. It's not I'm not doing paid only ones. We're doing Gamba. Why did I not endure and burst?
Dare to mess with me? Up and away! Dancing in the wind. Fly. Too late for regret. Leave it to me.
What? Everything's just off. What did I do? Whatever. Anyways, there's bit donations. I'm aware. That's not. I'm not saying there's not donations. What I was saying is I don't have a way. If you do a bit donation, as far as I'm aware, Twitch does not have any obvious menu that I see showing a record of specifically donations only, right? $1,000, yeah. So, anyways, it doesn't have a specific price. Although, I will say Twitch does let you technically donate pennies. I will say, I'm pretty sure YouTube doesn't let you do like below $1 or $2. So I guess if you're donating on Twitch, $1 or $2. But also, yeah, anyways. It's more likely right now because I don't have anything set up currently that has a log of donations. If you donate on Twitch, there might be a chance I miss it, and my apologies for that. You can hold me to giving you a review in the future if I do miss it. I will add that onto here. But anyways, you don't have to donate. Just wait until this evening if you get randomly selected first. Why did I do this again? Okay, do it. I'm not dead. Why? There we go. Okay. You donate 1 long gun. What is a long gun worth? Infinite dollars? Yeah. Seems a bit tricky. If you donate infinite dollars, I will give you infinite hugs. I don't know. What do I actually have to offer for infinite dollars in exchange? I mean, I'll become your personal UID review slave. If you give me infinite dollars, I will review until I'm age 99. I will review every single Genshin character. Your soul. Yes, exactly. You get my UID review soul. Farzan, can you get fucking energy?
Years of the storm. Dancing in the wind. Closing in. Up and away.
Okay. I don't know why I did that.
We'll see about that.
Alright. Infinite cat photos. That's an option too. I can provide infinite cat photos. Oh yeah, speaking of the cat updates. Why did I burst there? yesterday, Oshru just like, I was laying down in bed and Oshru just went long cat mode on my legs. And he was just like between my legs, like my legs were together, right? And he was just long cat in like the crevice of my legs the full time. Or not the full time, what am I, full time? But like for like 2 hours. I don't know why I said full time. It's a full-time job. Okay, Farzan, can you stop? I'm what happened to your... I think it's just because whatever. This is why more ER is nice. That's all.
Years of the storm. Too late for regrets.
These buttholes.
Closing in. Swift as the swallow. Up and
I feel like this gets the award for the most annoying domain to complete. As far as, like, why do they have to make a shill domain? This was unnecessary. Anyways. Oh, heck. Hello. Jesus. You're right. Why you pooping money on me? Thank you for the freaking 10 gifted subs, you right? Good lord. This is for the cat pics. I mean, you were already paying for cat pics, but I guess you'll get more cat pics. You're on your way to getting infinite cat pictures from me forever and ever. Anyways. So fucked up to power creep C6 Farzan with another Animo Catalyst in a long time. For who? I'm kind of skeptical. I mean, maybe she is better, I guess. I don't know. Is she better? Is Prune... yeah, is like... Are we talking like for Shao? For Lanyan? I guess I haven't calced it. I haven't calced if Prune C6 is better for Lanyan than Farzan. That'll be a little weird if it is. I guess it's possible. I hadn't really considered it. Are there advantages to that? I think there is advantages to that. Particularly if Prune applies Pyro. Because she does the infused attacks, right? How would I feel about Farazan being power creeped? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Animals are in a weird spot. Where Mihoyo doesn't want to do that creative to design with them, generally speaking. So they're just doing variations on existing things, but I don't know. Prune is an interesting character. Okay, anyways, we'll clear my dailies, be done. Sorry, we got distracted. Alright. She does the infuse attack and she gets the scroll that works for Animo artifacts? Yeah.
add Ash.
Yeah.
Thank you for...
That's actually interesting. I... Particularly from a context of... I can have the Hexarized scroll set. Like Prune very well might be better just because of that artifact set, essentially. Like, I think the stat buffs that Prune gives isn't necessarily that much better. Losing the red shred from Farazan kind of sucks. Like, Farazan will still be situationally better. Because stacking red shred, the Prune would almost assuredly be worse against, like, the Geo Golems that I used in one of the previous Abysses, right? Lanyan could easily clear that with Farazan. Less easily with Prune. But you still have red shred Durin, so, like, it's weird. Can't use them both? I mean, you can, but then you're removing Bennett. My thinking is more like, what does Prune do on the new artifacts in place of Farazan, Prune C6, over, like, having Nicole on the team? Also, wait. What is, sorry, we're distracted. What is Prune's cooldown? Is Prune 18-second cooldown? Does Prune do shorter rotations with Lanyan? Oh dear. That might be a significant factor as well. Wow. Incredible. Okay. Off piece, I guess. Zajet pushing the Nicola's ass agenda. Yeah, you want to know what prevents me from, like, really becoming friends with Zajet? He uses Twitter. Anyways, I think I'm friendly with Zajet on a professional level. But like, I actually don't think I can be friends with someone that actively uses Twitter. And I think Zajef presents things in ways because of Twitter brain rot, quite frankly. Like, Zajef purposely, like, makes takes like that because Twitter has destroyed his brain. Just saying. Sorry, Zajef. Twitter has good art. Yeah. Congrats. You fed the Elon Musk's ability to steal your art. Anyways. So, yep. Anyways, let's do UID reviews. Where should we go sit down? I didn't get any artifacts, did I? No, I don't. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know what? Let's fine. Let's go sit in here. Oh, Nicole. We're gonna go sit over here. I know I gotta put the couch down. We can just sit here. Alright. Sit down on the new Venti statue. You know what? That is a vibe, actually. Fine. Sorry. Making people wait even longer, but it's fine. I think we can teleport basically here. Yeah. Alright. A lot of artists don't have many options. Yeah. No, I understand. It's just... I was just being a butthole a little bit, but... I don't know. I don't know what the ideal platform to try to share your art is on. Ultimately, if you're an artist and you're trying to make money from your art, or you just want it to be seen in general, does that one teleport me if I go there, or does it just take me to the top? What? Just happened there? Why is it leg? Just takes me to the top. Okay. There we go. Okay. By the way, like, this area has one of the prettiest vistas. Just looking like this, not from this statue, but looking, I mean, looking this direction is pretty good. But just in general, like, looking at this general direction, if you get outside of the ruins a little bit. Nicole C6 happening? I doubt it. But we'll see. See what Mihoyo does for Miliastra, and whether or not I'm just don't care. Let's see. Sorry, I just screwed up my chat windows. Okay, get everything organized properly. All right. Let's see. We have 69. Wonderful. Or technically 68, but let's do it. 69. The first one. If it's number 1, it's a reroll. Okay. Also, Yurei, if you wanted to, because you gave 10 gifted subs. If Yurei, if you want a free review, let me know. Bam, 26. So at some point here, I need to Risley's tight pants. Let's go. All right. Can I copy properly? Brain. There we go. All right. Risley's tight pants. Kanich, Tartag, Varka, Risley. Okay, that's not a team. At least it's probably not a team. I did say team in the thing, for what it's worth. But fine. It's fine. It hasn't been a while since I've done one of these, so it's fine. I don't care. 4 is the limit, though. I'm not reviewing more than 4 characters, just for the sake of... Other than when I get distracted myself, but looking at more than 4. I'm not reviewing more than 4, so that we can actually move on to be able to review more people. That's the main thing, right? So... Anyways... might as well join the lineup. Thank you. I mean, if you do a donation, you should definitely include your UID and the character you want in the donation, by the way. Otherwise, I may very likely, if you're not here in particular, because you might donate, maybe I'll do it later, but anyways. This is a C3, sorry, not C3, C2 Varka boy. Level 95, nice. And you have a very healthy boy. That is what you have. Yep. I don't know if there's much to say. You just have a very healthy Varka. A Varka with very tight pants. You can edit? Yeah, you can go and edit. Yep. But anyways, it doesn't have to be an actual team. I just meant it to be like... Because, like ultimately looking at one character's like artifacts is not the whole story, right? Very, very often, I mean, we're gonna ignore enemy context because enemy context can and does, and you should be aware of it, change what kinds of builds might be optimal from a min-max perspective. The true flex of like your perfect Varka is whether or not like you have a Varka, let's say in this case, whether or not you have a Varka that could have 15% crit rate less than this. Why? Because I don't know if they have C4 Mona, but what if they have C4 Mona? Or what if you want to do double Cryo Varka? If you want to use Cryo Varka, Cryo Resonance means, well, you're going to want 15% less crit rate than this, right? So having the ability to adapt your build to different situations is actually the true flex of having quality artifacts for your characters. Yeah, this is Enka.network. We can go on Akasha if we feel like looking at the ranking for different things, but anywho's. Also, I just noticed that this was a freaking 9.7 crit rate, 31. Yeah, okay. I think it's like barely under. Wait, is that a 19 point? Wait, okay, no, it's barely under. Wait, no, it is. That is no, sorry. Yeah, that is a 50. All right, Jesus. Non-pyro Varka, funny joke. It's a C2 R1 Varka, bruh. You think a C2 R1 Varka can't fucking brute force basically anything? Like, I just, at C2 R1, my Varka basically performs pretty similar to Skirk for the Cryo Automaton. Like, my god. Anyways. So, whatever. This is the another factor for why I have less desire to make edited YouTube videos is the Genshin community going full on brain rot towards team building and like, how dare you consider playing a character not in their best team? And all I want to do to those people that say that, I know like you were probably saying it in jest, right? But like all I want to do to those people that say that is like go and see what characters they use for stitching and be like, excuse me, why did you use that character without their best team? And then that person's like, well, what do you mean? Against this enemy, this mechanic means blah 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 blah. But you said that enemy mechanics, like that's my problem, right? Is these like fucking people, like oftentimes they understand that they need to change their team around what the enemy mechanics are, but then like they will still go on fucking whatever actual plays and be like, how dare you consider playing this character without their spreadsheet impact best team. Anyways. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree that I wish they weren't pigeonholing Varka into Pyro so much. Actually, hot take, one good thing about Nicole just being a decent balanced character and not power creep as fuck like everyone is asking for, you are part of the problem if you want that, is it does not really, because one thing I didn't like about Nicole was she does do this at like baseline investment level. One thing I didn't like about Nicole was the potential for her to make Pyro Varka even more significantly better than the other forms of Varka. Because the main problem with Pyro Varka being better than the other forms of Varka is just that there's better supports available for Pyro Varka. And also, Prune existing now does help with some options for some other Varka teams to be uplifted a bit too. Depending again on the investment level, because I think Prune does more for Varka at baseline investment level, because Prune's personal damage, like around 10k personal DPS, matters more at baseline Varka investment level. So, anyways, yeah, yes, Prune buffs any element Varka. Like, the Culver Varka is, I think it's a good thing that she's just a decent upgrade. Like, she doesn't incredibly make Pyro Varka insanely OP better than other forms of Varka. And again, I think you should strongly consider, if you don't have it on rerun, Jest of the Mighty Wolf if you don't have it for Varka, if you want to uplift Varka's different teams rather than just Pyro Varka teams. But ultimately, if you only want to play Pyro Varka, don't let me stop you. I just think that's not worth the fun of the characters. I like Pyro Varka, I like other forms of Varka. I also like this wonderful lump. Oh, you can't even see it. Oops. He just decided to sit down here. Can I pet you with my feet? Boop, boop. Press the gas. Anyway, sorry. All right. What were the other characters we're supposed to look at? This is a very good Varka build. It is essentially perfect. Free foot content. Stop being weird. Open symbols. That's cat content. Actually, it's cat feet content. Technically, it's the exclusive merger. Tarteg, Kinich, Varka. Okay, Risley. But Risley is expected from Risley's tight pants, aka Alfie. Where's Risley? Level 90 boy. Why is this dude not on Chronicle Banner? Who knows? Hopefully you weren't waiting for Risley to rerun. Realistically, watch Risley's best artifact set become the superconduct set. I want it to be real. Let's do it. Surely the superconduct set's complete passive doesn't just end up saying if the equipping character is a Snezhnaya character and has a triple Snezhnaya character team, they do Omega more damage. Surely it doesn't say that, right? We don't know. Anyways, this is a good Varka, a good Risley build. A little overcapped in crit rate, right? Yeah, 60, because this gives 36% crit rate. It's a Melt Risley also. Didn't notice that initially. That's pretty slightly rare nowadays, I'd say, because I think most Risley mains have succumbed to the, I guess I'll play as Scofier, and I'll pretend I'm happy about it. Sorry. My internet is so shit, my stream keeps bugging out. My condolences. It's not me, right? No, I have stable bit, right? Okay. I was waiting for a Risley rerun. Yeah, I don't know. I think the main cope is that realistically, I don't think they're gonna buff him, to be clear. But maybe the main cope is that he will synergize pretty well with like Sandrone, and he's rerunning with Sandrone, right? But I feel like he's just gonna be someone they rerun right before they release a much more direct unit that's meant to synergize with Sandrone. I think Sandrone is likely to be an off-field Electro unit, just based on the artifact set alone. And the fact that we know Stellar Conduct exists. I think she's going to be an off-field Electro unit that you can pair with whatever Cry unit on-field, and like Lohen will work there, Risley will work there, and then they're going to release, you know, the Flynn's variant, not necessarily as a male character, that will just be the best character that synergizes with Stellar Conduct in her off-field, right? Like, it's just gonna, it really just seems like they're repeating what they did last year. So, anyways, that's my prediction, but we'll see if I'm wrong. Who knows? This is a good Risley build. Cats, what do you, bruh? Okay, I can't, sorry, chat, I can't read you right now. Cats have decided they want attention. That one just left. He went behind the computer. This one, no, and now he's on top of the computer. And now he's scratching. Don't tell me that is something I had to be concerned. I don't, and hopefully it's just normal scratch. Creatures do that sometimes. Oh, but you seem extra scratchy. What do you have now? Why do you get all manner of things I'm concerned about, Orange Blob? Alright, Orange Blob is going to properly become Blob. Anyways, okay. Oh, Rio's over the cat cam. Ah, fuck, my bad. Shit. God damn it, I forget. Sorry, Blob just... He went over the computer. Osher was staring at me. Lick. Anyways, they were being creatures. Oh, what are you doing? You can't fit there. I really should get another basket for you, though. I feel like he jumped up there and he's like, oh, it's full. Anyways, okay. Risley, good Risley. I don't know. I think Risley Tight Pants wants to flex as Risley. Alright, this is why you come to my stream, right? You wanted UID reviews and cat content. Tartag on the Nymph Stream artifact set. This is still his best set, right? I assume, particularly from min-max level, I have to assume it still is. I can't imagine much else is better, but... Well, I mean... Maybe it's Night Sky if you're playing with a Nepha, I guess. Primo didn't wear cutie as a bisque. So, anyways. I disagree quite a bit about what, sorry? I don't know what you're disagreeing with. Anyways. Making Sandrone an EQ bot? Oh, like you think Sandrone's gonna be a main DPS? I don't know, maybe, but... Look, it seems like a pretty set pattern that they seem to like releasing an off-fielder that synergizes with the next major patch releases on-fielder. But they don't, it doesn't have to be a set pattern, I just think it's more likely. Anyways. I don't know if the EM's on purpose there, probably not. Just the compliment you had. Maybe it is, I don't know. Maybe, are you playing Vaporize, Varka? Risleys? I like my child feather and flower. Yeah, these are very nice pieces. What the fuck is this? Get. Okay. Get. Okay, I want to get. No, that's unacceptable. Actually, and you know what? It is acceptable because it has 2 dead stats still, which means it's not even necessarily that crazy. Keep in mind, like a 45 crit value piece with an attack percent roll might be better than this piece. Might. I'm not 100% sure. Anyways, yes, you are doing Vaporize? Okay, cool. That would explain why you're using this goblet over potentially something else. Makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a very, very strong tar tag. What does the C1 do? Oh, yeah, the cooldown reduction. Yeah. AKA the Constellation that probably should have been in base kit, even if it doesn't necessarily fundamentally change things. And then Kinich Boy. C6 Kinich Boy. Hello. What does that do for him? More damage. Energy. And then more damage for his burst. And then Dendra Res. And then this is crit. Okay, so, yep. So this is obviously a perfect balance build. 100% crit rate with 8 billion crit damage. This gives a bunch of damage bonus, right? Yep. And... wait. Wait. Sure. Has anyone calculated yet? Because Kinich's new best team is going to be a Hexarai team. Has anyone calculated yet? When they cast their elemental skill or they begin their charge attacks. When normal attacks hit opponents. I'm pretty sure his little blips do trigger this. So I think he easily gets max stacks on this. So he would get 30% damage bonus and 30% crit damage. They don't? Wait, they don't? When characters' normal attacks hit opponents? I could have sworn it counted as normal attacks. Is there an indicator for Varkasig passive actually stacking properly? Talents. When using a normal attack. I guess it's considered skill damage. Yeah, okay. They do count as normals? I don't know. Do we want to go test it? We can go test it. Depends if people want to see more reviews. Loop shots don't do normal attack damage, but he easily maxes it out with his initial skill cast and pressing his E for his first cannon. Oh, okay. So maybe. Well, I don't know. That's a bit rough, I will say. I don't like when I kind of don't personally like. I don't know. It's I don't love when characters that aren't that old, because Kinich is not that old, have like their potential best weapon replaced. Oh no. Oh boy. To be clear, you have a perfect build balanced around these stats. So obviously it would not be a slot in improvement here. A 33 crit rate weapon being better would require a build balanced around it, which means you gotta turn 20% of crit rate substats into like crit damage substats ideally. And that is very not easy. So like min-maxing a build around Fang the Mountain King is far easier. So like I wouldn't really stress about it that much. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if because of that factor, with a 40% free crit rate set, that like the scaling is just kind of easier, and it's more likely that as you farm more and more artifacts that you'll get better artifacts that fit his Sig weapon build rather than like a Varka weapon build. But yeah, I think Varkasig, if it is better, is probably like a KQM investment level thing that just happens. So, anyways. And he is C6, it does not matter if other weapon is 5% better. I mean, you could argue it does. There's Weewoo in the background. You could argue it does on the level of 5% better weapon at C6 investment might be like 50k DPS. I don't know. Probably not, to be clear, but you know. Anyways. Isn't it crit rate heavy for Kenichi? That's what I was just literally yapping about, like, where it would not be easy to build him on Varkasig at a baseline. I don't even think I could do it. I don't have a heavily invested. I think it's harder the more invested you get into Kenichi. Because the more artifacts you farm, the more likely it is you have better combinations of different balances of double crit stats. Whereas having a heavy crit rate weapon would pretty much necessitate having very heavy crit damage, and then attack percent would be a fine backup, right? But you're like your ideal artifact for like your flower feather becomes like 30 crit damage, 35 crit damage, and like 2 attack percent rolls, right? And that's very, very hard to get. It's much harder to get than getting like it's much harder to get like a 35 crit damage piece in general than just like a 35 CV piece. And I would generally speaking say 40 CV pieces are like higher CV pieces than 30 are more likely with crit rate as contributing to it, are more likely than just like 30 plus crit damage pieces, right? I have very, very few artifacts in general on my account that have like over 30 crit damage. So like asking for that on specific sets to balance around a heavy crit rate weapon is very hard. Hence my point. On a min-max level, I think it's more likely the 11% crit rate weapon beats out. In practice, rather than what is represented on a spreadsheet level. But it's still like not like it's a bad option to consider. And it's a potential reason to not go for a SIG weapon for anyone that's rerunning, but on a min-max level, I don't think it's a meaningful difference. It probably isn't better. Like, I would have to switch to this, so that'd be losing 13 crit rate, but gaining crit damage. Probably switch off of this to... So, like, on my account, I think I could, actually. Let's see. So we'll just keep that the same, keep that, we'll keep that, right? So... Right now, my Kenichi is basically, yeah, 60% crit rate. So if I gave him a 30% crit rate weapon, we need to remove a very heavy chunk. So we put this on, and we put this on, and what is he at? Is he still overcapped? He's still overcapped, but only by like 1 roll, right? So, but that's the kind of stuff we're talking about, and it's not exactly... We didn't gain that much. We gained a bit, don't get me wrong. We gained 30 some crit damage, and if I can get rid of that 1 crit roll for another crit damage roll, then we gained like 40 crit damage. So I gained 40 crit damage, but I lose the base attack, and I also gain, you know, the passive whatever, right? So it's not simple though. And this is not a min-max build, right? This is like a decent investment style build, right? And I think the more min-max you go, the more likely it is hard to actually balance around heavier crit rate. So, anyways. But yeah. So, anyways. And like that might be mostly a side grid with the lost attack, yeah. Let's roll another one. How many do we have now? We have 91. That was a... Sorry, we got very distracted yapping about the boys. Wait, I didn't change the number. Sorry. I'm not going to show what number result it is, just because someone might be upset if it's their number. Gotta type in 91. Okay. There we go. And bam. 31. Okay. Well. Still back to the earlier ones. It's fine. Lito. Hello, Lito. I see, I hope we get number 32, a Charlotte review. That'd be cool. Skirk. Do you want anyone else with Skirk, Lito? Skirk was previously doing so much... Oh, wait. Yeah, didn't I recently look at your Skirk? Did I recently look at your Skirk? Do you plan to stream the new world quest? I already completed the new world quest. I did a Twitch only stream doing part of it, and then I finished the rest of it off camera. It was good. It was. I think writing wise was. If someone like gives that quest as an example of Genshin's world quests are better story wise, I'd be like, because it wasn't great writing wise, but Squirk. But elsewise, like the exploration, it was very linear to be clear, but I still quite enjoyed the exploration, and visually very, very good. Like probably a 10 out of 10 visual presentation wise. Like I have no complaints there. I wonder. Yay! Thank you. Minimum rolls. That's a triple minimum roll crit rate right there. With the this is a quadruple minimum roll, by the way. This is 4 crit rolls and it's barely 20 CV. I would 100% give up my memories to play Outer Wilds again. Yeah. By the memory gimmick at the end of the story sequence is exactly why without like giving specifics, because I don't want to spoil that much. I mean, it's pretty obvious from the start of it that it has to deal with weird stuff with memories, to be clear. It's foreshadowed anywhere in between, but the memory gimmick stuff is something that made it go from like probably like a 2 out of 10 or a 3 out of 10 writing wise to like a 5 or 6 out of 10 writing wise to me. Right? Like it went from bad to it's fine. That's my vibe. Anyways, I wonder if this is a build. One, I think it's a build. Okay, this circle is really good though. Okay, we know. I don't know what I think. Is this one? Okay, wait. What is this? A 4-liner? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's a 3-liner. Okay. This is good CV. I think this onset goblet is quite cope. With cryo resonance, this is a good balance. Personally, I would probably. I think you might have just gotten Skirk, to be clear. I want to try Genshin Impact, but I'm afraid of turning gay. Any tips? Honestly, just embrace the gay. I don't know. If that's a concern, if that's genuinely a concern to you, I think you might not be as straight as you want to be, quite frankly. My apologies. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I can tell you, I don't think Genshin Impact made me more gay. If anything, it made me think I am slightly more straight than I expected I was, maybe. I don't know. Not like that much, to be clear. I think it also told me how I am. Whatever. I just ignored all your messages? Yeah, of course. Anyways. How straight were you expecting yourself to be? I don't know. I didn't really put straightness on a measuring stick to me. Yeah, sorry. Look, Lito, we can't ignore a message like that. But yeah, I don't know. If you're afraid of turning gay, I guess close your eyes and go. I don't know. Trying to think of. Go listen to Joe Rogan or something. Make Joe Rogan your primary form of entertainment. I'm sure it'll make you a well-rounded person. Anyways, where's Lito's messages? Sorry. Think of crafting a cryo goblet or reroll a flower. 2 weeks worth of farming. Oh, okay. If this is 2 weeks worth of farming, actually pretty good. Especially like, what the fuck? You got a like perfect roll not perfect technically, but you know, a little bit of low rolls, but you got high rolls, attack percent rolls are really good in Skirk. So, you missed my dono, did I? Oh god, Jesus Christ. See, this is why I mentioned I need like a I see as red. Okay. Yeah, the circle is crafted. Oh damn, okay, nice. Okay, Azared, I don't know where it is. This is a Twitch problem in that, like, I don't have... This is why people, I think, use add-ons to manage stuff like this properly, too. I get mine done early with Dona, I have to go earlier. Sure. Azared, what's your UID? I can open it up. I need alerts for everything. I mean, the alerts themselves would help me be aware that it happened without missing it. But yeah, thank you for the donation. But drop your UID, Azared, and whatever character you want me to look at. Anyways, good Skirk for 2 weeks, for sure. As far as crafting a goblet goes, with this set being in the domain, also, and then I guess I forgot about amines. We'll do amines as well. I don't know. I think you should wait until next patch. To be clear, the chance that you get like a good onset goblet is relatively low, but there's also a pretty decent chance you'll get a better onset goblet in Strongbox than this. And maybe it'll be good enough because you can get attack percent or cryo goblet. And maybe it'll be good enough that it's not worth using 4 elixirs for, right? That's maybe my vibe with this. With that good of a goblet, I don't think you should craft. This is not that good of a goblet. It's not the worst thing in the world, don't get me wrong. But there's a lot of improvement that could be had here. So, I don't know. This set is definitely in territory of unless you can take advantage of both sets in the artifact domain at this point. With it coming to Strongbox, I don't really see a purpose to farming the domain, generally speaking, anymore. Unless you happen to have Veressa, right? Yeah, Veressa and Square, that's better. So, anyways. How did you pick me while I'm on my run? This is just how the RNG goes. It chooses to troll you. So, yeah. Anyways, this is a very good Skirk for a 2-week Skirk build. That's all I'll say. Yeah. Oh, that's the Sands. Oh, I see. You got to mix up with the Sands. Yeah, no. The Sands is very good, like as an off piece. That probably makes sense to keep. And your crit balance overall is pretty good right now. Not that you couldn't use more crit rate, but it's fine with cryo resonance at least, right? I think most of the time people are defaulting to a cryo last slot in Skirk at this point, which I think is a good thing. So, yeah, it's a nice 2-week Skirk. Also thank you, Ren, for the YouTube membership renewal for freaking 33 months. You're crazy. An attack goblet might be better. Yeah, it's worth probably running the numbers before you craft a goblet. If you are going to craft a goblet, check if an attack goblet's better. Anyway, let's do the donation because Azared said they had to leave. You said you had to leave and then you're asking me to review 4 characters. Oh boy. Alright, we'll try to do them quicker. But also, I think the value of me looking at UIDs is because I'm a yapper. I get through less of them, but hopefully the quality is higher. Or it's more entertaining. Either or. I don't know. Sorry. I need to I'm not going to be able to look at chat other than through YouTube because right now... Yeah, I don't have a way to open up a separate window for specifically... Whatever, I don't know. I'll have to figure it out in the future. If I do more of these, I'll figure it out. I promise. This was a casual on the whim. I was like, you know what? I'm in the mood for UID reviews for the first time in 17,000 years. Anyways. Moika. C2... No, it's... Wait, that is C... Is that... Sorry, for some reason that the symbol in the middle of Moika C2 looked like it was a lock symbol for a second until I looked at it closer. Yeah, this is C2 Moika. You're playing Melt. I just yabbed yesterday. This is a ridiculous Moika build. I just yabbed yesterday, though, about how I kind of feel like at this point, based on how often we see people primarily using Moika to brute force various bosses, and it's almost always with Overload Moika. Melt Moika doesn't have the same brute force capability, generally speaking. It depends, though. It depends on the boss, don't get me wrong. You want to be able to... I think, again, I just yapped about how truly having good builds for characters means you have builds for different circumstances. So this would be like having a build with a Melt build and having a build with a attack timepiece build for Moika. And then being able to play them both decently, right? But anyways, hopefully you have an attack timepiece because Overload Moika is very relevant to have. Especially at C2 investment level. You can brute force most content in the game, it seems like, with Overload Moika. But you would want an attack timepiece. So, although does it actually matter at C2 level? Maybe not. It depends on what kind of content we're talking. So, anyways. Yeah, this is an extremely good Moika. Farina. That's a C6 Farina. Alright. You know what? I think we found my favorite build. Broski sold his soul for that goblet. I didn't even look that closely at it. It's an incredibly good goblet. I don't know if it's a sell your soul goblet. It's just an incredibly good goblet. Oh gosh, oh boy. Thank you, Ren, for the 10 euros. And thank you, Victor. Yep, okay, it's happening already. Here I thought my like downturn in YouTube viewership would cause less donations. Fuck. Whatever. I'll figure out a better format for doing these in the future. Again, if I forget anyone's donation, feel free to leave a comment on the YouTube video or whatever, or message me. I'll be like, oh fuck, I'm sorry. And I'll review in some form, but we'll hopefully get to it soon, TM. Anyways. This is my favorite Farina build that we're ever going to see, probably. I find it very funny that you have a bunch of crit. I don't know why you're using this build, honestly. Like, I'm not sure why, but I think it is funny. Because, in case anyone's not aware, Farina is an OP as hell healer. She has the potential, at least, to be an OP as hell healer with C6. And she can still do decent damage. So I assure you, this Farina is still doing decent damage. It's just not, like, whatever. Anyways, C6 heals go so hard. Yeah, I don't know. How much does she heal for with this build, by the way? I have no freaking clue. I think it's just very funny. It's just very funny that you're like, well, I just prefer having the ultimate healing build. I like it, honestly. I don't know how much it actually matters that often, because I feel like most of the time you heal enough that it doesn't matter, but, you know. I think if I had C6 Farina, I think I'd actually be using 2-piece most of the time, personally. 33k DPS, approximately 14k healing per second. That seems pretty okay. 14k healing per second. Hey, you clear the moon gecko. Actually, C6 Farina should be pretty damn good for the moon gecko, now that I think about it. People that have C6 Farina, if for some reason, you will have an easier time, I think, with moon gecko. I'm not gonna say easy, but easier. So, yeah. Anyways, what was the other two? Fuck. I scrolled down. Sorry. This is the brother, because again, Twitch doesn't have a log of. I don't have a good log of these messages. Skirk never. Okay. C2 Skork. This is a very good MH Skirk. This is balanced around not having cryo resonance. 99 crit rate without cryo resonance. Without cryo resonance, you need to, magically turn crit rate rolls into crit damage or attack percent rolls. But as far as attack percent goes, you have a lot of attack percent, so it's pretty damn good. Also, wait time reviews. There's no set wait time. I just kind of, I'll do another random one, and then I'm gonna alternate between the donation ones because I have a backlog of donation ones. So, yeah. Anyways, Melt Skirk build. I don't think 2 EM rolls makes it a Melt Skirk mob. Especially as it doesn't even have any additional rolls. But yeah, Melt Skirk build, sure. Anyways, I'm pretty sure it's a strong Skork. It probably gets more than 2 DPS. C2 Nefer. Alright, just C2 Azarad, just the C2 Gamba player. Not 300 crit damage. Are you even trying? Is it C2 Nahida? No. Okay. Wasn't sure if you're playing with C2 Nahida or not, so I was checking. I don't know. Anyway, this is a very good Nefer. It's funny how many Nefers I see that like manage to accidentally land upon this highly unsatisfying amount of crit damage where you're just before 300 crit damage. Not that it matters. It doesn't matter. It's just highly unsatisfying. Also, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's only a 4 rolly. Would I reroll 1, 2, 3, 4? No. Would I reroll? No, I would just keep farming. I would, if I was this invested into Nefer, I'd probably keep farming until I can get 300 crit damage. So I just need, and also hopefully like a little bit closer to 100% crit rate. Not that it's like that big a deal. Like 97% crit rate is completely optimizable. Don't get me wrong. But, you know, it'd be more satisfying to have 99. And all you need with that is like higher roll values on a circlet. So like improve circlet, get a 4-line flower, and then you get a improved circlet, which is easier so don't get me wrong. But I don't know, if you're already this invested in Nefer, it's doable. Not easy, but doable. Low roll nation Nefer, yeah. There's quite a bit of low roll values here, which is sad, but oh well. Also, this is this one in particular is a bit rough. The rolls are entirely into crit, but is only 36 CV. Oh no. Yay, I love roll values. Speaking of low roll values, I have the equivalent of this. People are going to say this is not low roll values. It is. This started with this. I think I did this. Did I do this on YouTube? I don't remember if I did it on YouTube. This fucking piece. I crafted this for Varka because I wanted a better timepiece for Varka. And it's like, yay, it rolled 4 crit rolls, except it started with maximum crit rate. So this was like a bunch of low rolls, actually. It looks better than it is. It is still, though, the highest amount of crit rate I have in an attack timepiece on my freaking account. So it's a weird one. But like using this on my Varka makes him overcapped in crit rate. So the extra crit roll didn't do anything for him. So it's like, god damn it. So it is like technically a very minor upgrade for him. In teams that don't have like Mona C4 or Cryo Resonance, to be clear. But like, come on, game. Why you gotta troll me like that? Why you gotta troll me like that? Thank you, Speedy. It'll be a bit before we get to it. So, anyways, very nice. Let's do a random one, and then I need to be a little bit faster. Sorry. Okay, but I don't know. I'm not. The speed is never what I've advertised for these. Okay, not that I advertise these at all, but you know, I advertise nothing, and people give me money for it anyways. But 30 what? Okay, apparently screw everyone that has submitted recently, because RNG has decided that only them. Okay, whatever. It's how the gamba go. Big brain person. Chlorine, Skirk, and whoever I'd like. Except Laura, she isn't done. Alright, no Laura reviews. That's just probability. It indeed is. Alright. Also, all the... I guess Skirk just ran, so that makes sense. Chlorine, Skirk, and whoever I'd like. Is there a Lanyon? There's a Yai. See one Yai with this. This is a pretty good two-piece Yai with a little bit lacking in crit rate. By a little bit, I mean kind of a lot of it, but it is what it is. You know what? I don't care, though. I respect the keeping Yai on a build that's usable. Even if I would definitely probably consider switching to a crit rate circlet to have a little bit less RNG on her build. But, yeah. Anyways. Am I too late to get added on the sheet? Nope. There's a pinned comment. You can still submit to it. We got hours more of things we can look at still. Chlorine Skirk. Anyways, Chlorine Skirk. Let's see. Oh, it's Skork. I made Skork so we can look at today. I feel like a lot. I don't have that much to say about Skirk. Well, I don't know. There actually is a lot to say about Skirk as far as her builds go. Because, like, MH... The relationship of MH versus Galleries is weird. Like, if you really want to min-max Skirk, I think you should have both sets. Because... You should have good build on both sets, because sometimes MH can be better in circumstances where it makes sense to burst more with Skirk. And then sometimes Galleries can be better just because with min-max builds you can see lower returns on the value of the artifact set giving crit rate, and much more value just stats like damage bonus that Galleries gives. But it kind of becomes situational on what can actually be better. But anyways, this is a pretty damn good Skirk build. Again, I would say balance more around Cryo Resonance, but I'd be pretty dang happy with this build. You have a very healthy amount of attack percent, and a pretty healthy balance of crit. And a bit low in crit rate, to be clear, if you're running like double Hydro. But it's fine. MH is better in normal task Skirk though, instead of burst Skirk. What do you mean? I'm not. No. Come at me. I'm not saying. Look, burst only mode Skirk is a thing you can do. I don't think that is where Skirk is the most fun. You can do it if you want to. Don't let me stop you. Yes, if you're doing burst only mode Skirk, Gallery is definitely better. I'm talking bursting and normal attacking. Like doing both at the same time. So in the simplest level, you can always do that in the first chamber of Abyss. But oftentimes, let's say you're fighting the Cryo Automaton that was just here in Abyss. Or in Abyss. In Stygian. I mean, it was in Abyss too. But it spends like fucking 10 seconds doing the things where you can't do damage to it. And if you're really pushing the limits out of min-max things, you can oftentimes... I don't know if this necessarily makes sense to Skirk that much, to be clear, because of how long her rotations end up being. But, just as an example, right? It spends like 10 seconds where you can't deal any damage to it. And there's not really any reason not to if you have the time to do like a whole E on Skirk with her like 7-second... What is it? Is it 7-second or... 8-second, sorry. 8-second cooldown on her skill. If enemies have enough downtime, you can do a hold E to be able to do a big burst on some rotations, and then like front loading a bunch of damage during different enemy phases that could matter, like when they have lower resistance or whatever in particular. And then because you did a hold E more than 8 seconds ago, you can just do her E again immediately after. But if you use this fucking artifact set and you do that where you burst and then you E, well, then you don't get any normal attack damage bonus. You're just doing a 2-piece no-piece for the normal attack damage. But the burst did get the damage bonus. Like, it's not like it's useless, to be clear. But in those situations, MH can meaningfully be ahead, right? MH is the more universal build option, for sure. I've had circumstances where, and then, like, C1 can bias towards MH again, too, and blah, 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 blah. And I've also had situations where sometimes attack percent, or oftentimes attack percent goblet can be better, to be clear. But again, it can depend on the exact team context you're playing in, whether or not you have like a TDDS buff or whatnot. So is it still not that much better in a hyper rotation because the burst only gets 2 stacks? I don't know what to tell you other than I've found it better, and I have like better substats than my galleries build. But I have C1 Skirk, so that might be why too. But it depends on your artifacts and depends on your investment. I think if you have an Azure Light, to be clear, it is more likely, which is probably more common now, being that they made a really, really fucking good weapon banner for Skirk teams. Because it was like, I mean, getting a Scofier weapon and Skirk's weapon in the same banner, kind of, you know. If you have the resources for it and you wanted to invest further in Skirk, not that it made sense over pulling new characters, to be clear. But if you wanted to invest more, like I think a lot more people have Azure Light now than they used to. So, it biases towards the new set. For me, Burst Skirk is the best, like Burst only Skirk. Sure, yeah, if you want to do that. Yeah. I didn't really enjoy it that much. I like figuring out ways to use her burst while doing normal main DPS things on her. But anyways, I think if you really want to get the most utility out of Skirk, you want both sets. But Galleries is the build more worth min-maxing for sure, and this is a very good build. Anyways, we got very good. See, I just get yappy. I'm sorry. Whatever. Chlorinde gets free crit rate, for anyone that's not aware. I don't even think it shows her passive, does it? But she gets 20% free crit rate, so this is a 93% crit rate. Chlorinde. This is just more buff from her, not more buff, but it just makes her do more damage. It's not an incredible constellation, but it's there. It does something. Minimum def amount to reach on Linnea? No. I should have turned off the normal character reviews this stream, my bad. But they only not that one. I don't know. Anyway, this is a very, very good Chlorinde build. The Splitter is one of her best weapons, obviously. So I don't know. Not much else to say on this build. It's a gross timepiece. It's a gross goblet. It's just a nice, well-balanced Chlorinde build. Not bonkers. It's pretty low in attack percent subs and whatever. But it's a nice balanced Chlorinde build. Chlorinde is not a character that needs a ton of min-maxing because you usually play her in teams where she's not like hyper carry, right? So therefore, a little bit reduced value in investing fully into her, and at some point it makes more sense to invest in your other units in the team. So, yep. You can redeem character builds. What do you mean redeem character builds? Character reviews? Yes, I've had that active on Twitch for a long while. But anyways, they've always been intended to be less in-depth than these. Do that quick, and then we need to do the donation ones before I get super backed up on them. Linnea. Yeah, you don't need to pull her stat. You don't need to reach any particular defense amount with Linnea. She has her passive that gives more have an EM buff to either herself or a Nod Cry character based on her defense. But it's not, generally speaking, significant enough to be worth doing that. Unless you probably have like a really, really heavily invested Zubai with cons. I thought you switched it off. No, I should have. But whatever. Anyways, those points could have gone to Cat Cam. Yeah, exactly. So, anyways. This is potentially overcapped with crit rate. A little bit if you have a C6 Eat Lua on the team, by the way. Don't forget he does buff crit, and that's part of what Eat Lua do. But other than that, this is a very good build. Polar Star is a weapon that is very slightly better than Slingshot. Honestly, if you have Eat Lua, it's not even better. I would honestly use Slingshot because it looks better if you're using Eat Lua on the team, personally. But yeah. So, speaking of Cat Cam, alright, you're just trying to... Chat is trying to distract me from completing any donation reviews and just making everything get more and more behind. But fine, we can do a Cat Cam. We got 2 creatures. Hello. They're just slipping. We got Blob, and we got Blob. Or as the aggro, the wise and wonderful aggro, Baguette. And I forget. Wait, what did aggro say that the round one was? Done. There you go. How many are you planning to review? I don't know. How many until at most 7 p.m. my time. So no more than like 4 more hours. No more than 4 more hours. Anyways. Let's do, I mean, are you here? Because your review didn't have a UID in it. If anyone donates, I do on YouTube. I do at least have a log of YouTube, so I won't lose track of them. Thankfully. You are here. Hello. Oh wait, of course you're here. I just read your comment. I just didn't read the username. All right. I mean, I need your. Oh, kitten is jumping down. We woke up the beast. We woke up the beast. Now look what he's doing. Now he's taking up mousing area. Why are you wet? Why are you wet? It's all wet right here. What? Why are you this wet? Like, you see how you can even see it? It looks. I'm gonna... Okay. Let's go investigate. Maybe he got groomed? Look, yes, sometimes being a little wet is evidence of grooming. I think this spot in particular is more wet than just grooming. 1 second. I want to go investigate. There was something that fell over before. I want to see if there's a giant mess of water on the ground in the kitchen. BRB. I didn't see anything. Nothing. So I don't know what happened. He's definitely wet though. And more wet than would normally happen from a grooming. So it is what it is. Alright. Laid in the sink? Maybe, yeah. I did brush my teeth crazy, believe it or not, before the stream. And he may indeed have laid down in the sink. So Is spot on the cat tree wet? Probably not. No, it is not. Anyways. Okay, sorry. I mean, Lanyon, Farazan, Duran. Okay, so we're looking at Lanyon. Lanyon investment. Sure, sure. Feel like Farina's outperforming Duran more than I would like. Really? Your Farina's outperforming Duran? That's a surprise. They're the same constellation investment or not? C2 versus... Oh, well, that makes sense then. Never mind. So, I mean, in case you've missed my millions of times of yap since Duran released, where my vibe is con for con, Duran is better than Farina. Like, my experience was that when I had C0 Duran was worse than C2 Farina for DPS Lanyon. C1 Duran was better than C2, or sorry, was equivalent-ish. I think it was still situation. Obviously, enemy context affects things, right? And then C2 Farina was, and then C2 Duran significantly better than C2 Farina. So overall, I would say, yeah, it makes sense that Farina is outperforming Duran investment, but it shouldn't be like on a OMG, your Farina is 30,000 DPS higher, right? You smell like toothpaste? No, I smell no toothpaste. It probably is the water bowl. He probably spilled the water bowl, but there was no water on the ground, so he managed to spill without making a giant mess, at least. Anyways. Also, yeah, Duran is level 81. That's potentially a minor factor. Wasn't he licking us up before? No, he's more wet than, like, grooming would normally happen. I don't know. maybe the cat drank water and then... Anyways. Farina is 60k-ish, Duran is 50k-ish. Okay, that lines up with kind of what I'd expect with a C2 Farina situation then. So I wouldn't really stress that out. Stress about that much, especially with as good as your Farina Tenacity build is. So, yeah. If you want, like as soon as you got, like, if you got C1 Duran, you would probably see him be about equivalent. I think it would match my experience. Everything else is probably investment into Lanyon and Farazan, I would say. It is worth mentioning. Oh, but I should be big asterisk. I haven't looked into again whether or not Prune will be better than Farazan with Duran, but regardless, Nicole Duran combo, maybe Duran Prune combo, maybe Prune is better than Farazan flat out, even with or without Nicole. I don't know. Like it's safe to say the Lanyon is getting more teammate options next patch at the very least. And I think baseline investment level, even if it's a little clunky to play. I don't know about Prune versus Farazan, but Lanyon's best team is probably going to be Duran, Nicole, Lanyon, and then either Farazan or Prune C6. Without C6, almost assuredly still Farazan. C6 is better, so I wouldn't really stress that much about it. But yeah, for what it's worth, I do like Scroll over any other artifact option with Farina. With Duran, so this might be a factor that it can help bridge the gap with Duran and Farina for you. I prefer Farazan on VV. Pretty low HP on Farina. I mean, it's a Hydra Goblet build on a C2 Farina. I don't think it really matters. If anything, you could argue it's better, but doesn't really matter. So, anyways, Farina is fine. I think your Duran build is also fine. I mean, you're maybe a little low in ER. And then it's just a matter of, yeah, making sure you're doing decent rotations with charge attacks and whatever. You probably have more, well, it's an R3 fab, maybe you get less fab particles, I don't know for sure. You probably don't need the extra ER here, but yeah. Farazan's ideal build I have found is definitely VV, I think, with Duran, because it's very easy to consistently get Pyro Swirl. Whereas you don't get a Pyro Swirl with Farazan, generally speaking. Not easily, at least. With Farina instead of Duran, but, you know. Do you need it? Not necessarily. Also, I just remembered that Prune also is a Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers user. So, does Prune have a weapon option other than Thrilling Tales? That's a good buffing option. Not really. I don't know. How is Prune doing enough? For anyone that's been keeping up with calcs, is Prune C6 doing enough damage that it's worth not using Thrilling Tales on her? Generally speaking, I don't. Or is it? Or maybe her energy needs just make it that Fab is better anyways. I don't know. Maybe Prune is just Fab, but if Prune does TDDS, that could bias towards Prune for Longyon. I don't know. That'll be interesting. Everything I've seen just runs TDDS Prune. That's what I kind of figured. I don't know. C6 Prune does quite a bit of damage. I mean, so does Farazan. My Farazan, for what it's worth, with my VV build with like 70 crit rate, 160 crit damage, without factoring in Nicole buffing her in the future, or Prune. Well, to be clear, Prune probably would replace Farazan potentially. Again, gotta look into it. But right now, she does like, if I recall, 17% of team DPS when I'm doing like 100k-ish. So like more than what Prune is currently assumed to do. But I also assume that's not like a min-max Prune build, so I'm not sure. Not sure if the min-max potential of Prune's damage is higher or lower than Farazan's. But yeah, so I don't know. Things might get even weirder. But like, should I wait to make a Longyon video again, guys? Fuck. They keep on releasing shit that changes, like first it was Duran, and then it was like, well, and then it was holiday season, and then like Varka's an interesting context to think about comparing to, and then various Abyss cycles were like not great or weird to showcase Longyon, and then now Nicole and Pruden potentially shakes up Longyon's fucking team building again in a way that's like, I'd say probably good, but I don't know. Anyways, frick. Just make mini Longyon videos. Yeah, at this point I should have. But anyways, Longyon is your only reason to do edited videos. Yeah, maybe that's what I'll say in the video. In the video, I'll be like, FYI, this might be, I might only make Longyon videos from now on. Because Longyon is the character keeping me engaged with Genshin Impact. Anyways, yet another 4-star polling plan. Yeah. Prune might be the real reason I end up with fucking Nicole Constellations. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Anything for Longyon, right? Maybe we'll test that at the end of the stream if we get done with, like, if I don't actually have a backlog of donation reviews. Sorry, anyways, I have a lot of thoughts about Longyon, so realistically though, like, the reason you're at like 50 to 60k DPS and not, so with Duran, again, I think Farazan should be on VV, and then you put Longyon on 2-piece, or theoretically some 4-piece sets could make sense. C4, it's fine. C6 is nice, but not that insane of a difference maker. On an average DPS level, at least I think it's better in practice than it is actually on an average DPS level. You probably have more ER than you need if you have the ability to sacrifice some of your ER for crit stats. Building Longyon, to be completely frank, is a pain in the ass. Her sig weapon is not a crit weapon. Like, sacrifice is ridiculous on her. There is, I mean, again, with C6 in situationally you can use non-sac weapons, or non-sac frags, but like, I don't know. There's no trial Linnea in her quest. Interesting. Weird. Is that the first time they've done that? I don't know. Anyways, I'm not doing Linnea's quest, by the way, until her banner's gone. Because I think there's a chance I like her. Characterization-wise. Like, I myself, in my heart, like, I grew up, like, you want to know what the first thing that started making me a nerd? Steve Irwin. And she's been presented at a baseline of being a girl that just likes collecting creatures. So I'm not doing this fucking quest. I'm not doing this quest. If I'm like, wow, this girl's desire to collect creatures, I am not engaging with the gacha loop, the whole gimmick of the gacha loop with them doing FOMO gems with character story quests with their banners is because people doing the story quests during the banner period increases the chance, and it will increase my chance of wanting to pull the character. It would almost assuredly at least make me do another 10 pull, and I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. It's just easier to do it after. I don't need the fucking 60 primos. Anyways, so later this patch, I ain't falling for the strategy. But yeah, anywho's, like, you probably can get up to 80k DPS with much better builds. Like, a little bit more crit damage on Lanyon and a more min-max Farazan build. You could, oh wait, I just noticed this is, I thought this was an ER time based build, by the way, because you had 220 ER. 220 ER is what I have on my Farazan when the ER time is. Oh god. You just had a lot of ER substats. I understand. Okay, that's funny. So, sorry, I'm too used to my min-max Farazan. Like, here you go, right? Like, you can absolutely pretty easily get away with a 180 ER build with Lanyon. With an R55 at least. I don't think an R35 matters. I don't think, but anywho's. Now, is Lanyon's build the priority over Lanyon? No, Lanyon should be doing more of the team's damage, right? But that's kind of my point of, like, you could, with Durin in particular, but even it's a consideration to mess around with without. Try messing around with putting Lanyon on different two-piece combos or whatever, and see how it goes. People are loving her story. What do you mean? I mean, I don't know. Oh, sorry. I assume you're responding to Gupta. My bad. It has little to do with animal collecting. Regardless, my point with that was simply to say that based on what I know of her characterization currently, let's just get rid of this in the background, sorry. There is a very non-zero chance doing the story quest would make me like the character more on a level of, and as soon as I like the character more personally, that makes me far more interested in having the character, right? Just like they could nerf Nicole and I'd still want Nicole, okay? So, anyways, I'd be surprised if they did that. God, can you imagine how much more fucking annoying people would be if they nerfed Nicole? Oh god. Anyways, I always thought Eva was a Steve Irwin type. Yeah, he kind of is. If Steve Irwin was stupid. Sorry. I don't think Eva's stupid. I think he presents himself as more stupid than he is. Anyways. Yeah, so like level 9, if you're really, and you're like, so if you're really min-maxing, if you really want to push the limits of trying to make like 4-star DPSing usable today, I think you really gotta level 90 characters and you gotta max out their talents too. Like, you're at both, like, the conjunction of not having crown talents on both Farazan and Lanyon, not having like level 90 Durin, not having, Frina is crowned, and not having a little bit better artifacts. That is the result in like why I could use the same C2 Frina, C6 Farazan scroll build, right? I could use the same exact team as you are with Bennett. I don't know what your Bennett investment is. A kilo might matter, but I could use Bennett, Farazan, Frina, same exact character, same exact constellation investment, right? But then get 25% plus more damage than you potentially, and it's just the conjunction of talents, levels, and artifacts. That's all it really is. So I don't have any specific advice other than like the prioritization would be Lanyon, and I would probably move her off of 4-piece VV. But if you like VV because of its universal and you can switch her to TDDS dynamically, you can do that. Like, don't let me stop you. VV is a good option for her. It's just, if you really want to push Lanyon to her limits, I think you do move off of VV on her and potentially put Farazan on VV instead. That's all. So, plus these artifacts are pretty good for Farazan. Or, yeah, no, these artifacts are pretty damn good for Farazan. Right, yeah. The flowers, meh, but everything else is really good. So, yep. I mean, to be clear, it's the same. It's about the same investment as you currently have. But it's a good baseline for sure. Anyways, my investment into DPS Lanyon is stupid. It's the highest artifact investment on my account, half on accident, but also not. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Anyways, ignore that. We got duplicate noblesse right now. Don't worry about it. This is trialing for Nicole in the future, but I gotta mess around with whether or not Prune might be a replacement over Farazon. What's Prune's ER needs? Is she gonna have to roll ER timepiece or not? I don't know. Okay, sorry. You got me in a Lanyon track of mind. How dare you? Alright, sorry. We can't get distracted doing that. Yeah, but yeah, let's go do another. That was a donation one, right? Yeah. That was a donation run. Let's do a Lanyon. Let's do a new roll, not another. I mean, maybe it is another Lanyon. I don't know. I'd be fine with more Lanyon. I just whatever. Anyways, okay. We have 138 now. Is it actually going to be? Is it actually going to be an older one again? we every single one has been like 40 or below. Prune will be better on Sack or Fab. I mean, if the energy needs are manageable, it's TDDS. It's definitely TDDS. That'll be a little rough for Lanyon's energy though, so I don't know. It's gonna be weird. Alright, I'm sorry, RNG. I'm sorry to everyone that has submitted in the last, like, hour. I think RNG just hates everyone that didn't join the stream immediately. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Necklord. Alright. Alright. All the early birds getting the worm, apparently. Like, technically, the early birds have less of an advantage over time, because the early birds primarily have an advantage earlier on when I'm doing the initial reviews when there's less total people to select from. So, like, the early birds should be equalized over time, but instead they just keep on getting selected. That was fun. I definitely didn't choose Lanyon on purpose to make Saluna yap. I don't know. Maybe you did. Maybe you didn't. I did put Lanyon in the tags and the whatever, so as a joke. But let's go look. That's a boy. Hello, boy. What are we looking at? Sorry, Newbie by Juvelins. Okay, more men. Let's go. All right, level 90 Nervy Lit with full maxed out and a really good build. This is a triple HP build, so that explains the a little bit lower crit damage. You have way more ER than I would normally expect for this investment of a build. Are you here? What did they say? Whether they're Twitch or YouTube? I didn't ask them, but Necklord. No, they didn't say. Okay. Well, Necklord, let me know if you're here. Because I don't know. Give or take 160 ER, but with Oathsworn, so probably a bit higher. Okay. 160 ER with Oathsworn, so 200 ER with TDDS-ish. Interesting. Lanyon generates more energy than Varka, though, so that 200 ER might be... By more energy than Varka, I mean like one more particle, to be clear. Actually, wait. Varka 5 particles or 6 particles? Maybe it's the same, because Lanyon's 3 per. Anyway, sorry. This is a very good Nubilet build. I am just curious why they... I have to assume it's on purpose. I feel I feel like at this investment level with the like, look how high roll values most of these things are, right? Like, they have spent a long time farming artifacts. Varka's 5, that's what I thought. So, it could just be accidental that they have 50% ER in substats, right? But I am curious if it's on purpose, because they, like, were just finding that they needed ER for whatever things, because C6 Nubilet can be used in a lot of different team contexts, right? Like, is it just they went this direction for having a hyper-universal build? In which case, I super respect it. I appreciate you. It's just somewhat surprising to see, because most people with the C6 Nubilet would be just super pilled on crit, right? And they'd be like, oh, I don't care that HP Circlet can be better, I'm just gonna do, to be clear, I don't know exactly what the difference between HP Circlet and crit damage is, but I'm only gonna use a crit damage circlet because I want to have 300 crit damage, right? And I'm going to not care about ER because I just want more crit, right? But they have actively chosen, it seems like to me, to sacrifice crit in exchange, or HP in exchange for ER, and that's interesting. So, also, I don't know if it's possible, but he is so close to 44,444 HP. I don't know if it's doable. Is that doable? Let's see. There is flat HP that could be added here. What's the lowest flat HP roll? It's higher than 115, right? Or sorry, no, it's higher than 105. Yeah, damn. Okay, so you'd have to remove HP somewhere else. Is it possible to have 44,000? That'd be the true flex. I feel like. I don't know why we're yapping about it. Sorry, I should go look at the other characters. But like, there's something really satisfying in my brain about having like the perfect HP amount. I think double Hydra. This probably is without double Hydra, by the way. Double Hydra might ruin it. But anyways, so divided by whale investment, united by imaginary theater. All right, what was the other character? Sorry, I forgot. I know it was two other boys. Baiju Flins. Also Caesar's Baiju. Oh boy, with Jade Fall. What? It's been a while since I thought about Caesar's Baiju. I know. Yeah, it increases its damage. I feel like this is one of those cons where it's like, yeah, man, this is a limited character with a C4. This is a 4-star constellation. Like, I'm sorry, this is Longyon's C4. Oh boy. So C6 Baiju, yeah, increases his damage from, I believe that is his burst, by a percentage of his HP. And there's a 100% chance of generating a shield when it hits opponents, so whatever. Why did they make him attack scaling at a baseline? Like, this just doesn't... Well, I don't know. He has constellations of all time. His C2 is the most funny one, though, because it makes him, you know, not have to technically be on field to do anything. So it's hard for me to have a framework of what to expect from a C6 Baiju to say anything about it, really. But you know what? I respect the investment, because it's not easy, I think, to get to this point. And I think with C2 and C6... Wait. This doesn't give energy, does it? No, it does give energy. I mean, even with that, he doesn't have energy refunding cons, and he still has an 80 cost burst. I feel like you still need more energy in this, but I don't know. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, and at the very least, they can keep up Deepwood without a worry, without having to burst. You don't have to burst every rotation, right? It's just like, if you had a C6 Baiju, I would think you would try to burst every rotation. Is my brain's confusion. But either way, this is obviously min-maxed around getting some damage from him. So you know what? I respect it, even if it's only like 2 damage. It's more than 2 damage, to be clear. His SIG basically eliminates his ER requirements. As someone who has felt the need to build well over 200 ER in Baiju, in mini-team context, I don't really personally agree. Like, yes, this is 4.5 energy every 2.5 seconds. For how long? For 3 seconds after using a burst or creating a shield. Oh, I guess C6. Oh. I guess C6 generating a shield reflexively makes you get more energy back from his SIG. I didn't think about that. Okay. I guess that might actually annihilate. What is his functional energy in C6 then? I have no idea. When a Gossamer Sprite or Gossamer Sprite hits opponents, there's a 100% chance of generating a shield. So, like... I don't know. I have no fucking clue how many times this energy refund triggers. I have no idea. Character review or tips? I mean, it's both. That's how I roll. So anyway, I don't have a real way of reviewing this Baiju. Basically, Caesar's Baiju is a weird one. I think, like, I can glaze the crit like everyone else does. Like, oh my god, crit value. Like, obviously the crit value is bonkers, but relatable flower. I mean, attack percent doesn't technically do nothing, I guess. He does have attack scaling damage, right? Look, 250% of his attack is Dendro damage. And his burst does, yeah. Anyways. Yep, I don't know. It seems to be a cracked Baiju. How cracked? How much does it matter? Heck if I know. Not a thing I'm used to seeing. Speaking of things. Well, I've seen many more C6 flints. A much more common C6, that's for sure. Look at this circlet, Jesus Christ. 33 flat attack, 10%. This circlet though. If you had one more crit rate roll, what is the attack of my Flins? I don't remember. I'm talking my polearms only Flins. Because my polearms only Flins is basically perfected. I don't remember what rank he was. He was like 100 or something. I think this is like slightly worse than my Flins, but I think you might have less attack percent than me, which is kind of bonkers. That makes me just realize how much attack percent I have. But I don't know. It's an insanely good Flins. I'm curious. We gotta check the ranking. I'm gonna bet, if my vibe is right based on my Flins on polearms only, I think this is like a top 500 build. I was wrong. It's worse than I thought. I'm not saying it's bad. It's top 1.59%, right? But yeah. Is a very good Flimsy boy. This circlet is ridiculous in a weird way. I think literally just like getting one more crit rate roll probably gets you up into the top 1,000, and then turning this into like turning those EM rolls into attack percent rolls here would also skyrocket you, amusingly. Sometimes climbing a Kasha ladder makes you weaker. Oh yeah, no, I don't think it actually really meaningfully matters, to be clear. But yeah, top 4% Emily. Yeah, what is my Flins? I don't remember. Sorry, top 200. My bad. I misremembered. And this is with my pretty mid circlet. Oh yeah, was I gonna reroll this circlet? I don't remember. I was gonna reroll that circlet. Do I have the feathers for it now? No, I don't think I do. I think I'd have to either do exploration or but I have a 4-stat guarantee, so I'm planning on rerolling the circlet, and as long as it doesn't troll and go all into crit rate, we're fine. So that's like the last piece of improving him. Get rid of the last bad stat on my Flins, and then I'm happy boy. Because from there is in hyper sanity losing territory to improve him further, right? So, anyways, to follow up on the Genshin straightness thing, Changyun was my gay awakening. Thank you, Mitsu. Anyway, sorry for flexing my thing. This is still the build that is probably the hardest I've had. She's still the biggest pain in the ass character to build. What a mess. What a mess. Polearms only is such a weird fucking account. This is also stupid too. I wish to reiterate, Akasha does not value ER stats. Sorry, why am I flexing my own build, dumbass? Get out of here. Let's do, I have donation reviews. To do. Ren, sorry for making you wait 10 hours. You're probably used to it. We're looking at another Flins. Okay. Flins moment. I like how the people paying to ask for reviews are asking for less. But another C6 Flins. I did not know you had C6 Flins for some reason. Maybe I did and I forgot. I don't know. Comparatively, man, Flynn's leaderboard is stupid competitive. I'm sorry. Comparatively, this is a much more okay Flynn's. But what the hell the EM substats though? There's like 200 more EM than the previous build we looked at. That's bonkers. And like no attack percent. Yep, literally no attack percent in subs. And yep, Akasha ignores all cons. Yeah, Flynn's cons don't really affect his builds though. I think. Not really, no. Yeah, this doesn't. He doesn't get any free crit. I mean, I guess the EM from C4 probably influences, and maybe the attack percent, I guess, might slightly influence the relative values of some stats, but EM is already a suppressed stat value-wise for him because of how his normal teams get so many sources of EM. Remember, lunar damage bonus is functionally EM, right? So, like, Flynn's cons are not one that actually is meaningfully affected by, that meaningfully affect his builds. Therefore, Akasha rankings can actually pretty appropriately evaluate any Flynn's build. So, Yeah. Anyways. Your Flynn's is actually struggling, yeah. I mean, let's see if my vibe is correct on this one. I thought the other one was top 500, but it was slightly worse than I thought. This one is top, like... His fucking leader... This is not a bad build. His leaderboard is just stupid. It's funny, because, like, there's not... Like, yeah, there's a couple bad rolls here. There's, like, no bad rolls in the goblet, but then... You know, and then one bad roll here, a little bit low crit rolls. Okay, the feather's kind of meh. It's again though, like, no bad rolls. Like, it's weird. There's not that many bad rolls in this Flynn's build. It's just like the overall crit value and balance of stats is kind of goofy. I'm gonna say top, like, 7%. Squeeze me? Top 50? What? What? Also, this team is fucking out of date now, by the way, and that kind of matters, but whatever. Crit rate difference? I guess, yeah. I guess it's a problem of you're competing with every single other Flynn's on the leaderboard has 100% crit rate, or close to. Like, but yeah, I guess. If you want to know why EM is not that good of a stat on him, I guess. That's still much lower than I would have thought it was going to be. What? That's still, I don't know. Fucking Flynn's leaderboards are weird, man. I don't know. That was a surprise, though. I don't know. Okay, anyways. Maybe that tells me it's even more insane that my Flynn's build is as good as it is. Or the previous other Flynn's build we saw. Top 70%. As Albedo's leaderboard is updated? Not really. Nope. Doesn't even have Hexerai factored in. Okay, cool. Kasha is cooked. Whatever. Who cares? Alright then. Well, thank you, Ren. Best of luck in improving your Flynn's. I don't know. I don't know if you were asking for any improvements, but I think you know where. I think you know what you can make improvements on. More crit. And attack percent would be nice, but like, it's funny getting this Flynn's to get to the point of, like, the other Flynn's that we saw, not mine, I mean, including, I guess, mine or the previous one, but they're pretty similar, is like every artifact has to be replaced. So, like, good luck. Yeah. Anyways, let's roll another random one. We got... Is it gonna be above 40 this time? We have 150 submissions. The chance that it is above 40 is very high. Surely it doesn't. Is there a quote for a review? Like, you want an invoice for dollar amount? Or what do you mean by quote? Bam. Holy shit, it's a reason one. Crazy. Ice to see you. Hello. Okay. Arlecchino and Varesa, let's go. Just not double click. Alright, Ice to see you. Hopefully you're still here since you're a recent submission. Oh, queue. No, I didn't queue anything in order. I mean, maybe I should do that in the future. That'd be a consideration. Oh, if I transition to doing more focusing more on refining my live stream formats and whatever, by stopping mostly caring about edited videos, then I will hopefully refine format in the future, but it'll be a consideration. For now, I'm just going one by one, randomly selected as I go. There's no Bina leaderboard. Yeah, I really don't get why with how popular she is, but I don't know. Maybe the Akasha owner is the one. I'm sorry. Just gonna... Shouldn't do that. I know the Akasha owner is aware of my content. I don't know if they watch me that often, but anyways. Varesa. Who's the other one? Arlecchino. Cool. Let's go. Alright. Varesa, Vivid Notions. Nice. She's on Obsidian Codex. Obviously, a good artifact set for her. I think... I don't know. I think she's a similar sort of Skirk, except for it's, like, more obviously worth it, I feel like, to farm the plunge set for her if you're trying to min-max Varesa. You got a really healthy balance of stats overall. I think you have a little more ER than you need, but not really the end of the world. I not much attack percent, but your crit balance is obviously very good, and this thing gives a whack ton of crit damage, so, you know, is that like 60, 300, so, or 100, 300, sorry. This gives 40%, right? But overall, refusing to work on the site, refusing to bring on people who'd work on the site is crazy, yeah. Anyways, so, anyways. Surely Prune doesn't get a leaderboard, right? Okay, if the Akasha owner makes a Prune leaderboard before Columbina, maybe we just boycott Akasha. Okay? Maybe we just boycott Akasha. I'm not saying Prune doesn't deserve a leaderboard. But like, you know. Anyways. This is not an insane Varessa, but it is a pretty good Varessa. I feel like this is the point where, like, this is the build you should be happy with on Obsidian, and when Strongbox has the new set, you should Strongbox the new set. That's my vibe. Because I think this is a build where you could, if you spend enough time in it, and it's Strongboxing the plunge artifacts for her, you should end up getting a build that will result in a better like Varessa in practice. And like, I see you're clearing Stygian difficulty 4. It might be enough for you that you know, now have your Varessa at a level where she can much more easily brute force fearless content for you, right? Thank you, Ichigo. You might. Oh, also thank you, Aqua. I didn't miss your donation too. We'll get to yours in a while. Well, hopefully less than a while, but we'll see how long it takes me. Yeah. Anyways. So yeah, it's a good Varessa. That would be my advice. Because min-maxing her on this set further would be really tricky. Is kind of all it really is. Whereas min-maxing her on the new set is you have much more wiggle room for crit balance and whatnot by not having 40% free crit, right? But ultimately, if you're happy with her, she performs, you don't give a shit about fearless difficulty, why does it matter, right? Keep that in mind. I'll let you know. C1, nice. Crimson, nice. 92, 193. This is that time bees, Jesus. This is a very good Arlecchino. Yep. A little bit sad to not have 200 crit damage, but yep. EM substats only do anything. I mean, this is a wasted substat if you're not playing Melt. But if you are playing Melt, which you have Seat Lolly, there's a good chance you are playing Melt. Well, although also Overvape is really relevant now too. Arguably, you could say it's more relevant. So, yeah. And maybe my cope of Stellar Conduct makes simultaneous cryo. I really want it to be real, okay? I want Arlecchino Overvape to be real, right? So Sandrone, and then like Seat Lolly, and then I don't know, Bennett or Nicole, depending on how much this is assuming Sandrone is an off-fielder, right? Oh, did someone donate through Ko-Fi? Oh, frick. If you donate through Ko-Fi, that's fine. If I forget about it, I'm sorry. Thank you for the $10 through Ko-Fi. Particularly because Google and Twitch don't take anything from that. I will probably just respond to you directly through Ko-Fi and give you a review through there, or message you directly in there. Anyways, so yeah, this is a good Arlecchino build. Sorry, Melt is good. Maybe Overmelt becomes real in the future. All it would require is they make it so Stellar Conduct keeps Cryo Aura and Electro Aura on the enemy simultaneously, kind of like how Electro Charge works. But anyways, EM stats are good for Overvape. They're good for Melt, just not good for Overload. So depends what you're playing. I mean, they can be okay for Overload. Not great, but they do something sometimes. Depending on if there's Pyro Aura on the enemy or not, which depends on the team. If you're playing with Fischl, might have Electro fairly commonly. C2 Fischl, that's a little unfortunate, but anyways, good Arlecchino build. Not like the most insane, but Arlecchino's leaderboards are also quite competitive, I would know. So, yeah. Anyways, don't have meaningful commentary on it. 40-minute reviews. Look, it's how I be. I'm a yapper. Sorry, Jesus. Would you rather find Palooza? Give me your UID, Palooza. I'll give you the review you want. Give me your UID. You'll get one for free. No selection. But you're getting the one that you want. Gimme. Actually, I'll find it myself if you want to. You didn't put your username in here. Damn it. Now they don't want to give me the UID. I don't play games. Okay. Okay. So you don't even play Genshin? You don't even know what I'm yapping about? That's fair. I guess if you just want to listen to me yap, I appreciate you being here. I volunteer to take a spot? Sure. I'll give KO the review that Palooza wanted. Gimme. I guess I can just control F it. KO. There we go. Alright, Chaska. Alright, you get a 30-second Chaska review, because this is the review that Palooza wants. C5. That's... Are you trying to get C6? I assume you're trying to get C6. 6301, Jesus Christ. What the fuck are these artifacts? Good God. Is there a Chaska? No, we're not looking at it. We're kind of boycotting Akasha, okay? Jesus. Free to play? Nice. Wow. Good job. Nice Chaska. There you go. My review isn't even on there. Yep. I didn't find it. There you go. That's the review that Palooza wants, apparently. Much better? Okay. Anyways. Let's do... Wait, was that a random? Was the previous... Not that one, obviously, wasn't random. I don't remember. No, it wasn't a donation. Okay. Victor Lowe, thank you. The 15 Canadian dollars. That's 1 USD, guys. Thank you for the 15 CAD. Why are you boycotting Akasha? Soft boycotting. Because, I mean, you want to know my reason to boycott Akasha? Because the Akasha owner suppresses, by wanting to overly have control over Akasha and not letting it become a group project, Akasha will never be able to reach its full potential. Side reason, I don't know if the allegations are true. I don't know, right? I don't feel like this is drumming up drama from things I have no basis of, but I've seen people talking about it. The solo project? Yeah, and it's like impressive as a solo project. I respect the work that's gone into it, but it's very clear at this point that much of Akasha is skewed by the creator's personal bias, and also their time limitations they have, and their desire for doing things, right? So, anyways, now I don't want mine to be picked. I mean, I'm not gonna do 30-second reviews again. Anyways, what are the allegations? Saying allegations is giving maybe the discussion around it more credence than there actually is. Allegations implies like that there's any evidence I've seen for any. I've not seen any evidence for it whatsoever, right? So, anyways, and like at a baseline, like all I will say, the only thing I've really heard is that he maybe likes the chibi model characters too much. That's it, okay? That's literally all it is. To be clear, you can like the fucking chibi model characters because you just think they're cute. But also there are definitely people that like them for other reasons, and that's yeah. So, but I don't fucking know, okay? I don't have any proof of anything. I have not investigated it because I don't fucking care enough. I want Akasha to become a project not managed by one person. That's all. Anyways, but I don't fucking know. I don't know. So, anyways. I am not making any claim of anything without any real basis for it. That's all. Anywho, what are we looking at? Sorry. Victor wants me to look at Farina, Hu Tao, best duo Bina. Okay. Why Farina? That's C2 Farina with a very real amount of energy recharge. I mean, you know what? Honestly, I've turned around on it, okay? If in 2026 you're still stubbornly like, nope, I'm gonna use my 150 ER Farina on her really good, really great, truly 10 out of 10 signature weapon. In 2026, on Golden Troop with 150 ER, at this point, I think we can move past any criticism of it. And I just respect it at this point. I respect it, okay? Chaska's best team as of now, I have no idea. I haven't kept up to date with active Chaska calcs or testing. You can ask Resh. Resh is a mod of mine that does a lot of Chaska min-maxing. I feel like Resh's feelings is going to be the same as mine, though, in that like the appeal of Chaska, especially a high-investment Chaska, is not having any one best team, but her ability to adapt to content. So, anyways, Melt if C1+. Yeah, I think it might still be Melt with C Lollicons in particular. Maybe without C Lollicons. I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, you know what? I just respect at this point. Would I use this Farina build? Fuck no. Fuck no. What does my Farina build even look like? No, we're not getting distracted. Sorry. But like, you know, this thing gets used being a pretty blue stick on other characters. And I very much like my tenacity build on. I really like my Farina tenacity. Look at this. 75, 164, 250. Ah. Bless me heart, I love this build. But anyways, so I wouldn't touch this build with a 1,000-foot pole, but I respect it. That's all. Anyways. Also, sorry. I interrupt your Farina review. I know you paid for this, but why does it look desaturated? I think it's just the camera being camera. I paid for that. Yeah. What's on shoot? You just chill. Alright. Car low on fuel, yep. Oop. What are the characters we're looking at? Sorry. Hu Tao. Ooh, a Hu Tao. Ballad Hu Tao. C1. Nice. I like that pretty much everyone who had Hu Tao can now get C1 Hu Tao for free. So everyone can universally acknowledge, yep, C1 Hu Tao is just more pleasing to play. There is two creatures. Yup. I lost to Chaska's bow trying to get Linnea's weapon in a temple away from a 5-star, so I've been just considering pulling for her. My account is on the newer side, so she'd be my 1 nat land. I mean, if you want options, at least you'll at least get temporary value from Chaska, most likely, as long as you have off-fielders to pair with her. For like clearing Papilla, for example, in the current Stygian, if that matters to you. But I don't know. I got bored of her for what it's worth. Like, I don't really like Chaska's gameplay that much. She's interesting to think about, and then boring for me to play. At C0 at least. I'm sure I'd get more value if I had cons, but yeah. Jump cancels are a thing of the past, yeah. Anyways, so yeah, Ballad R5 is interesting, and in case anyone's not aware, it gives a whack ton of EM, so it is a very good option for her. This is obviously an MH build, which, yeah, duh, with Farina, it makes sense. I have no idea. I am sure Hu Tao's best team nowadays is technically some wheelchair format where Hu Tao does 30% of the team damage, but who cares about that? That's lame. So yeah, I don't know. This is just a really healthy Hu Tao. Look at the 47, 46. This is 159 EM in substats with the EM from this, yeah, Jesus. I'm pretty sure with the EM from this and the EM and substats, HP time base should be better. If you're doing whatever reaction things with Hu Tao, like with Homa, usually the relationship would be that Homa makes EM better than HP, but this I think is the inverse where HP should be better because it gives so much EM. Yep, so this is just especially with the substats here. This is just a really good build. And very well balanced around 4-piece MH giving free crit rate, obviously. And they recognize that, like, this is kind of the ideal goblet for Hu Tao on MH, right? So it's awesome that you have that. And, yeah. And Bina. Codex, yep. Serenade, yep. Oh, Victor Low in there, just Vic. In their message said best duo. I think they're playing Columbina and Frina with Hu Tao, which I suppose makes sense. It should work well. I wonder, what do you do in the last slot? You probably do you play a Nefa in the last slot? Slowest reviewer in the West. 1,000 bits. Thank you for the 1,000. I should really set up alerts so that you can have like a voice alert. I'm not a biggest fan of a lot of streams that have super prominent voice alerts, to be clear, so I probably would keep it like a little bit pricier to have voice alerts. Like I'd have a sound effect, to be clear, that probably has donations in general, but like read out your entire message. But anyways, thank you for the $10 and the insult, I guess. Or maybe as a compliment, I don't know. You said you like falling asleep to my stream, so maybe you just want to hear me yapping. Hire your cats for sound effects. I could maybe do that. How much do you think he charge? How much do you charge? Oh, he's twitching. No answer. Food? Yeah. Anyways. Sorry. We're getting distracted again. I think that's it. So thank you. Thank you, Vic. Yep, your Bina is very good. Obviously, she gets free crit, so yep. Anyone else feel like it's weirdly annoying to min-max Columbina? I think I just have a problem with the difference in what kind of builds you need for different teams. And the fact that she gets so much free crit rate means she needs weirdly specific artifacts to just her. Whether you're main DPSing her, playing her in teams where she needs more ER, and then playing her in team contexts where she doesn't really need ER, but she's off-field. And then there's weird shit mixed in top of it, where fucking Golden Troop, like, when Columbina released, one relevant thing to do with Columbina that multiple people said they did after I advised them to, was use a Golden Troop build in Columbina against the stupid Crab, because just Columbina's Hydro Vaporized damage from her normal skill Hydro damage was a potentially very good option for a lot of people. That's 4 damn builds, with different potential stat needs, with different team contexts, and different use cases. Ah! To be clear, Golden Troop isn't that relevant, but it's funny that you can, like, yoink your... Like, if you've abandoned Golden Troop for Tenacity Farina, you can, like, put your Farina pieces on Columbina, and it's situationally potentially very relevant. So, anyways. I could sub, but I like Taco Bell ads. Alright, Palooza. Palooza is quickly becoming my favorite weird chatter. Hello. Anyways. I don't know. I feel like Columbina is weirdly a pain in the ass. Like, you would think a character that gets 40% crit rate for free as an off-fielder is not that much of a pain in the ass, but just the conjunction of figuring out whether or not you care about energy, what artifacts you care about, depending on the enemy and team context, and then there's the main DPS Columbina building problem. It's just like, oh my god. And if your carrots what the problem is there, she basically just wants crit damage. It's basically just crit damage, and maybe ER is a nice bonus. But it's basically just crit damage, because all of like Columbina main DPS damage value basically comes from scaling up Lauma's buff as much as possible, which is just crit damage stats. It's basically just crit damage stats. Ugh. And crit rate, obviously. but it's barely in a crit rate with the Night Sky set. So it's pain. 40 crit rate how? Oh, whoops. Fucking, how long would I not have that build up on screen? Whoops, that was my bad. Anyways, oh, and you subscribe, but now you don't get taco ads, Palooza. I've been here before. Yeah, you're just more active today, it seems. But thank you for the thank you for the subscription. To avoid Subway ads, I understand. Rip Taco Bell ads. Anyways, I think I just alternate Golden Troop, Tenacity Farina with Columbina. Interesting. I haven't even considered Tenacity Columbina. Jesus. Tenacity Columbina is probably optimal with a high investment Flins. I don't know what investment Flins, but probably some investment on Flins is optimal on. I don't know. Anyways. So, yeah, Columbina gets 40% free crit rate because she has crit rate Ascension. And then it takes a couple, it takes like the first rotation to build it up, to be clear. But after the first rotation, as long as you don't forget to press her skill like I do sometimes, you keep up 5% crit rate with 3 stacks. That's another 15%. So she starts at 24 point, what is it, 24.6? No, it's 24.4. Sorry. And then add 15 to that, so just under 40% crit rate, right? And main DPS Columbina, by the way, you get 10% crit rate from Llama, because, of course, why not? So you're at 50% crit rate at a baseline, plus the artifact set for Columbina means you're at 80% crit rate at a baseline for Columbina. And that means, or sorry, Columbina main DPS with Llama. And that means you want like 20% in crit rate and subs, which is not, it's a little bit of wiggle room. It's something, it's okay. But it's just like, she needs completely fucking different builds depending on different contexts. And it's a nightmare. Oh, you also gifted a sub to Angel Flight. Thank you. Belusa's just feeling very generous today. I appreciate it. Your Twitch always gives me Wingstop at low-key evil. What? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does Wingstop help? Is this new Gen Alpha slang I'm not aware of? What is Wingstop? Anyways. Triple HP worth it for Bina DPS at C6? I think with her Sig in general, HP Circlet can beat out. Like, to be clear, this was calcs I did. Like, I have my default Bina build personally. Because the only time I care about Serenade, generally speaking, is if I need to min-max Nefer, which I don't really have to do that often. So I am fine with leaving Bina on my preferred Albeid build, where I can min-max her around not needing any energy recharge. And this is an HP Circlet build. Because I got this randomly from the domain, and for me to get a better crit circlet, like I basically calculated a crit circlet that was crit damage main stat, the same amount of crit rate, right? So my crit rate value didn't change at all. So I had more crit damage, and then I also assumed like 3 HP percent rolls, and it was still worse if I recall. Why no ER? Because my favorite team to play Columbina at a default is actually Raiden, Nefa, Columbina, Sucrose. And Raiden refunds energy to Columbina, so even when Columbina is solo Electro, or solo Hydro, Raiden, at least with her Sig, makes it so she needs no ER. I believe Raiden bursting with Columbina, with that team, if you're, say, using, so like if I didn't get her Sig, I would use, where is it? The Battle Pass weapon. Yeah, Sacrificial Jade, which obviously require different balance of stats. This, I believe, would want like 10 to 20 ER or something, like very, very low with Raiden. Like, Raiden energy refunding is functionally buffing Columbina by enabling bursting every rotation. So, yeah, I don't know. I find it more enjoyable to min-max Columbina around Albeid like that. Also, yeah, fun fact in case you weren't aware, Hydra Goblet is actually like barely worse than HP Goblet in Columbina. And having this I randomly got from the freaking last Abyss cycle or something. It was an unexpected, here you go, have a random good rare good artifact from Abyss, and I was like, okay, try this on Columbina then. versus my off-piece situation I was doing before. And it was better because, well, no, sorry, I was using a I was using a lower substat quality HP piece, but I also calced it and whatever, and yeah, you lose a little bit of lunar damage, but like you gain in her normal hydro damage, and so it's actually like pretty much a wash, and therefore you should choose it based on whatever is most enjoyable, or the best crit balance for you, I should say. But I also say most enjoyable because Columbina on Hydro Goblet is fun if you do Burgeon Columbina. Just saying. Burgeon Columbina, because you're burgeoning, you get vaporizes on Columbina, and Columbina can hit like 200k plus easily. She can hit freaking like 80k vaporizes on her skill. Like, anyways. Reviews his own account. I'm yapping about Columbina. I'm using my Columbina as an option, as an example. Anyways. You saying I should put a Hydro Goblet on now? I mean, if you end up playing, if your favorite main DPS Columbina team ends up becoming a Burgeon team, honestly, yeah, I think it's more enjoyable. Like, I think the loss in a little bit of lunar damage relative to the gain you see from seeing bigger Hydro damage numbers is more fun. But at a C6 Columbina investment, I don't know exactly what happens there. Cause does this only affect after characters based on elements involved, the character damage of this corresponding elemental damage done by all online. Crit damage increase. Does C6 Columbina only benefit lunar damage? After characters trigger a lunar reaction based on the elements involved, the crit damage of the corresponding elemental damage. No, it buffs your non-lunar damage too. So yeah. Anyways. Thank you, Vic. We should do another random one. But yeah. I don't think it's something you have to hunt for, per se, is my point. But anyways. Columbina has no fucking universal build. There's no way to review her properly, is my point. This is a good Columbina. Anyways. Let's do another random. Get rid of the control F. Alright, 168. Sorry, 169. Wrong thing. Crap. Also, here, this is gonna be a cat blessed one. We're gonna click the stop button with DD being featured. Also, my ugly face. I'm fucking reflective ass monitor. Anyways, BAP 17. What the? Okay. Oh, you couldn't see it. Wait, fucking, you couldn't even see it. God damn it, because I had the thing up. Good. Well, I guess you didn't get to see my face. Whatever. Freaking 17. I've hopefully only gotten one that rolled higher. I can't. Whatever. RNG is weird today. I'm sorry, anyone that did submitted later. Gamba is not on your side today, but maybe that means your bad luck today. You'll get an early 5-star next. Surely that's how it works, right? I can choose Nilu Star. All right. Don't know if Nilu Star is still here, but they let me choose. That means we can do it quicker. We'll do another one. Okay. Well, that's the C6 Nilu. Hello. Yeah, I was gonna say, doesn't her crit rate increase? So this is overcount, right? Yeah. Did they not realize the crit rate increase? So, how are you even gonna review all 170? In what reality was I? Look, if I did 5 minutes for each, which is lower quality reviews, if I did 5 minutes for each, the stats factor in the showcase, and includes the crit rate from this. I guess this is guaranteed crit always. It's not conditional. So I guess it makes sense. Yeah, why would I have a raffle if I was gonna do them all first in place? But also, if I did, like, let's say 170 times 5 minutes is 850 minutes divided by 60, I'd be here for 14 hours. 14 hours if I did 5 minutes for everyone. Like, that's not possible. I'm sorry. That's why we do random selection. Anyways, and yeah, minus one review because of this rant. Like, in my brain, you think my brain can do that? Ain't no way. Anyways, so we do higher quality randomly selected reviews, and then lose my sanity slowly with my backlog because people like Sylveon, thank you for the 30, I almost said 70, 39 months. Shalonen almost perfect. Keep on donating and then make me keep on getting more and more behind. Anyways, if it does factor in the crit, I guess then this is basically a perfect build. I guess it must be factoring in the crit, right? Because that's 31 plus so 40, yeah, it must be adding. Okay. I just didn't wait. Is it adding the crit damage? Crit damage seems weirdly low, I guess, but no, I guess no. It makes sense. Sorry, it's a Cube Cautious Soup build, dumbass. Of course, it makes sense. That's yeah. Okay. Stoopies. I know it's stoopies. I wasn't adding any crit from an artifact set. I was just adding whatever. Anyways, sad attack percent rolls there, but other than that, I mean, this is a very good Nilou build. I assume they're trying to land vaporizes or whatnot. Well, or whatnot. That's the main scaling EM reaction you can do with Hydro. So yes. Until, by the way, wait. Anyone else quite frankly annoyed with the information that we have, like supposedly Stellar Conduct is going to be real, Stellar Swirl, and then supposedly they are actually going to, I don't know if it's going to be only with new character kits. It's probably only with new character kits, right? In Snezhnaya, to be clear. But we can cope that it might not be, particularly for the Dendro reaction. Supposedly there's going to be a Dendro Cryo reaction. You forgot about a fucking cryo reaction, Hoyoverse. Are you telling me we're going to go from Hydro reaction gimmick year to cryo reaction gimmick year, and neither fucking year gets a goddamn freeze buff? Freeze is shit. Freeze is the shittiest reaction in the game at this point. Escoffier is not a freeze buff, Hoyoverse. Make the reaction do something. Anyways, your game has gone past, like, freeze for a couple of years was a good reaction, and it was a cool reaction. Like, it wasn't based on doing damage, it was based on just whatever. At this point, change the damn way the freeze reaction works. And, like, at least with, like, releasing new characters. But it's like, honestly, you want to know why I think they don't want to do it? I think they don't want to, like, release a unit that makes Skirk stronger, because if they release a unit, again, that makes old units stronger, it makes it less likely they're going to pull the new units. I think that's why they don't want to do it. Anyways. I do have a main, Mr. Fox, man. Who's your main? Better not be Escoffier. Anyways, I blame Escoffier and I blame Skirk if we don't get Stellar Freeze. That's all. Anyways. This is a good Nilou. I don't have much else to say, other than, like, I don't know. We'll see what Nilou can do in the future. I wonder. No, I don't know. I was gonna like ramble about like some buff potential for Nilou, but I doubt it's gonna happen. Anyways, that was a simple review. Nice Nilou. I imagine this is one Nilotus. You want the review the most on, anyways. 10 out of 10 Nilou. I respect the dedication. I have no idea what kind of damage it gets. Well, maybe not a 10 out of 10 Nilou, because, you know, a couple dead stats here and there, but, you know. And by a couple, I mean, like, 1 or 2. Not counting the death rolls, right? Those are just, there's no rolls in them. Just two bad rolls there, whoop-de-doo. Basically perfect Nilou. Anyways. Capitano gets revived and do a Shatter DPS, yeah. Oh, yeah, if Shatter doesn't get any love, if they're doing a cryo reaction year and Shatter gets no love, also will be salty. And it probably won't get any love. Why? Because Shatter's related to Freeze! And whatever. Anyways. Let's do another random one since that was a short one. 173 now. Is it gonna be very early again? Who knows? Bam. Ow. Actually, how? Is this site broken? I don't understand. It's not broken. I mean, it's just, what weird RNG? Okay. What? Soup. Alright. Skirk, Veressa, Nefer, or Flints. Your pick. Alright. Skirk, Veressa, Nefer, Flints. Oh, yeah. Was not on the list. Ever. Haunting Frost. Seems like a pretty good Nefer. Yep. Don't have much to say about it. It's 1 crit rate roll over cap, but very healthy crit. I don't know. Skirk. A very low crit rate Skirk, I feel like. But you know what? If you can deal with the RNG, I respect it, I guess. Decent bit of attack. Oh, flimsy boy. You know what? I'm looking at them all because I wanted to glance at them to figure out what one I wanted to yap more about. Honestly, I don't know if there's that much to yap about the build, so I'm gonna look at all 4 of them, glance at them, and then pick out the one I like the most, and just give like this one is the better than the other one. I don't know why I'm contemplating this so hard. It's a Codex for Ressa, so she's 10% overcapped. You're 7% under 100% crit rate. A little chunk of that. You have an EM timepiece worth of EM. Which is funny. Accidentally have a perfect 100. Or sorry, 107. Got a Hydro Goblet for you if you'll accept my gifted subs earlier for a single review. Sure, we can look at that quick. I think your best build is Nefer. Because the other ones all have like meaningful improvements, and like ER for more crit rate would be ideal. This is a low crit rate build. This one is a little weird in the balance of, I mean, we learned that apparently this is a top 70% Flynn's. Joking. It's probably like a top 30, apparently. But it's still insane. This feels like it should be better than a top 30, but whatever. It's a good Flynn's. Like, I don't think there's any, I wouldn't have any issues using this Flynn's, right? Same thing with the Verasa. But I think your Nefer build gets my vote for the best one. There we go. Little bit of a more different one. I don't have much else to say about these builds. I think they're all pretty well balanced, like good investment builds. They're builds I'd be like, yeah, I'm comfortable stopping at this point. Anyways, Ure with the gift subs requested a quick Hydro Goblet glance at their Columbina Goblet. 31 crit damage. Hydro Goblet. A 42 crit rate. I think. Yeah, you know what? I don't know where your goblet was before, Ure. Oh, hello. Thank you, Recall GGD. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Appreciate it a lot. Offer my Dark Lord, soul to the Dark Lord of Hoya uplifted Chongyun. That'll be it's Sandrone. It'll be Stellar Conduct. Don't worry. Anywho's. No way Flynn's is bursting consistently. Oh wait, did he not have ER? I mean, that's 120 ER. Is that not fine with Homa? Does he need more with Homa, I guess? Maybe I'm too used to looking at, or thinking about Flynn's with Sig. Yeah, you might want a little more ER, I suppose. That's true. So, I don't know. That doesn't change my verdict. The Nefer build is the best build. Anyways. Yeah, he needs like 140-ish without Sig, if I recall. Ideally. Potentially more, actually, post-Columbina, right? Because... yeah, so Flynn's is probably the build then that you maybe need to improve the most, because if you're not doing as short a field time as possible with Flynn's, it can like really significantly affect your functional DPS. Assuming you're playing Flynn's in FF Sucrose Columbina, to be clear. If it's a slightly different team variant, it matters slightly less. So, anyways, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say strongly, but yeah, if you're playing if you do end up playing like with Burgeon, like whatever shenanigans I did originally with main DPS Columbina, I think you might enjoy the Hydro Goblet more than an HP Goblet. But realistically, the overall experience is not going to be vastly different, I don't think. So I wouldn't really stress about it. But if this is a better balance of crit for you, I would use this one. I think this is a good fit Goblet potentially. But yeah. No Anefa? What do you mean no Anefa? We haven't had an Anefa review yet today, have we? Anefa is being neglected by all of you! Alright, anyways, let's do... We just did 2 random ones. Well, this was a donation one technically, but it's a very simple one. So, before I get 7 miles behind, also I think I missed Jason's membership renewal. Thank you, for being a member for 11 months. Gonna look at a Nubilette from Speedy. Thank you for the $10 reduce. I can donate so you can see my bad character. I mean, Palooza, I think you gave gifted subs. You can just give me your UID if you want me to see a bad character quick. If you don't have the game installed, though, you do have to have the game installed for me to be able to look at it and like look at the profile. I think, unless you had the profile configured before. Anyways, +7 crit rate and -6 crit damage. Interesting. I mean, you weren't maxing. The other one might be better just for having 100% crit rate, basically, right? So, yeah, the other one might be better because of that. But I don't know. I would play around with it when you get Lauma and see what one you prefer more. So, anyways, Nivelet. Are you gonna say crit can be better and close the tab though? What do you mean? What? 5-piece? Oh, is this 5-piece? No, it's not 5-piece. Enka has an issue sometimes where it doesn't display one of the artifacts properly. I don't know why it does this. Anyways, hey, speaking of the high investment Nubilette builds that maybe over prioritize crit damage over other stats. To be clear, they have a lot of HP and substats, and they have an HP goblet, so I think it's fine. I don't think the difference between HP and crit circlet really matters. The 0 ER matters, probably, though. I feel like the 0 ER is kind of potentially problematic. I don't know if Speedy is still here, but hopefully they'll be able to watch the VOD. Oh, for Pulu. Yeah, you're correct, yes. So, anyways, what kind of ER you target nowadays with Nuvilet's various forms of pair him with whatever off-fielder teams, your Linnea teams, your Inefa teams, your Biscofier teams, I don't know, right? But you probably want some ER, assuming you're spending a bunch of field time on him at least, so, yeah. With 42k HP, crit damage should be better? Alright. Good to know. Good to know. I kind of figured that. Also, what the... Look at this feather, Jesus Christ. It's a freaking 50... What is it? Oh, God. Do I want... I don't even want to do the math. Sorry, but it's a 31 to 52. It's a 52 CV with a freaking high HP roll. What the actual hell? Alright, yeah, this is a very good build. Anyways. Just where the hell is your ER? What does all this crit value do for you? If you can't like do beam, right? No? I think you're busy, Easy. It might be a bit. If anyone did donations, you have to wait. My apologies, but the VOD will be on YouTube and Twitch. I don't need it. I'm fine with my rotation. You know what? Here. Chat, I'll let you decide. You know what? Speedy, you're in the YouTube chat. I'm gonna let Twitch give you the verdict. /poll. I'll give you the... I don't play Nubilette enough nowadays to commentate. So... /poll. Is it enough ER? Yes. No. And we'll do 2 minutes. Alright. 2-minute poll. Is it enough ER? Vote, Twitch. I don't know. My gut said no. It definitely would have been no in the past. But nowadays, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's more workable. And it depends what kind of weird team you're using with him is. So, yep. And he can do weird dynamic rotations too. So, I don't know. It's weird. Linnea be good for DPS Albedo? Yeah, probably, but just on a level. I think Durin might be more relevant, maybe, if you don't have Durin already. I don't know. I think C2 Albedo is most relevant for for DPS Albedo. I haven't thought of much ways to do meaningful main DPS Albedo, like on-field Albedo though. Anyways, was there another unit we're looking at? Sorry, from Speedy. Let me check. Oh, and Never. We can look at Never quick. All right. Never. Well, chat gives a verdict. Obviously, I don't know. It's an insanely high investment Nubulette build as far as the crit value goes. Whoops, happened. Where did the Oh, I'm dumb. What am I doing? I don't need to enter a new UID. C1 Never with not 100% crit rate. How dare you? How dare you miss a crit 1 in every 1,000 hits? Not 1,000 hits. 1 in every 300. 1 in every 300 hits. You're really sad. No, I think you're fine. Anyways, that's a hecking lot of EM substats for how much crit value you have. This is a disgusting build. All right. How dare you have 1-2 defense rolls, though? Are you even trying, to be completely honest? I don't know. That's all I have to say to a build like this. Are you trying if you have a defense build? 2 defense stats? Anyways. Alright, what's the result of the poll? 41 votes, 73% said no. I'm sorry, Speedy. But you know what? I don't really care. More power to you. If you think you're fine with it, you're clearing difficulty 5 of Stygian Onslaught. Who cares? Who cares? You're already clearing regardless, right? But it might be something to keep in mind if you end up struggling to clear in the future. There you go. I should be ashamed. I mean, some people would be proud of disagreeing with Twitch chat, so, you know. Anyways, close the poll. All right, and we'll do another random one. How many donation reviews do I have? Only 5. I'm not that far behind, chat. I'm not that far behind. Yay, we're catching up. Okay, we're catching up. How much time do I have? I got time. We still got hours. At least 2 more hours. Okay. Let's see how many lines do we have. We got 177. Is it gonna do a really early one again? Surely not. I can't believe we've gotten like 8 early ones and not like in one that was like 137. What has happened? Pulu? Oh, okay, sure. Only fine, Pulu. We'll do a Pulu review. Honestly, I don't know what I expected. Your crit value is non-existent. Does she get free crit? No. The crit value wise, not great. Artifact choice, 10 out of 10. I don't know what else to say. Like, melt the Scofier and Lava Walker for the memes? Why not? Why not? Like, you know what? You could have shown me something that I could have disliked, and you just showed me something funny. That's all. Even has enough ER to burst. Generally speaking, it's really funny. I don't know what to. And her artifact set doesn't matter enough, even with the C6 probably. I mean, it probably does. I don't know. She's probably doing enough damage at C6. Wait, does she have to be on field to do this? If she does, it's kind of cooked. No, she does not have to be. So. Well, then it probably means you should use a different artifact set. I used it with C6 Durin. You know what? Perfect. 10 out of 10. I like it. There you go. Bam. Holy shit! It's not an early one. Jesus. 149. Zmos. What? Only Mulan. All right. Crazy. I can't believe it. We're looking at someone that didn't submit 17 years ago. Whoops. Tapped out of my window by accident. Where is I said Albedo almost for a second. Mulan. C1 Mulan, nice. This is a weird constellation. It's a good one, to be clear. It just gives her more frontloader damage than the first one, right? Yeah, yeah. You have perfect crit. You have a hacking lot of EM and so this is a ridiculous Mulan. What the hell? Yep. Jesus. Like your one bad roll you have on this build is a roll that still technically benefits her. Like, oh no. I think I've seen this Mulan. Zmos does give me the vibe of a somewhat... I understand it. I've wanted to do it too when I've gotten really good builds in the past. I wanted to go and flex it to people. I understand. This is a ridiculously good build. Is there Mulan leaderboards? We don't care. Never mind. We're soft boycotting Akasha. No Hydro Goblet. Oh, I guess that might be the one problem with the build. That's true. I didn't even notice that. I have no idea how bad. I if I recall, Hydro Goblet is decently better on her. I don't know how much decently better, right? Relative to like the substat quality you get here. So 3 wasted substat Mulan. I mean, saying it's 3 wasted substats is a bit weird. Like what? There's like 1 substat here, 1 substat here, and then 1 substat here. Like I guess this could have been HP percent, sure. This couldn't have been HP percent because it's an HP goblet, but you know, if it was a Hydro Goblet with HP percent here instead, sure. And then this, what stat could this have been? Flat HP? Like really? We're splitting the difference of like, you could have had a flat HP roll here. How dare you? I mean that is what we do when we see builds this good. We make fun of them for not being perfect builds. How dare you not min-max perfectly? How dare you have exactly 100% crit rate, but not have flat HP on your perfect circlet? Disc. Or ER, that's true. True Mulan builds burst every rotation, even though bursting can be a DPS loss. Because like a lot of min-max Mulan gameplay, if you're not aware, uses a burst to replace a like Sharky bite hit because you run out of like buff uptime for doing things usually. So it's just like you use the burst to replace a Sharky bite hit because the burst has a higher motion value than a Sharky bite hit. So, and you don't want to extend your rotation or whatever. But it depends because she's weird and she can adapt to enemies in interesting ways. Mulan is like one of the weirdest characters to min-max in the game. And I have a lot more respect for Mulan min-maxing than Mawika min-maxing. Just saying. I think it's more impressive. But anyways, thank you, Jason, for the $5. It'll be you are 17,000 years in the waiting line. We'll get to you eventually. It's a joke. Probably more like an hour. Anyways, let's do the next donation in line. Aquas. Aqua, why did you do this? Aqua typed out their UID. Aqua's message is 763 Dahlia 705 Emily Farina 911 Anefa. Why? Why? Got Kanich instead of Mulan, biggest mistake. C2 he's permabench. I mean, yeah, Nicole's probably a good get. Anyways, Aqua's making me type this in manually. 763 705 911. I feel like we looked at Aqua's characters yesterday, but anyways, I tried a ton of different ways to say it. I see. Wait, did like YouTube not? Oh, YouTube wasn't letting you. I see. Okay, YouTube forced you to be a troll. That's funny. I don't get why did it not let you? Because most other people, when they do a donation, are able to put their UID on without a problem. It's very weird. Okay, YouTube just didn't really like Aqua. All right. Yeah, I know some other people have but I saw like Ichigo send it like with spaces in between, but then there's like 18 other messages I have that have the full number together. I don't know, freaking weird. So maybe because it looks like a phone number. Yeah, maybe that could be why. Anyways, we're looking at, what are we looking at? Sorry, Dahlia, Emily, Farina, and Nefa. Okay, Dahlia, Miss Splitter Dahlia. Let's go on MH. Well, I mean, look, he does have a whopping 700% multiplier on burst activation and a 400% multiplier on skill activation. So as far as DPS Dahlia, trampoline, vaporize, nuke go, bam. He'll get a big hit. I feel like you probably use an EM timepiece though. Because I don't... What are you doing with DPS Dahlia other than just getting like a screenshot hit, right? I feel like you should EM timepiece. But this is also a really good attack timepiece, so I get it. And I don't know, maybe you have enough EM buffs going on. But it's fine, maybe, I suppose. Chungyun, C1, Effie. Oh, wait, you're playing with a Escoffier team. Interesting. Slightly unexpected. But I suppose that works. Also, I hate to break it to you, Aqua. Did you know that C1 Escoffier doesn't buff Dahlia? I put 19 characters on Lava Walker? Good God, alright. What? It works in Chungyun's infusion. Yes, you do get the 60%. Okay, Aqua, I have a more specific question for you. Did you pull C1 Escoffier for buffing Dahlia? I hope not. I sincerely hope not. He gets like 50% damage ownership. What is your Farina and Escoffier doing? I mean, that should be pretty decent. Doesn't he only have like 2 damage instances? He only does Q damage. And then he does 2 instances. He does 800 motion value. He does 16. He does like generous. He does like 1500% motion value in an 18-second rotation. And he's doing 50% of the team's damage? Really? I got it going for Dahlia cons. I see. Okay. I understand. Effie's on scroll. Well, I'm not going to call it optimal. But you know what? I respect it. I will never do this because fuck the popcorn, okay? I'm sorry. This character does not deserve my respect. But I respect that you respect him enough to make him get a big number. And enough to care more about big number on him that you just completely, you know, even though it's probably optimal in this case to put Farina and Escoffier on damage builds, you keep them on buffing builds. Much respect. Pretending Dahlia is like Skirk. So there you go. We're looking at Emily, Farina. Farina quick. Glance at Farina. The Farina's good. Yeah, this is just a really solid tenacity build. Heavy and ER. You've copied my Farina, basically. So I can't say I dislike it at all. I quite like it. I absolutely understand using this build and never ever touching your build ever again. But again, with Dahlia, it might not be the optimal thing for what it's worth. So catapult plunge on Dahlia, it's not worth it. But think about it again, Aqua. What is Dahlia's plunge multipliers? 273%? With a cryo infusion? That's pretty big damage. I feel like if you're gonna play DPS Dahlia, why not trampoline? I don't know. His normal attack like values are low enough that it can't be such a big difference to lose some motion value from normal attacks versus plunging most of the time. I say just do the stupid trampoline most of the time, right? Anyways, Emily. Why is your Emily not level 90? How dare you, Aqua? How dare you? You watch Mies? Aren't you a mod for Mies? You watch Mies, and you watch me, and your Emily is still level 81? Thank you, Comey. Or is that... Yeah, Comey lol. Thank you. We'll get to your thing in a little while. Priorities? Your priorities are backwards! But anyways, your build's decent, at least. Emily should be level 100. Exactly. Your Mora situation is horrible. Go farm some ley lines. Sorry, anyways. If it sounds like I'm being a butthole to Aqua just because I know they're a regular enough viewer. Uncrowned too. Yeah, actually, yeah. Freaking level 7, 8. Like, at least if the Chronicle banner is currently here, you could like pretend to hide around the facade of like, oh, I just got Emily. I haven't had the resources to level her up. But like, you've had Emily for like a year. You've had Emily for a year. I judge you guilty of being a fake Emily enthusiast. That's all. Anyways, I'm mostly being silly. But, you know what? Everyone will realize, not everyone. People are already, at least, with all the stupid Nicole Doom posting, at least people realize that, yeah, Emily being able to get an off-field buff from a Pyro unit, pretty good for her. So, Emily teams with Nicole, yay. Caught? Yeah. We did catch you. Level 72 Linnea. Anyways, I understand, like, yeah, resource issues are pain. That's a very good Linnea. Although, my brain was, I guess, maybe it's not that insane. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Is a well-balanced Linnea. Anyway. You didn't ask for Linnea review. Did you ask for anyone else? Anefa. Hey, first Anefa review. Let's go. Quick Anefa review, and then we'll do another random. 9155. 175. I mean, she burst every rotation. On Serenade. It's definitely a more supportive-oriented Anefa, but that's fine. I don't have much qualms with that. That's basically what I did with Anefa before Albade existed, so I only really cared about min-maxing her damage after Albade. Before that, I was just like, I like her buffing more. I like EM buffs. But now, it's fine. It is fine to run no ER on her, in my opinion. But if you still want to do this, I have no qualms with it. So, you know, I don't have much interesting to say about it, basically. You got a healthy chunk of attack percent, though. That's very nice. It's a little bit obviously imbalanced. I think you're technically in a situation where I think it would be a little bit better to sacrifice a couple crit rolls for crit damage, but we're talking like 1 or 2. It's not that imbalanced, right? And also I think you have a little bit more ER than you normally need. I don't think you need any ER substats with Serenade and Skyward Spine for most of NFS teams to burst every rotation. That's a factor as well. But yeah. Anyways. Have I had the resin to touch Albay that much? That's fair. You should be spending it on ley lines. Next batch empty too in terms of pulls. Yeah, I think from what I heard it's about 60. The estimate. So, yep. Is the typical cycle. Anyways, you have to pay for an account review? No. We're doing a random one right now. I'm doing donation ones because I have donations on. And whoops, sorry. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. We'll do 125 and I'll do another one. 125 is going to be quick though because that was an accidental one. I forgot to check for new submissions to change the number. C3 NSA. Lonyon, uh-oh. Lonyon, Farazan, Emily, and Effa. Oh boy. Oh boy. We might be here a while. How do I get in the pool? Pinned link. Senza. Okay. Farazan. That's a, ooh, wow. That is a very, this Farazan gets good damage. And you even have an ER timepiece to still burn. This is okay. So you have Farazan on Chaska weapon, but I assume 4 balanced around DPS Lanyon. Interesting. I have no idea what kind of damage she gets with this with her charge attacks. She can trigger the full buff, right? And you can also get the burst damage bonus, so it's obviously a very good weapon for her. Would I use it over Fav? I don't know. I really like the Fab energy for Lanyon. Like I've tried teams with Lanyon without the Fab energy, and I become sad. So But I've said for a while, if your priority is like, you know, one of the fun things with DPS Lonyon, and one of the reasons to not use sacrifice on Lonyon, is if you want to prioritize doing more with Farazon, right? If you're enjoying Farazon more, you can do like a wizard build on Lonyon, makes her easier to build, get bigger numbers from her. Do one skill first every other rotation, and then switch to Farazon. If you have C6, which you do, you can do 2 skills sometimes. Switch to Farazon and prioritize more field time on Farazon, right? So, yeah. I have to share our personal email. You're not sharing your email with me. You're sharing your email with Google, which, if you already have a Gmail, Google already has your email. I don't collect your email. It's Google verifying your email to make it so that people can't like duplicate things, because otherwise someone could submit 20 times their UID, and I'd have to add like a filtering function, and that's just... Sorry, it's just for simplicity. So, anyways. Yeah, I assume that this is an interesting like middle ground DPS Farazon build. I like it. But it's hard to evaluate, and I'm not sure what to expect from it. I don't know what damage she gets. I can submit my UID 20 times using my 20 emails anyways. I mean, frankly, if I notice you doing that, I think the thing is, it's inconvenient to have to log into 20 accounts to do that. So I don't think many people are going to do that. And secondarily, if you do it and I notice it, I'll just not review yours at all. So, you know. Anyways. I think you've been slandered for artifacts and resin before. Soul did when he went on my account to do staging. It was one of his longest streams to date, just my account. Yeah, indeed. Indeed it was. And it was meant to be like a simple stream aqua. I have aqua trauma. Anyways. We yapped about Lanyon earlier. This is a really fucking good goblet for her. We yapped about Lanyon earlier. To be clear, I prefer Anima Goblet on her, but it's not bad to have a Cat Goblet when it's this good. Actually, that reminds me. Sorry for the yawn. I need to test Lanyon on the 50 CV Goblet, don't I? I haven't checked that yet. There's always infinite things for me to test with Lanyon. I need to test Prune. I need to test... Because yes, we can test Prune pretty easily, because we just need to, like, lower Farazon's damage a bit, and then add the hypothetical TDDS buff, and add the C6 Prune buff, and see if it's more damage. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, obviously you have a really healthy crit rate, a little low on crit damage, but other than that, for a VV Lanyon build, it's really good. I don't have much meaningfully else to comment on it. She's a Peleus to build. What's new? Yeah, the consideration would be maybe if you want to spend more field time on Farazon, you could just switch to Widzith, and then just, you know, burst every other rotation in 1 skill per rotation, or 2 skills when you have a C6 extra skill. Emily, quick. Lumideus, nice, 78,208, and you're not neglecting ER. I maintain, because Emily can be fun in a bunch of different team contexts. It'll depend on the team. If you play Emily in one team all the time and never any other team, okay, you can min-max her ER more, right? But for her more generic utility, I still maintain that even with her SIG weapon, you should actually have a little bit of ER in order to essentially ensure bursting of a rotation. So this is a great Emily build. Obviously, you couldn't min-max her damage more if someone else is on Deepwood and then put her on Reverie, but she can work really well on a Deepwood build too. So yeah, this is a nice Emily build. Well-balanced, heavy attack percent subs. Nice. 30% attack subs. Yeah. Obviously, it would be nice if your Goblet had crit damage, but whoop-de-doo, in my opinion. I don't know, this is a nice, really well-balanced Emily. And you have committed crimes for this circlet, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I would love this circlet. This is basically my Varka circlet, but if it rolled perfectly. And it did not. Is this quadruple max rolls? gotta check. 22.7 divided by 4. No. That is, I think this is 3 max attack percent rolls and 1 high roll. I think it's 5.8 plus 5.8 plus 5.8 plus 5.3. Yeah, yeah. Jesus. Alright. If you pull a character, just play them one specific team. Don't pull a character. I mean, I agree with you, Demio, but, you know. Particularly for off-fielders. I mean, on-fielders, to be clear, I absolutely understand if you end up finding, like... I generally play mostly one team with Lanyon, and if I end up liking Prune or Nicole better than Bennett or Farazan, it's some mix of those therein. I don't know. Could be both being replaced. Could be only one of them getting replaced. For various qualitative reasons. You know, I will default to playing that. But I will still recognize, you know, the value of having Farina for Lanyon for situations that might make sense or whatever, right? And Farazan and whatever. I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna feel about if Prune is better than Farazan. That's a weird one, but anyways. If we have time, I think I'll do unit reviews for another like hour and a half. If we have time, maybe we'll look into Prune for Lanyon instead of Farazan. We're not gonna do Prune and Nicole together. I don't want to do that right now. It's too many things to, it's too many stats to figure out. Anyways, sorry, Emily. What was it? Frick, my brain. Wait, was this a donation review? Frick, which one? 125. Oh yeah, this was meant. This was meant to be a quick one. Never. All right. Look, we knew it wasn't gonna be quick the moment I looked at Lanyon. Okay, it's fine. Never. Throw the 4 characters I really enjoy together and expect me to do a short review. How dare you? Working on Emily right now. Oh, I didn't even see you in chat. Sorry. Hello. Working on Emily Rivalry right now, but nah, Deepwood is notably better. Yeah, that's my situation too. Like, I have such a good Deepwood build that, like, I have a good enough Reverie build that it can be better to use Reverie situationally, but I have to, like, put Deepwood on someone else, and it's just a pain in the ass, so I just don't bother oftentimes. Oh, thank you for the donations. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I think in an hour-ish, I'm gonna have to just finish up all the donation reviews, but we'll see where we are in an hour. I'll continue to alternate, though. Anyways, Ineva. Katane, nice. This is a pretty... I think Katane, you can get away with less ER than this on a Serenade build, probably. But I don't remember exactly... I mean, well, I don't remember exactly because it depends on the team. I know with Dia, with Katane, it was possible with good energy management to run like a pretty low ER build, and with her being in the solo Electra unit. There was Favs on the team though, to be clear. Thank you, Arone, as well. Ignore my form submission if I do get randomly picked. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, it's a really good Nefa. It's a similar story to what we saw before with the other Nefa. This is just a better build than the other Serenade Nefa, functionally. Because this is a Katane build, so. Yeah, it's a really good Nefa on Katane. This covers basically any use case you could possibly have for a Nefa without like min-maxing the hell out of her damage, right? Because that's the real context. Is if you need to like try to clear Knuckle Duckle and Stygian Onslaught, well then min-maxing the Nefa's damage on Albade matters a bit more. Outside of that context, does it really matter that much? In my opinion, no. So yeah. That's personally my vibe. Right, oh yeah, this was the accidental pick, so we need to do another properly randomized one. Okay. 91. The Neva worth crowning. Most of her damage comes from her passive, so not on a damage level, but on a, if you want the shield level to be, you know, better level, or you're trying to eke out every little last bit of damage you can. I mean, technically, yeah, I guess, but no. No. Generally speaking, I would not crown an Nefa. I don't think I ever will crown an Nefa. Alright, Jenga Def. My Flynn's team. Alright, Columbia and Nefa Shalonen. DPS is around 460k. Alright. Flynn's and Nefa Shalonen. Is it a C2 Shalonen? It isn't my bad. It's a C6 Shalonen. Sorry, I assumed you weren't that whale. Like we have stumbled upon a Sylveon, like. A C2 Flins with a C6 Shalonen. Oh boy, okay. R5 too? Yeah, they went in hard into Shalonen. Let's go. Not even on Codex? What? What's with... Actually, yeah, what... is this broken? I don't know what's happening. Is this two-piece... Two-piece, no-piece, Mar Sussies? I assume that's broken. Or three-piece MH, whatever, yeah. Whoopsies. Is your Flynn C2 as well, Sylveon? Is this just a secret duplicate of your account? What's happening? Is it also a C6 in EFA? No, it's a C2 in EFA. Alright. Halo's not leveled up fully yet. It's fine. Wait. Well, okay. What is with the build? So this is a weird account. I'm sorry. It's AR-57. I guess that might be why. They might be a relatively... Like, this player might have started in Non-Cry, actually. They definitely spent some money, I think. To say the least. So, why aren't you doing stitching? Because stitching is closed. But yeah, they have 4-piece on Flins, and it's a good Flins build. Not insane. But you could actually have less ER than this on his SIG. Also R2 SIG. And yeah, but it's a decent Flins build. I don't know. Like I get the vibe that this is a player that started in Non-Cry-ish, and when you start, if you've started relatively recently, right, and you spend a bunch of money to acquire a bunch of characters, there is no fucking world where you have enough resin in that time to be able to properly build all those characters, right? UID is old, is it? Okay, well, I don't know. AR-57 is just a weird, I guess, yeah, it is an old UID. I don't know, this is a weird account. It's hard to get a vibe on this one. Oh boy, the Farina ER, yeah. Maybe they just like take big breaks in playing. I don't know. This is the type of thing where it's like, this is the player that's like, are they in chat, by the way? I haven't noticed them in chat. I miswrote my UID. It ends in 5, not 6. Okay. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Hopefully I will remember that. When it comes to it. Sage. What was I saying? Enka better than Akasha? Akasha is if you want to compare your builds to other people and pretend that comparative ranking in one context matters for evaluating builds. Enka is just a showcase site with a nice UI. So anyways, the good UI parts about Akasha are largely yoinked from Enka, by the way. Anyways, looks like they stopped playing in Natland, started again in Nogcry. Yeah, that could easily be it. Although random C6 Veresa, who knows? I don't know. This gives me the vibe of the type of money spender, the type of whale, whatever term you want to use, that spends more money than I feel like makes sense for how much they play. Like, if you spend a shit ton of money because you have the money and you enjoy Genshin, whatever, and like you min-max your characters' builds, I get it. But like, the thing that I don't, because I can't detach myself personally, right, from how constellations are just mostly damage increases most of the time, and like, I don't know why I would care about constellations if I care about getting cons for like the damage increase, which is sometimes I do want them for that. I also really care about min-maxing my characters, right? My builds. Like, they go hand in hand. It's like these weirdly, like, it feels like a mutually exclusive mentality. It's just foreign, the idea of like, the idea of getting constellations, but then Veresa's friendship level 1 and her build is, you know, it's confusing to me. But then that's why I was theorizing it could be explained by they just have acquired too many characters relative to the amount they can actually build properly. But I don't know. You don't think this suggests for us it deals more damage than this accounts for us? So probably not. But honestly, maybe. If you put a crit rate circle on this for us, it does more, right? Surely. So, cons versus artifacts. It's fine to have cons if you like your character. It's not really a problem. It's just playing a bit more can maybe help, but they don't have the time to play. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. Like if you don't have that much time to spend in Genshin, I'm surprised you feel it's worth spending this much money. It gives me the vibe of like, is this just a gambling problem or is this? I don't know. Like it's not a problem. I don't care. Like Kiwi enjoys the game enough. I don't care that she gets C6 characters or whatever, right? But I don't know. It's a weird account. It's hard to evaluate something like this. So I don't know. I don't know if Jankadev is still here and if they wanted meaningful advice on things. For what to focus on. They said their Flynn's team DPS is around 460k, which I believe with a C6 Columbina, C2 Flynn's, and Columbina's build for a random. I mean, at least they look for what it's worth. They have a smattering of good stats. Like it does show you, yeah, it's not the end all be all to have 4-piece bonuses. Now, if they had better builds going on everything, could they go from 460k DPS with the investment level here to like, I don't know, 600k? Probably, right? Again, it's just like the mindset is foreign to me. But do you actually need to do 600k? No. Obviously not. So, yeah, I don't know. For baseline for their investment level, it's fine, right? It's not needed to do anything in particular. So, Llama, you forgot to turn it off. Aqua, you're getting a 2-second Llama review. Anyways, thank you, Jankadev, for a look. It's always interesting seeing accounts like this. Like I hope you don't feel like I'm trying to insult your account. I'm just saying it's foreign. It's hard for me to get in the mindset of an account like that. Is all it really is. So, yeah. 1200 EM on a 2-piece with 204 ER. What the fuck? This is less ER than I actually prefer on Llama, but go away. Get it out of here. All right, let's do. I'm very behind in donation reviews. Ichigo's review is next up. Just Lisa and maybe Hutawa Ganyu and somehow top 1%. We'll glance at him. Yeah, 1200 EM exactly. I'd be willing to deal with energy problems most of the time for that. So, yeah. Lisa, yeah. Here, yeah. There you go. Judge it, Sylveon. It's a 4-piece TF. I think 4-piece TF doesn't really do much for her, if I recall. Potentially needs more ER. Yeah. I don't know what team they're using, but the stats are good overall, right? Couple bad rolls here. It's a good Lisa. I just don't know if the 4-piece is actually relevant enough versus just doing a 2-piece with better stat balance, right? The #1 Lisa IRC? Yes, Sylveon is #1 Lisa. So take her advice with a little bit of grain of salt. I show level 95 out of 100 because they leveled 95 their Lisa. But yeah, Sylveon is the most min-maxed you could possibly basically have Lisa. More attack rolls, really? Well, I don't know. What do you agree with me though? That like a maybe 2-piece TF, 2-piece attack would be the vibe to go with? Maybe? I don't know. It's interesting. Lisa's a weird character. Shorter rotation with C6 Lisa, does it? Like, I know you start with the full stack, so it's what, to do like a second hold E? You don't do a second hold E though, do you? Isn't C6 you just like kind of immediately switch on field and hold E on her? When abusing C2, Shalona and the refund evens out. Okay. Stupies generally was better for you. Okay. Interesting. I don't know. She's a weird character to think about. My brain is maybe too focused on what the skill cooldown reduction would do. It's not like the 4-piece does nothing in general for whatever reaction's going on, right? Starters are rarer than 5 stars. Yeah, you kind of gotta play for a long time and buy these from the shop most of the time to get them, or sometimes Chronicle banners. If you wished heavily on like a Mondstadt Chronicle banner, you could get them too. Is most likely, but yeah. I think about in like 3 or 4 starter characters from random standard banner pulls across 4 years. So that's not of a specific character. That's just any of them. But yeah. Anyways, Endgame probably isn't their concern. They're just happy to get the characters they like, so they enjoy. Yeah, which I get that. I just like it's the problem again. Like I can't detach myself from cons are just like damage increases and like I don't know. It's just the weird conjunction of things like why do people feel the need to like yes, I proved that I need to prove to this billion-dollar company and the rest of this gambling community that I adore Veressa more than someone else, so I spend money on them. I don't know. Like, is that what it is? Right? Responding to Twitch. Oh, he's been responding on Twitch, I see. I've been playing since October 2020. You get all 3 stacks instantly. Yeah. Also, fuck with it. I mean, yes, but I can understand why why Ichigo is using it. I don't know if they have a better option. I really want this character, so I'll get her. Like C6 though, but like why is C6? I don't know. It's fine. It's just like cons. All they really do is for combat stuff, and the amount of like non-combat players that get C6s is a little weird to me if they don't also like play the game a ton. But maybe that player that we were looking at before plays the game more than I expect. I have no idea. It's hard to get a vibe. Maybe they're like Kiwi, right? And they just play the game enough and that just makes sense. If you spend enough time in Genshin and it's just like your core hobby, I don't really care. I think it makes sense more than I understand. But is the weird like middle ground ones that I don't. If they don't spend a lot of time. But yeah. Anyways. Using her since 2020, she's one of my mains. Yeah. I mean, it's a very good crit value, or crit balance, I feel like, overall. But yeah, I don't know. What team are you using with her? Sorry, we're kind of having 2 conversations at once here. Let's go peek at who tagged on you. Or what team do you like the most? Yeah, I guess the crit damage is a bit low with Widza. It's fair. If you've been maining her this long, it is like a surprisingly low CV, I guess that's true. But you probably had priorities because, you know, you can be a main for a character, but also, you know, pulling other characters and building them too, right? Which takes away resources you could do from min-maxing Lisa, so I understand. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense if since 2020. Yeah, like is this the build that was built in 2020? Yeah, I'm curious. Is this a build you've used since 2020 and you just haven't like put that much resources since then? That makes more sense then, absolutely. 3 different teams aggravate electric charge with Freena. Okay, cool. Sorry. A little low on crit rate, but what's new in Hu Tao world? Is this enough EM and substats to make it? I think it is. I think this is enough EM and substats that probably is better to do HP timepiece, right? Not 100% positive though. But yeah, this is very crit RNG. I expect a crit rate circlet would be better, by the way. That's my assumption. Go to like 80-something% crit rate by swapping to a crit rate circlet, and if it's like a 20, if it's like less CV, right? If it's only like 20 crit damage, so just like a decent one. You go to like 80 something crit rate and then go to 240 crit damage. Like, I'm pretty sure that's quite a bit better. His EM might be borderline better than with the HP sends, but definitely test it. Yeah. Yeah, definitely worth testing. Thankfully, damage dummy exists, so you could just swap some. Wait, no, we can't add EM stats, can't we? Never mind. But yeah, it is a bit low crit rate for an MH town, for sure. And the game gives me a crit rate circlet. I mean, you can save elixirs for it, but it'll give it to you eventually, someday. But yeah, okay. If you don't even have a crit rate circlet, yeah, then that makes sense. That's fair. Yeah, you can save elixirs or just strongbox your life away until you get a not a good, but just a decent crit rate circlet. So yeah, crit fishing in 2026. Yeah, as time has gone on, especially like post Stygian, when having to min max more, especially with the older characters, like 80% is kind of my baseline. With the one exception is Lanyan, to be clear, because she has enough. She poops out enough numbers at a time, and I don't know. I have not. To be clear, if I could have 80% crit rate on Lanyan without sacrificing too much crit damage, I'm down. But I don't have the perfect pieces to be able to have like near 80% crit rate without sacrificing more crit damage than I prefer. And so I've just been fine with a little bit more of the RNG on Lanyan. So, anyways. Thank you, Volo. Gosh, we are super behind in donation reviews. We'll glance at Ganyu real quick. This seems to be a very healthy Ganyu. Ganyu gets 20% crit rate for free. Not factoring, like, if you're playing Freeze, Cryo Resonance. 20% or is it 15%? I don't remember. But seems a pretty healthy Ganyu. Why is your weapon not leveled up? Was your other weapons not leveled up? That one is. That one is. Why is it not leveled? It's fine. It's just slightly sad. Anyways. Obviously, I assume it's a Wanderer's Troop, so it's a Melt Ganyu. Oh yeah, I guess that means, yeah, so you're at, yeah. I think this is no problem for a Melt Ganyu. Mora. Ah, I see. I understand. That's fair, that's fair. Rip Lunar Freeze, I shall miss you. Yeah. Stellar Freeze might not even happen either. 100k more, oh boy. Everyone needs to go to the Leyline Mines. Anyways, nice Ganyu. Did you, wait, sorry, did you answer? Was this the same build you used since 2020? Save my elixirs for Lisa. That's fair, that's fair. I don't think you did. Oh well, that's fine. Alright, let's do a random one. Let's try, I gotta try to do some of these faster, sorry. We're getting very behind. 194. So. Bap. Sorry. What? Is this gonna stay up? Can I turn the camera on in time? Nope, I did not. Damn it. Well, okay. Oh, I also had that blocking. I guess you get free cat cam. I saw a go live notification on my Twitch dashboard over here. That was like, I'm not gonna lie. I might unfollow whoever that was. I don't know if I vibe with the title of their stream, but anyways. There you go. Start. Whoops. Put it on screen. Yeah, thank you, Valo. I'm a little bit behind in donation things, but we'll get through them. What was it? Big bold capital letters CUM. Bam. 188. Let's go. It's a recent one. Very recent, actually. Grumpsies, like your username, and it's just a simple Flins. Let's go. Mr. Sock stream? I don't know. I don't know who it was. I couldn't recognize him. I follow too many random people from raids. I usually feel like I usually feel like I don't know. People are usually nice when I raid them, and so I follow them, even if I don't necessarily intend to watch their content or whatever. And then that happens. Anyways. I started rebuilding my Lisa, but I also still try to build like 7 characters at once. Yeah, that's that if you build 1,000,000 characters at once, your resources just feel eternally split, and then you never can finish anything. So I understand. Anyway, this is a very good Flint. But apparently Akasha will think it's like top 5% because it's not perfect, is my assumption. We're only looking at Akasha leaderboards for Flints because they're funny. I don't know. No, it is top 0.6%. Why is all the Flynn's builds we've seen today are like top 30%, top 50%, and then top 1% builds? Very weird. I don't know. Anyways, okay. No, I thought it was very good, but then my intuition was thrown off from the earlier Flynn's builds. Anyways, it's a very from Grumpy's very Daddy's. Grumpy Flynn's is grumpy good. I don't know why I'm saying grumpy so much. I just like grumpy. Grumpy is a good word. No? Yeah. Some people might say you want a little bit more ER than this, I think, but I think it's fine. Most likely. Oh, I guess that's true. C1 Flynn's wants a little more ER. But to be clear, if you play triple electric like I do on polearms only, with an extra fab on the team, not a problem. They're probably not playing a polearms only team with triple electric though, so that's fair. C6 does not need it. Does he have a con that gives energy? No, he doesn't. C1 makes his energy needs higher, right? So I don't know. I could see it being fine and also not fine at the same time. So the weapon refinements. I mean, the refine gives 1 extra energy. 1. If I recall. I believe it goes from 12 to 13. You're gonna wish for low end as banner and polearms only? Yeah, almost assuredly. His kit works well enough without Hexeride to be worth going pretty all into. We'll be doing it. Right, kit and shifting. He's gonna sit in the keyboard. Thank you, sir. All right. Anyways, when you're a C6, your enemy shower and your particles use you just deal more damage. I guess that's fair. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably fine. Mostly fine, at least. It's borderline enough that it's fine. They're clearing Stygian Onslaught in 154 seconds, guys, at dire difficulty. I think they're fine. Why do we give a shit? Actually, why do we care? Can we ask ourselves for a second? Why do we care? Anyways, oops, don't do that. For an account that is doing this. Anyways, let's do another random one since that was a simple one. Thank you, Grumpy. 196. Sorry, I was reading chat. See if I missed anything. Yep. Beep. Yay, okay, it's finally we've escaped the early ones for some reason. It's good. Moe. Alright. Esco, Duran Zibai, or Chaska. You said or? That means I get a choice. Esco, Duran Zibai, or Chaska. Well, hey, I don't have to look for them. I appreciate this, actually. I mean, this makes it a lot easier for me to click through and find the characters. Why is that scared of making Skirt good with Stellar Freeze, Lunar Freeze? They could just make hypothetical Lunar Freeze. Character Animo to not fulfill Skirkoscope. Yes. They potentially could, I guess. Anyways. Are there other ways to submit? I mean, donating, but I'm very, very behind in donations, so... Anyways. Moe. Hello. See you in chat. Casca just got a new circlet. Might make it reset. Might take it. Oh, like a... Okay, yeah. I understand. Like you literally just got a new circlet? I see. Yep. Oh yeah, you have 100% correct. I see. Cool. C0 Chaska, Honor Sig. Nice. This is a very healthy Chaska. Yep. Obviously a little bit of... This is a 4-line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Is this one real? I don't know. You think you reroll a 4-line flower that doesn't have attack percent. It has EM. EM is relevant in a lot of our teams. Interesting one. But also you risk rerolling now risks ruining your perfect crit rate. Definitely don't reroll that. That is ridiculously good. Goblet, you know, obviously is the main piece that could get an improvement, but easier said than done since you basically just want crit damage stats at this point. Like, you can get improvements here, but you're definitely at the point where it's very difficult to get improvements for her. So, anyways, it's a very good Chaska build. And other than your Goblet, your bad rolls are at least flat attacks. So they do something for her, which is nice. Yeah, but realistically, the Chaska, Moe, if you really like, I know Chaska's on banner right now, I don't want to like push you to wish for cons, but Chaska's dynamic and her utility in endgame, if you do care about for the future, I see you're clearing just difficulty 3 for now, which is fine. If you do care about trying to push her limits to the future, you will probably potentially feel like it's worth, if you really like Chaska, getting her cons in the future. Whether that be tomorrow or whether that be in a year, I don't know. I feel like your build is at the point where like, yeah, it's probably good enough that now it's more consider other forms of investment, most likely, is my assumption, right? So, Chess is one of the 3 characters I truly believe that can complete the 3-week Abyss challenge when on banner. Yeah, potentially. I mean, both Chaska and Linnea, I assume, could probably do that. You do Chaska plus like a just smattering of off-fielders, official and whatever, official, I don't know, what do you... You probably can. I don't know. The 4 stars on the current banner. You could probably do the current banner, though. Anyways, yeah, it's pretty solid. Thinking about C1, I want Linnea, but my Zabai seems strong enough. Yeah, that's fair. I guess you're kind of caught between 2 things right now. You do have a C1 Zabai already, with a very good build. The heckin' Goblet. Yep, I don't know. It's a very nice build. Not much defense percent stats, but that's not the end of the world. Yeah. Fairness. Decent Escoffier. If you're playing with Frina, you probably would want more ER than this usually, unless you're being like me, where you play with Charlotte, but I don't know if you're playing with Frina, so. Yeah. Currency 1 on a theme. Is a very healthy Durin. Yep. Once I'm done with Albedo, I think I might actually go try to get more emblem pieces. I feel like my emblem pieces would almost be my preferred pieces to put on Durin sometimes if they were better. But they're not. So, you know, I mostly need better circlets on emblem. I might think about doing that. Yeah, this is a very nice Durin. It is worth mentioning the new artifact set. The new artifact set is really good. If you pull Nicole, to be clear, and you're pairing like Nicole and Durin together all the time, probably put Nicole in the new artifact set, right? But you can put Durin on the new artifact set, and it also gives 2-piece ER. So, yep. Anyways, but you only care about the new artifact set on Durin if you're doing double hex drive for sure. So, well, I mean, it's still giving you 20% damage bonus, so maybe it's still fine actually. Actually, I guess the new artifact set compared to emblem on him is basically the same, no? Yeah. I guess there's not really any advantage to emblem over the new artifact set, even if you don't have double hex in the team, right? Which is funny. But if you do have double hex in the team, absolutely. Yeah, if you end up pulling Nicole for him, then that changes the relationship of what artifact set you might consider putting on him. But I think anyone who has Durin and is not pulling Nicole should probably almost always use the new artifact set on him, so... That is a factor. This is my old Raiden build. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah. That's what a lot of people did for Durin, which is somewhat sad, but also funny. I don't know. So, yeah. Anyways, you got good builds. I don't have much meaningful to say. Yeah, whether or not you go for Chaska cons or Linnea for Zabai is like, I don't know. I'd say whatever character you think you are going to enjoy more in the future would be my vibe. Because I think Chaska cons for Chaska versus Linnea for Zabai, you would feel a similar value. And what would be more worth it long term is which one you like more. So that's my vibe, if you want my advice on that. Chaska cons make it more fun to play. Yeah, but I think you have to like try to predict somewhat whether or not you will like Chaska long term more than Zabai long term. Right. So, yeah. If Linnea was a better synergy with Chaska, I would more strongly recommend Linnea, but she's not, so yeah. Anyways, I just think I think it depends. It's not as obvious a choice. To be clear, if your goal is to like diversify your account for clearing endgame, like Stygian, maybe like Fearless, maybe that's a different equation. But I don't know. I don't think Linnea does that much for like adding new teams, and Chaska cons might actually be better from the context of clearing Stygian. So I don't know. Anywho's, let's go do one of my 700 donation reviews and I'm behind on. I did Ichigo last. Oh, Sylveon's is next. Oh boy. What time is it, by the way? It's 5:10. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. In like 30-ish minutes, we're gonna have to cut off the random reviews. Oh yeah. If you want to see a really stupid, this is, God, every time I say this, it's just stupid. Anyways, get this out of our site. This is with, to be clear, a fat stat injection from this, but it's not even the character you wanted. Sylveon said she almost has perfected Shilonen. So 49, obviously, so 90 crit rate, 175 with 150 ER. I imagine her burst does decent damage at this investment level, so 10, yeah. With death percent with some ER. Yup. I run Eat Lua. Oh yeah. That's true. I forgot you're using C6 Eat Lua. Also level 100. Sylveon is a particular type of player that has priorities. See, Sylveon is a much easier, like compared to like the whale we saw before. Sylveon is a type of whale I understand much more. I understand where your priorities are. Anyways. Where, there you go. Why is he on Homa? It's a level 100 Eat Lua. Eat Lua has a 1,758% of his EM plus 879% of his defense. And Homa gives a bunch of crit. That's why. Like, what other weapon you gonna put on Eat Lua? The defense polearm? Like the 4-star defense polearm? Eat Lua Goblet? Oh, Jesus Christ. Get that out of my fucking face. Oh my god. What the... Fuck you, Sylveon. I'm sorry. I don't have a single damn piece over 16 crit rate on my account. You have a fucking EM Goblet. What the... Get it out. Sorry. Get out of it. Get it out. Get... It's the same shit as, like, people have 20 crit rate on a damn circlet. Get it out. Sorry. Anyways. But yeah. Homa gives crit, and that to make Eat Lua get bigger damage number. That's the only reason. There's not really a special reason. Also, I think it looks good on him. Yeah, red accents on him. It just looks good on him, right? Why not? Anyways. Shalona and Flower too. I mean, the Flower isn't that insane. Because Flowers, you get much more common double crit 4-line pieces. Whereas like an EM Goblet with 20 crit rate is ridiculous. The main stat difference on a Goblet especially makes a very big difference there. My perception of the piece. 17 crit rate Flowers, you know. Everyone has those if you play for fucking 5 years. Quite frankly. Not everyone, to be clear, obviously. 17 crit rate is rare. But, you know. Actually, I think a Flower with 17.9 crit rate is the highest crit rate I technically have in my account. Anyways. Not me, give me one. Yes. Steal them from Sylveon. She has too many. I like compared to everything else, your Goblet just looks kind of meh. But it's not even that easy to improve it. I assume you have found that you need the 150 ER? I don't know. Anyways. This is a very good build. I imagine she gets more than 2 damage. Nice. I hate how Enka, by the way, like 95 out of 100 Shalonen. I assume you just don't have the tutorial. But like, why does Enka show 95 out of 100? Like, people don't leave their characters, well, okay, not nobody. In fact, I think Sylviana is one of them. That Sylviana has chosen to level 95 a bunch of her favorites rather than level 100ing a more limited, narrow amount of units. That's fine, that's more efficient. But like, my monkey brain hates that like Enka like presents level 95 out of 100 as if like, oh, how dare you not have 2 more Masterless Fortuna for level 100ing your character. Like, frick you. If it's level 95, it should say level 95 out of level 95. I hate the level 95 out of 100. It says 90 out of 90. If they were going to make everything just say 90 out of 100, fine. If they're going to universally make everything 90 out of 100, it's fine. But the fact that it says out of 100 only when you go to level 95 really bothers me. I don't know. It makes it feel like something's incomplete, and it's like, come on. You either just didn't have enough of them, or you wanted to use them more efficiently. Like, it bothers me a lot. Anyways. Whatever. Nitpick. That has nothing to do with Sylveon's builds. Get these disgusting artifacts out of her. Yeah, pretend you've never seen this Eula build, by the way. This is ridiculous. Like, what the fuck is this? Anyway, Sylveon is a bonkers min-maxer. So, should be 100 out of 90. Yeah, actually, I agree. It should actually say out of 90 still. 100%. It should say 100 out of 90. I like that take better. Thank you, Risu. That's a better way to do it. Random selection. We'll do at least. Actually, let's do the thing I've always done in the past. It's 5:18 p.m. I'm gonna do. We're gonna do 5 more random ones, no matter what the request is for them. 5 more random ones, and then I'm gonna finish off all my donation ones. How many donations do I have left? I have 1, 2, 3. And I don't think I missed anything from the Twitch, I think. Anyway, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh my god, 8, 9. Jesus Christ. Okay. We have 9. Yeah, no, okay. We're doing 5 random ones to finish off. So if you're waiting for random ones, we'll do that now. We have 203. Oops, 20.3. Wait, can it do 20.3? What happens? Does it error out? What? It can do 0.3. What does it do? I assume it just, like, they have some... rolling 1 D20.3. A D20.3 sided dice, guys. Sorry. 203. Anyways, I like how it made it smaller. Like, it got borked out a little bit. Anyways, bam. 202. Holy. Hamza. You just submitted this, I assume. What a world. Alright. I didn't look at what character they requested. Oops. Flins. Alright, lots of Flinses today. I mean, he recently reran. Alright. Off by 1, my condolences. Alright, Flinsy boy. Nice simple one. So 4 more to go. 65, 232, 2500. This seems to be like the healthy, really good Flins build balance that most Flinses reach. Maybe it needs a little bit more ER with a Jadewing Spear build, but it is C0. What is Flins's ER need sitting at? Like, is it 140? If you want to do like optimal 18-second rotations with, because you technically the optimal rotation to do with Flins post Columbina and Nefa with C0 Flins is you swap an extra time. You end Flins's field time a little early, like as soon as you finish his second mini burst. And then you swap to Sucrose an additional time to basically keep permanent uptime on VV. And Sucrose's other buff, right? Whereas pre-Columbina, that was not the case, like with Ino. And you could like have a little bit more wiggle room with things. But yeah, research. Hello, Hamza. Mine is at 123 and it works fine. Yeah, but you're probably doing longer rotations than you expect. Unless you have his SIG, then 120 is. Because he has like 20% lower ER needs with the SIG. Again, this is all assuming the one specific team, to be clear. So anyways, if you want to simulate the effect, by the way, in case you're not sure, like whether or not this like Hamza here, for example, can go into the DPS dummy, turn on infinite energy, right, and then do the rotation. So the rotation is going to be like you do, you know, your Nefa EQ if your Q is available on an Nefa. You don't have to burst every rotation on Nefa. I think it actually might be. Is it optimal to? I don't think it is optimal to burst every rotation on an Nefa. I'm pretty sure. So E and Nefa, Q if it's available, EQ Columbina, then you E Sucrose, of course, before you switch to Flynn's, and then you do Flynn's EEQ, and then EEQ as soon as possible. Like, you minimize Flynn's field time, essentially. I think Jade Spear might make it a little weird, because normally you do want to, like, hit a couple more extra times with Jade Spear, which you can do, because you're waiting the 6 seconds anyways for the second skill cooldown. So you still want to do that. So the timing of the EEQ, or sorry, well, you do the first E, but then you don't do the EQ after for a little bit, with Jade Spear, technically. But anyways, ignoring annoying Jade Spear optimizations, you know, as soon as you're done with the second Flynn's mini burst, instead of spending a little bit of extra field time to get like energy particles, you swap off of him, do another Sucrose E, and then repeat an Efa, Columbina, whatever, right? So it's one extra swap to Sucrose, and that's all it really is after Flynn's. And if you do that, it's better at baseline C0 investment level, at least. So you can test that though. If you don't have enough ER to do that properly, you can go and test that in the damage dummy by like turning on extra ER and then making sure you're doing that those faster rotations with lower field time. So my Flynn's is 120. I don't recommend that low. Yeah. So this is like, you know, potentially borderline doable, but maybe you want a little bit more. You can go play around with things. But overall, this Flynn's balance is pretty good. So, yeah. Anyways. But you can also be weird like me, and you can play Flynn's with Eons on and have a perfectly fine time with Eons on, because Eons on basically annihilates any extra ER he needs. Well, at least with his sick. He probably wants a little bit of ER with his sick still. So, yeah. He's a weird boy as far as his relationship to energy goes. Also, if you play him in co-op, we discovered last week that Flynn's in co-op with someone on Raiden is very fun. Because Raiden enables the Flynn's player to do big bursts every rotation and do mini bursts without any problem. So, anyways. Refresh. Oh, you want me to refresh? Sorry, what do you want me to refresh? What changed? You lowered the ER. Hamza, did you listen to all of our yapping about energy and you thought it'd just be funny too? I think the other one is probably better. This one has more attack, to be clear, and 100% crit rate. So, I don't know. But well, look, okay, I guess. If both builds have energy issues, which build is better? Probably this one. But, you know. I don't know what the team they're using. Again, extra favs on the team can change the relationship of things depending on your exact account. They're clearing Stygian non-stop difficulty 5 anyways. Does it actually matter? Not necessarily. But if you're really trying to like optimize things and perfect him, it's a consideration for the future, at minimum. Anyways. Flynn's will not burst at all. And then it'll be fine. He's just gonna take some more field time. You get to see his animations more. That's what some people want, okay? We shouldn't complain that much about it. Anyways, just went back into my game by accident. Still 204 submissions. No, sorry, there's one more submission. There we go. And 195 again. Okay. Well, I feel like now we're getting weird bias towards the end for some reason. What's going on? We got first half, it was just all early on, like the sub 40. And then now it's been like, I don't know if we've had anyone less than 130. I think everyone between 40 and 130 has just, they haven't had a chance. Oh, thank you. Thank you for your wisdom. Can we get the middle? Yeah. We have a book being written by a cat. It's his favorite letter. I thought your game music was stream music. It was mine. I was jamming to Samara City music. Alright, well. I'm gonna have to shift him over to have my keyboard back. Thank you. Alright, thank you, sir. Can I delete this cell? What is this? What is it? What did he trigger actually? Why is it? What form function did he trigger? Okay, just delete. There we go. Okay. Anyways, what are we doing? Sorry, 195. Dr. Tito, a Zabai. Alright. All the recent submissions are making it easier. Alright, 3 more after this. Surely we'll get a middle tier one. Give the cats a treat. Can you remind me, chat, remind me before, or... They're kind of chilling right now. I don't want to wake them up and rile them up right now. I'd rather try to finish these things, but I will do the treat redeem. Just remind me, hopefully. After I'm done doing like the donation reviews. Okay. So, yeah. Like before we end the stream, basically. Hopefully. So sorry for not doing it right now. I just don't want to wake them up and rile them up and then whatever. And I want to finish this. So, anyways. Zabai. Raku. Like a Raku Zabai is weirdly common. Why do so many people have a Raku? Is it just like Chiori fans, or what, was there a banner that people ended up winded up pulling this on? I don't remember. We can't see. Oh, whoops. I'm dumb. Don't worry about it. Anyways, Death Circlet Zabai is a little bit of a rarity. It has a lot of crit damage for a Death Circlet build. Inazuma Chronicled? Maybe. Shalona and Chiori. Yeah, maybe Shalona and Chiori. Or Uraku Redhorn. Yeah, it could have been that too. Okay, yeah. So two weapon banners that potentially made people more interested in it. Do they have a Redhorn? Nope. Anyways, I feel like you really want more crit rate. That's all I really have for meaningful commentary here. Everything else is really nice. You have a lot of good stats on her. It's just, you know, critting, what is this, a 60, well, with a Lua, I'm going to assume a C, non-Z6. Well, I mean, maybe you got C6 with Linnea now. I don't know, right? I don't see a Linnea in their profile, to be clear. But assuming a non-C6 Eat Lua, this is 72% crit rate, right? Which is very RNG. Yeah, this is like this is the crit rate you want with Harbinger of Dawn, exactly. So, yeah, I don't think there's inherently any issue with running Death Circlet, and I could see that actually being better with a really heavy crit damage stat stick like Uraku or her Sig, depending on the balance of all the other stats. But that balance, I think, is dependent on having enough crit rate subsets. So I think you should actually use a crit rate circlet, quite frankly. That doesn't cause you to overcap, right? If we add 25% crit rate? No. Well, wait. It might with the C6, I guess. Because we go to 70, yeah. So... No, you wouldn't, no. Even with a C6 Elu, I don't think you would be overcapped, right? So, yeah, I think crit rate circlet is the play here, most likely. I would be surprised if it was worse. But, I don't know. 2.4% overcap with C6 Elu. Okay, so barely. Yeah. I still think it's probably worth doing. ER is cooked. On Zabai? I mean, look, don't get me wrong. ER stats can be good on Zabai. What is the ER? Like, you can definitely burst it for rotation with Linnea's particles, because Linnea generates 6 geo particles per rotation, and she can definitely you can make Zabai catch them all, I believe. So like, I know some people are like potentially building ER to burst every rotation on Zabai, particularly with Linnea. I don't think you need to. It's just like a nice thing. So Anyways, it's pretty good. Yeah, that's all, I think that's all I have to say. I would recommend a crit rate circle, but otherwise, good build. Alright, one more. Or, no, sorry, 3 more. Is that right? Yes. Okay, 205 now. 2. Bam. 120. We got a middle one. Wow. The middle tier is not neglected by RNG. Alright. Fahodl. Little Fahodl. Hu Tao or Navia. You know what, because middle's been neglected, I'll look at them both. Alright. Hu Tao. C2 Tao. Nice. I assume the C2 is probably free from the Conslater thing, but HP timepiece a little bit low on EM. If you're playing Vaporize, I think for you an EM timepiece should be better, particularly because in this circumstance, you craft an EM timepiece like from 2 elixirs, right? Yeah, and like elixirs are common enough. You can get 2 elixirs this patch from like a few hours of exploration and doing the quest, right? It could be a 1-day weekend task kind of deal. And it will, at minimum, get 2 crit rolls, right? So you would guarantee an upgrade. This is assuming you're playing a team where like she's vaporizing. So, yeah. That's feathers? What do you mean that's feathers? No, it's not. I literally just got... There's 1 feather and 2 elixirs from the exploration in the new area. It's not all feathers. Anyways. But yeah, other than that, Goblet isn't incredible, but goblets can be pain, so I understand. It is your off piece, so I'm just going to assume that's probably the best you had. Attack percent isn't that good on her, but you know, it doesn't do nothing, which is nice. I appreciate that attack percent rolls do something for her Tao. You have a weirdly heavy amount of attack percent, honestly. She has, I think, one of the lowest base attacks in the game, by the way. Wait, does Hu Tao have the lowest base attack in the game? Or is it lowest is a 5-star? I don't know. Yeah, you can see she is level 90 with Homa doing 600 base attack, and she only has 715. So, oh, it's Columbina now? Oh, I see. Okay, I didn't realize Columbina. What is Columbina? Whatever. Oh, just in case you wanted to do, I don't know, plunge DPS Columbina, they wanted to make sure her attack stat was terrible or something. Okay. Okay, Hoyo. Whatever. Anyways, her base attack means like attack percent stats are kind of a little bit worse, but yeah. Obviously HP EM stats are generally better. Yeah, it's not an insane Hu Tao build, that's kind of my point, but it's also, I think, pretty functional. Your teammates at the end of the day are going to matter more for your Hu Tao more than anything, I would say, but I would just consider 2 elixirs for EM timepiece should result in a guaranteed improvement, assuming you're playing a vaporized team for her. And from there, it's just like, I don't know, you can try to min-max her further with... You can get improvements all across the board. I think EM timepiece is probably worth risking on, unless you wanted to save up elixirs to craft an onset goblet instead, because like you have a good offset EM timepiece. That would be a consideration. Usually on Ballad with a crit damage circle. I see. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I understand. Yeah. And Navia. This is a Navia that crits occasionally. I mean, look, in some sense, a Navia with 66 crit rate feels the same as a Navia with 95 crit rate. The amount of times that a Navia with 80% crit rate does not crit is almost insanity inducing. I don't know, there's something magical about Navia and her lack of ability to crit that is something special. I would still probably say you want more crit rate than this. The ideal would not be, I don't think, swapping to a crit rate circlet though. I think the ideal would be just getting more crit rate, either most likely from the flower or from obviously a different goblet. Whether or not it's worth it to you to, you know, spend elixirs or continue farming that much for her is up to you. Ultimately, you could optimize around this RNG. It just would be painful. That's all. I don't have a problem with her crit rate in ER. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about it, her ER. Yeah. Navia's ER is weird. Because you can, like, funnel fab particles to her. You can be smart with her. But sometimes it could be better. Sands is crafted. A little unlucky then. Low rolls, but yeah. I mean, want to see my Navia Sands? Are you ready for it? Will it make you feel better? Will it make you feel worse? Can I have my mouse? Where's my mouse? Hello? There we go. Are you ready for it? Yeah. I mean, look, for what it's worth, I was happy when the game gave it to me in Strong Boss because it meant I didn't have to craft anything for her. It did enable me to use an off-piece circlet. So now I can use her on crit rate weapon builds properly. But, you know, it is better. Is it? I think our sands are pretty similar. Yours is an 18.6, 2024. Mine is I guess mine is very slightly higher CV. But honestly, I would prefer yours for sure. I prefer the more crit rate, but you know. Anyways, yeah, 67 defense. I know. Oh well. Oh well. If it isn't 100%, it's sometimes 0. Yeah. Navi is a funny character to play. Anyways, it's not bad. It's just, how much sanity do you have remaining? Alright, 2 more, right? Yeah, we're doing 2 more randoms. Okay, any more new ones we need to do? Yes, 208. Okay. 2 more randoms and I have to finish up my donations. Otherwise, whoops, I just full screened. And I have to finish up my donations, otherwise we risk... I mean, I already might be risking it. Running into overtime, and I do not want to make my friends wait for D&D for the 3rd week in a row. 95, another mid-tier. Let's go. 1 more after this. Perfectly salty. Alright. Perfectly salty. What are you perfectly salty about? You better not say Nicole's kit. We already had that rant at the start of the stream. Navia, Farina, Mulani. Okay. The flower has a 17 crit rate, so I didn't need that much crit rate. What? The flower from any individual piece isn't the end-all be-all. Holy, what the fuck, this Navia build? The flower from any like your crit only matters as a balance of your entire crit. Like, just because you have 1 piece and 17 crit rate doesn't mean you want 0 crit rate stats elsewise. You want to balance it. Don't get me wrong, I don't think it necessarily isn't as obvious as it usually is. Like, oftentimes when I see that low crit rate, switch to a crit rate circlet. I think in your case, it's a different direction to go for. It's just how annoying is it to get there. Anyways. Hello, Salty. Your username is gray. Like, it blends in the background. What are we looking at? We're looking at Navia. No, Farina Mulani. Okay. Navia, Farina Mulani. This is... So we were just yapping about Navia, so... I don't know. This is a ridiculously good Navia build. Like, yeah. Oh, this adds. Oh, okay. It adds the crit rate, I guess. Yeah. I was like, where the fuck is the crit rate? How was it 73? That explains it. Okay, that makes sense. Can you answer my one question? Depends what your one question is, and if it takes me 10 years. But feel free to type out whatever you want in chat. I'm not gonna guarantee my brain has the ability to properly focus on it. Anyways, I don't know. There's not a single goddamn improvement you can make to this Navia build, is there? Like, what the fuck is this goblet? Jesus Christ. How do you have triple max roll and then, like... Is this all max roll crit damage and all max roll attack percent? What did you do? What crime did you commit for this fucking goblet? Jesus Christ. 29.5 divided by 4. Sorry, it's 3 7.8 rolls and then a 7.0. My bad. Overcritting by 9? No, I'm pretty sure this crit rate is including the 36% crit rate from her C2. Because otherwise, she's at 5, 10, that's 15, 18, that's 28, 30, yeah, 40. Like, she'd only have like 40-something% crit rate before this. So yes, this is the C2 is being added in here by Inka. So, oh wait, Varka weapon. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, I'm a dumbass. Why did I ignore Varka weapon? I'm a dumbass. Okay, never mind. Oh, yeah, because this is conditional, so it doesn't. Yeah, yeah, okay. So I guess it is a little overcapped, but I don't know. You're not always. Do you have to have 6 shards to max this out? Each stack of crystal shrapnel? No, you only have to have 3. Okay, so it is minorly overcapped, right? Because you almost always want to have 3. Not that you literally always do. But, anyways. A little bit overcapped. That's a little unfortunate. I guess that means that circlet's kind of meh in particular. So, yeah. Oh. Sorry. Hi, Jemiel. Creature. He just... He turned to low form, and his butt is now blocking chat. Normally when he's laying down, he does not block chat. Now he's blocking chat. Low form booty blocks chat. Oh well. Well. Donation review still open? There's no particular quantity. Yes, donation reviews are open because I haven't like closed them, but it's possible I will actually run out of time. So it's only on the E. Yeah, I guess that's true. And then like part of Navia's, a meaningful chunk of Navia's damage contribution actually does come from her burst and her skill. So I guess that is a reason to actually keep a little bit of overcap crit rate. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. What is the optimal crit rate to use on a C2 Navia when she does have decent damage contribution from those 2 abilities still, right? I'm not sure. I think this is pretty ideal though. Like right. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty ideal regardless. Anyways, it's a very very ridiculously good Navia build. Like, is there a reality where you sacrifice some of these crit rate rolls and attack percent rolls and that's a little better? Maybe. But, yeah. I think it's fine. It's half value? Okay, yeah. Crit rate is half value. I mean, if crit rate is half value, that's probably a pretty similar value to what an attack percent roll is anyway. So, yeah, I don't think there's any problem with it really, actually. He's so much stronger of his crit damage for C2. I mean, I disagree. If I really end up playing Navia more often... Oh, I'm stupid. I didn't pop this back up. If I end up playing Navia more often, I would really not mind having her C2. Like, making her not miss her fucking crits all the goddamn time. Like, bye Yuri. It's kind of nice. I don't know. So, you know, anyways, Mulani Farina. Tenacity Farina, Fav, 85, 152. Nice. This is a very good Tenacity Farina. Yep. Just a nice, well-rounded build. I don't know. Yep. Good Farina. Farinas are mostly boring in the current day of Genshin. No offense. You have a Farina that can be used basically everywhere, other than, I guess, you technically would want to change your build if you still play her with Neuvillette. That's fine. Navia mains are so down in her cons, but I cannot wait to get her C2. I'm so sick of missing crits. Yeah, I know, right? Every time I play her, it's what turns me off of, like, wanting to play her a ton. It's like, every time I play her, it's like, oh, sick, I have an 85 crit rate Navia build. Misses 3 crits across 3 rotations. Like, excuse me? Like, what happened? 85 crit rate. So making that not happen would be kind of nice. Anyways, Mulani. 44 crit rate. Widget build, 250.5. Good chunk of EM substats. A lot of EM substats, actually. 16, 16, 3 minimum EM substats. Kind of funny. These are high roll, though. That is very good. That's very good. That's very good. Goblet is much better than it looks at a glance. Because, yeah, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. 1 bad roll in the goblet, but, like, I don't know, onset goblet with 4 HP percent rolls. It's a really good goblet. And the circlet is cracked as hell. The timepiece is the most okay piece, but, like, with relative to perfect fucking flower, basically perfect flower and feather. Perfect fucking circlet. Yeah, it's not 60% crit rate, so it's a little RNG, but, you know, I don't know. It's a Navia style build. With Mona, it's 99 crit. Ah, I guess, yeah, it's true. I forget that Mona C4 is a thing with Muani now. So yeah, it's actually literally a perfect build then, basically. I forgot about the C4 Mona factor. I've had an 80 crit rate Marshall C build with Freenet and still felt like a good miss crits. Yep. So anyways, 5-piece obsidian. It's not 5-piece. Look at the number here. It would say 5-piece here if it was 5-piece. I don't know why it does this sometimes. Enka just doesn't actually load the off-piece image properly a lot of the time. So if we like switch it around, sometimes it would show it properly. I don't know. Anyway, maybe it is 5-piece. I don't know. They could be 5-piece. Sometimes it's not 5-piece though. I've seen Enka like completely show the wrong images sometimes, so I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know if it's 5-piece. I guess we can ask the perfectly salty. Is it 5-piece salty? Is it just a 5-piece flex? Thank you, Vuhil. It is 5-piece. Okay. I just don't have any sands of crit rate. I see. Well, I mean, you don't need sands of crit rate if you're playing Mona, right? So, anyways, very nice. Wait, is the artifact? What is the artifact set? Are we doing? Yeah, you're doing double hexerai with Mona. What is it? It's Sucrose, Mona. Oh Jesus Christ, fucking hell. What does Mona get from the new artifact set? Because you put the new artifact set on Mona, obviously. So Mulan gets an additional 40% damage bonus for free. Like that's really good. That's really good. Is it better with HP Goblet? I don't think so. Not usually, but can be. Anyways, very nice, Mulani. Let's do... Is this the last random? Does anyone remember? Or are we doing 2 more? I don't remember. I think this is the last one, right? 212. Let's see how long it is. Alright, Arla has 3 different crit ratios. 100, 180, 80, 220, 90, 190. I don't know which is the best. I mean, I think it's going to be another middle one. I think it's going to depend on what team you're playing. Potentially. But... Atomic 1.0. Okay. This one's a longer one. If you want my vote, probably it's gonna depend on it's just gonna depend on I think which has like if EM is relevant for whatever team you're playing with Arlecchino and then attack substats. So it's going to depend on attack and EM substats depending on the team. Between the 80 and 8220 build and the 9190 build, in my opinion. I don't think it's the 100-180 build. Although the 100-180 build is the same CP as the 8220 build, to be clear. But, so, actually, between the 3, it just depends on the other substats, I think, other than crit. That's my vibe. Alright. What's the submission for? For the randomly selected reviews, but I'm dismissing the pinned message now. Because... There we go. I switch between Melt and Overload. Yeah, then I think it's just gonna depend. But yeah, the EM substats can matter. Okay, sorry, what character are we looking at? Arlecchino, Risley. Oh my, okay, yeah, this is definitely this is the last random one. Okay. This is the last random one, and then we're gonna finish up the donation reviews. Hopefully in less than an hour. Okay, Arlecchino, Risley, Flynn's, New Beacon each. You know what? I said only 4 characters, but whatever. It's the last one we're doing it. Fine. I'm gonna try to do it a little faster. Hey, it's a 90-180 build. Sorry, I'm distracted. And it's a lot of attack subs. A decent chunk of EM subs. Yeah, it's a very good build. Like, see, as an example, if this is your 90-180 build with this many good substats, and like your other build with a little bit more crit value has like 3 lower attack percent, like 3 less attack percent rolls and 2 less EM rolls, then this build is probably better, right? So 100-180 is theoretically more crit multiplied than 80-220. Yeah. The 100 180 is theoretically better, but again, I think that the differences of the other substats could be to split the difference between those, most likely. So, hoping to DPS Nicole when she came out, but now I doubt that's possible without cons. I mean, you can plunge. She has a special plunge animation. Like, it's not gonna be as hard as DPSing. She's a catalyst. It's not gonna be as hard as DPSing Dahlia, quite frankly. But yeah. Have a good sleep, Agatham. Thanks for joining. So, anywho's, sorry. This is just a good Arlecchino. I don't have much to say about it. Obviously a little bit lower crit damage, but I don't know. I think it makes up for it with the other stats. I don't think it's really a problem here. Unless you have a really, really good Gladiator build, this is probably a... Yeah, I don't know. Wins. 2,500. And so often we're just seeing 2,500 attack wins. Just 20% attack substats. 100 crit rate, 2 or 30 crit damage. This is a really good flins. I don't know. Couple EM rolls, like one bad roll there. And that's basically it. Like, this is a really, really good flins. Now, I guess since we're just checking Akasha or flins for some reason, top 2,000. Top 4,000. Okay, then. I guess, sure. Freaking 780 roll value, 840 roll value. And then it's basically a 40 CV timepiece, but apparently, fuck you, your other pieces aren't good enough. Like, how the hell is this build this competitive? What in the Jesus? Anyways. If I have 0 EM for all of them, if you have 0 EM for all of them, then yeah, technically on paper the 80, 180 or the 80, sorry, 100 build, whatever, brain, 100, 180 build, it's probably better. Which one do you prefer? I think be up to you to some extent. It is worth mentioning that, you know, particularly with like some like melt or like, you know, teams, you could optimize around landing the crits if you can tolerate it. I don't know. Risley Flins, maybe can each. Okay. Yeah, this is a good Flins. EM rolls are flat, glorified flat attack. Okay, sure. But what do you mean the build isn't competitive? What fucking I'm sorry. What fucking standards are you operating on for Flins? I guess it's another Jade Spear build, so they should have more ER. Like, sorry, I didn't look at the weapon again. I should have looked at the weapon. My bad. But like, other than the more ER, what fucking standards are you evaluating Flins by that? Like, oh, it's not a competitive build because it doesn't. The EM rolls are flat attack. They're better than fucking defense, bruh. They're better than HP. It's not top 1%. Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah, from that level, yeah, that whatever. We already learned that before. Yes. EM rolls are nice to have, not a want to have. Same as flat rolls. You like having them as your last stat and not upgraded stats on anything. They only have one wasted roll in the EM here. It's not like that's where the problem in the build is coming from. It's just that they don't. The Flynn's leaderboard is stupid competitive. Anyways, so yeah. Anyways, the Kinich, other men. Earthshaker Kinich. Wow, first relatable Kinich we've seen. With a little overcapped crit, but overall really healthy stats. I don't know. Like, obviously it'd be really nice to translate 2 of these crit rate rolls into crit damage rolls. And the main way to do that probably is a circlet. This is a cracked circlet, but the fucking the 2 extra crit rolls aren't doing anything for you, right? So Barca leaderboard? No, because the Akasha owner doesn't care about Barca. Anyways, I don't know. I don't have much else to say other than, like, yeah, be nice to sacrifice or swap the crit rolls, but easier said than done. So, do you reroll this piece? Actually, wait. 1, 2, I think you do. Hot take, I think you reroll a circlet. Unless, okay, asterisk. Unless it's a based. But unless it's a relevant piece for you to put on here. Need a better feather, I guess. Okay, actually, yeah, maybe the feather is the better choice. There is 3 rolls. No, sorry. This could be 4 rolls or 3 rolls, technically, because this could be 3 max rolls, right? Is it 3 max rolls? 14.4 divided by 3. No, it can't be. It is 4 rolls. Okay. Or sorry. Yeah, no, it can be 4 high rolls. Sorry, I typed the wrong number. It's 3.6 average roll value if it's a 4 stats, but if it's a 5, I think it can be 5 technically. Yeah, it can be 5. If it's super low roll, I think that can be a 5. There's probably a 3 with high roll value, so 3, 4. It's a 4. Yeah, this is a 3-liner. I don't know if you want to reroll this 3-liner, but maybe you do because of the 2 dead crit rate stats. Maybe it is worth it. Because the circlet's kind of too good to keep as an off piece for anyone or an onset from Muika if they want to play Muika. So yeah, I don't know. It's not like rerollers are that valuable. I think people kind of concern themselves too much with using rerollers to try to min-max characters, and you might say this is a min-maxy circumstance, but I'm talking about like people using rerollers to like reroll pieces to make them perfect artifacts. Like, oh, only reroll 4-line artifacts so that, you know, you can get the chance for 5 fucking max crit rolls, and it's a 58 billion crit value piece that makes you feel like you're doing 8 billion more damage. And it's like, when a reroll for this is, it's not statistically likely it's going to roll entirely into crit again. And in particular, if it's like a 3, if it's the advanced reshape, right? Like if you use an advanced reshape here, and you select crit rate, crit damage, chances are it's going to roll at least once into crit damage, and then that's an improvement in the build, right? Like if rerollers guarantee or are very likely to guarantee, this wouldn't be a guarantee, but if rerollers are very likely to guarantee an improvement, I think they're fine to use, and that's how they should be used, right? So, I don't know. I think people are way over prioritizing rerolling 4-line pieces, particularly with the decree or advanced reshapes. 4-line pieces, when you don't have any decree or advanced reshape, can absolutely make sense. And normally I would lean towards rerolling 4-line flowers or feathers. But when it comes to the context of like, okay, how long will it take to get a perfect 4-line flower or a perfect 4-line feather? Versus like you'd have to spend a bunch of resin in the domain trying to, or in strongboxing, to try to get this a better version of this piece like from the starting stats. And if it rolls badly, you still might have to reroll that fucking piece. And now you've spent what, 10,000 resin trying to get that one fucking artifact, when you could have just saved that 10,000 resin to spend somewhere else, and then use the 2 rerollers on this, the 2 feathers, like, right? I don't know. And since I've like started just thinking about rerollers in that way, and they've been much more useful, I feel like. As a recent example, I rerolled my Albedo piece yesterday. I rerolled my circlet. This was a circlet with a max crit damage roll. I initially leveled it and it rolled fucking like once into crit damage, and it was a min roll if I recall. And I believe it was 3 times into attack and flat attack. Like it rolled very badly. And I had a advanced reshape, and even if it rolled 3 times in a death percent, it would have been an improvement. I would have been a little salty because Monkey Brain likes crit damage. But, like, you know, I had advanced reshape. No, it wasn't a 4-liner. But it didn't matter. It guaranteed 2 additional stats of value. And even if it was low death rolls, that would have been better than the 1 fucking additional minimum crit damage roll I had before. Right? So, anyways. And like it obviously went, it rolled 2 mid rolls and average high rolls. So yeah, because it started with max roll and then defense roll. Very happy with it. It's I don't really need an improvement for that. It's never gonna result in that much that it's relevant, right? So yeah, and using the feathers for that absolutely made sense, I think. Anyways, god dang it, Brink. Okay, Brink, I'm giving you a 2-second review. Y'all keep on. I should have just fucking disabled it. Y'all keep on fucking trying to sneak in with the fucking character review. I literally don't have fucking time. I'm sorry. You're making me wait. Actually, no. Fuck you. God damn it! I didn't finish with this. Sorry. Goddamn finish. 3K defense. Yeah, he's on Paw Patrol. So, anyways, you don't have to look. No, I'll look, but you're giving me my choice. You're giving me my choice, Brink. And it's one, and it's quick. If you're being sneaky using the community points one, being sneaky. Craft a feather. I mean, crafting a feather might be worth it, but it depends. Anyways, what the hell was I looking at? We looking at Kneech. Did we look at Nubilet? I think Nubilet was on the list, right? Nubi and Risley. Okay. Nubilet, on Surf's Up. Nice. Wait, do you have 2 of them? No, you just gave Mulani Widzit and... Alright, that's fine. HP Circlet, yep, okay. Seems to be a pretty healthy Nubilet. Maybe you could use more ER, but hey, it's better than 0. And I think that's the HP Circlet is probably the play with the balance of stats here, so... Yeah, very good. Thank you, oh my god, my brain. Sudibans? I don't know. Thank you for the 5 pounds. We'll get to the reviews in a bit, or the donation reviews in a bit. So Newbie's known for being an elite surfer. He is. That's what he does in his free time. That's why we got a swimsuit skin. If you squint really closely, the Nubilet skin is a swimsuit skin. Anyways, nice Nubilet. I don't have much else to say. Seems to not have anything that crazy that you could improve realistically. That's my vibe, at least. That's why there's so much water in Fontaine. Yeah. Where's Risley? There he is. Flowing Purity Risley with a heckin' lot of crit. That is a very good goblet. Wow, right? Yep. This is just kind of a fucking cracked Risley. I don't know. A little bit sad HP rolls in your circlet, but oh well. Couple bad rolls does not make for a terrible build. Although it is a little unfortunate that, like, I feel like it's gotta be in the back of your head that if, like, if you re-roll this and it rolls perfectly, like these 2 HP rolls turn into crit rate rolls, then you have the perfect crit rate. But that's a cursed situation because realistically, it's not gonna re-roll perfectly, right? But you know, it's a consideration if you really want to min-max. But that's where we get into territory of where people keep on using their fucking feathers and then they don't do anything for their account because they keep on gambiting on this piece. They use the feathers on a piece that's already good just because of the fact that it could be better, but it's not actually likely to be better. Whereas you could use the rerollers on pieces that are actually basically guaranteed or very, very likely to be better. And that's where you should use it. Anyways, that's my opinion. So I don't think you should reroll this unless you're hellbent on min-maxing the hell out of Risley. It's already a good Risley build. He just misses some crits on occasion. Oh no, you only have 92% crit rate. How dare you? So anyways, very nice. Alright. I think that'll be the end of the random reviews. I have, how many? We have like 10 fucking donation reviews to go through. Oh boy. It's gonna take a second. Let's see. I gotta sneeze. Uh-oh. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's going away. Okay. It's fine. Alright. Scroll back. Let's see. What was the last one I even did? Because we did Sylveon's. Did I do Jason's Skirk? You're late to D&D. No, D&D is an hour. D&D is in an hour. We have time. We're probably not going to have time to test Prune. But, yeah. My best rerolls are my Nefer 4-line pieces. Yeah, I feel that. I rerolled some of my Nefer 4-line pieces. Jason just said okay in chat. Hi Jason. Did we do? No, I don't think I reviewed your Skirk. Did I? No, I don't think so. My Skirk needs work. Does she? I mean, you're at 88% crit rate with Cryo Resonance. Like, without cryo resonance, sure, I can see where you're coming from. But this is like a 1-2 max roll. Like, this is pretty much a perfect goblet. And like, yeah, the tie piece could have one more crit roll, sure. Feather could be improved, but it's still 30 CV plus 2 attack percent rolls. This is also 30 CV plus 3 attack percent rolls. Like, attack percent rolls are very good. The only thing you're a little bit lacking in is crit rate potentially, but like, I don't know. This is a... it's also C6, but I don't know. This is a really good Skirk, I feel like. I was about to donate, but I feel bad stressing if you need to live soon. I mean, if it comes to 7 p.m., it's my fault for doing these streams on a day where I had a strict time limit. Ideally, I should do these on days where I don't have a strict time limit, but I was in the mood to do a unit review stream, so I did a unit review stream. I kind of thought this would happen. I kind of thought I would get less YouTube viewers because I figured YouTube would be more likely to donate. Mostly because I don't have good systems set up for Twitch to donate anyways. So, you know, anyways. Whatever. I kind of figured it might happen, but I thought I would have been able to avoid it. I didn't avoid it. It's fine. We'll be fine. If I don't finish all the donation reviews, I will finish them tomorrow. I'll just take a big screenshot of all the things. And we'll do them, well, maybe not tomorrow. It might have to be on Tuesday. So there will at least be them somewhere if I don't get to them. 100%. So, anyways. Twitch people went to YouTube to donate? Maybe. I don't know. Just need a little... wish I had a little bit more crit rate and crit damage. That's fair, I guess. I don't know. I'd be really happy with this Skirk build, personally. That's so much damn attack percent. It's really nice. The only thing I'd really consider is, like, yeah, trying to get a little bit more crit rate, but it's hard to see anywhere that would be actually likely to happen, right? Other than, I don't know, if you have an advanced reshape, being that this was double crit and max roll start, and like, I don't know, you're risking like some rolls going, well, no, if you have an advanced reshape or a decree reshape, you can gambit on improving the goblet, but it's a little bit more of a gambit, right? And hope to get some extra crit rolls. Maybe that's what I would do, but it's very much a gambit. But yeah. I don't know. I'll force her into Stellar Shell. I like it. I mean, it's C6, I think it'll work fine. Well, as long as they update her fucking passive. If I swear, if Stellar Conduct does not trigger Void Rifts for Skirk, I'm gonna be so damn annoyed. Ugh. I'll just be so annoyed if they don't update her passive. Cat update? The cats are still sleeping. So we'll hopefully have time for the cat treat. Other than that, yeah. I yapped a little bit earlier about how Didi needs to take his medication, and he hasn't been eating it because it's cherry flavored, and I think he doesn't like it. But, oh well. Alright, I think it was just Skirk you wanted me to look at? Yeah, sorry. I'm not going at good pace here, Jesus. I have no luck on artifacts. Saying you have no luck on artifacts with this artifacts is kind of crazy to me. You have like one bad roll and one piece. I understand where you're coming from to some extent, to be clear, but yeah. I was very low. I mean, I wouldn't worry about the low crit rate if you're doing cryo resonance. Like, you're basically 90% crit rate. That's about what I run on my Skirk. So, I don't know. I think it's fine to have a little bit of RNG on her, but yeah, if you really, really, really want to perfect her, it's... If you really want to perfect her, you gotta turn all your attack percent rolls into crit rolls, and that's fucking... It's gonna take you forever. It took me nearly a year. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Okay. Buzzy. Buzzy Izzy. Zhongli. Ooh, okay. For a second, I thought about this. I saw the Symphonist of Sense, and I was like, "Wait a minute, is this a C6 Zhongli?" Because C6 Zhongli, that'd be a rare pull. I feel like from unit review, someone using Symphonist of Sense on a C6 Zhongli. One can dream, yeah. But anyways, in general, Golden Troop Zhongli with this as a stat stick, pretty good. It's still a good stat stick, right? I have no freaking clue what kind of damage. I don't know. You are still here. Hello, Busy Izzy. What kind of skill damage does he get? Are you using him with Columbina? I imagine probably. C1 Columbina or C1 Zhongli with Columbina. Get pretty decent lunar crystallized damage and scale damage off field. 100k DPS lunar geo team. Yeah, I believe it. What does his skill text get? That's what I'm curious of though. Not too surprised he has the ability to get to 100k. Wonder, yeah, I assume with Linnea. Yeah, you do Linnea. You do main DPS Linnea. You do main DPS Linnea with Zhongli on this build. Run, I don't know if you run Eat Lua or not, but probably run Goro. Like Goro, Zhongli, Linnea. Do Linnea on Sakbo maybe. Oh, right now your build. Well, no, your build actually would work with Sakbo. I'd consider it. 7 to 10k per tick times 3. Nice. That's pretty good. Anyways. When Zhongli reruns, I believe you'll get C6 and a 10 pull. Just so you can get that extra... just so you can get the extra 30% attack. Which only really benefits him in that team. But it would be funny. I don't know. Anyways, nice. Wait, Jason, you okay. Jason donated twice. Jason did a membership renewal and he did Jason, all right. Jason, we need to review your, let's delete the 10 minutes ago. Jason wants a Skirk review. I feel like we saw this before, but it's completely brand new. It seems like you get more crit rate. Otherwise, it's a really good build. I bet you spent a lot of resin on it. I guess thank you for the double donation. Well, one was a membership renewal, to be clear. But anyways, thank you. All right. Comey. Wait, if anyone joined the membership, if you weren't before, like Comey actually, Mulani Neferzabai. I do have a member-only Discord server or subscriber-only on Twitch. You have to go to your connections page in your Discord and like link your YouTube or Twitch account, and then it should appear automatically. It's called Selena's Moon Creatures with a little pink fox icon, and you should be able to join. It'll automatically assign a role and whatever to you. And it's just a chill server with not that many people on there, yapping about whatever gacha things, anime, or me posting cat pictures. If you want exclusive cat pictures, that's where they are. Oops, I was trying to show you cat cam. Anyways, wow, what a good Skirk build indeed. Oh, thank you, Brink, for subscribing with Prime. I've fallen asleep. Good night, Demio. All right. C2 Chaska almost did happen in a 10 pull for me, so I believe, yeah, surely. Getting 5 copies of Zhongli in one temple might be a little bit more rare. Just a little bit. Anyways, Mulani from Comey. Let's see. I wonder... in the future, if I do these streams, I still don't know. I feel weird for like making the money donating people wait. Particularly, like, I don't think Comey is here anymore. Or they haven't chatted, at least. And, like, they can always join they can always check the VOD. That's on purpose. Oops, Comey's not on screen. Oh, you are. Hello. Never mind. I lied. But for the people that, like, don't hang around, it makes me feel bad that they're not here to, like, see it live. Whatever. But, anyways. So, it's, okay, you're the Twitch viewer that went over to YouTube to donate. Well, thank you. That's funny. Mulani C1 surfs up with 100 crit rate, 1 minimum crit rate roll overcapped. Gasp! How dare you, with your perfect freaking max roll, HP rolls and crit rolls. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 4. Yeah, okay, that's very good. That's a perfect piece. You have 1 bad roll here. You have 1 bad roll, and then like LOL, the flat attack could have been a flat HP roll. Or an EM roll, I guess. Wow. Alright then. So yeah, the only piece you could actually improve is the timepiece, and it's not. Is this a 4-liner? 1, 2, 3, 4. It is a 4-liner. So yeah, the only piece you could actually improve is by re-rolling the timepiece until it doesn't get a def roll. Yep. All right. But it also has to like roll. Was this a crafted piece or not? Because if it wasn't if it was a crafted piece where you selected crit rate, crit damage, there's a weird situation you can sometimes run into, where if you craft a crit rate, crit damage main stat piece here, it only re-rolls the crit rate, crit damage. It doesn't let you select a different stat. In this case, I think it obviously makes sense for if you were going to re-roll this. I'm not saying you should do this over re-rolling another piece per se, but if you were bent on trying to min-max her, you choose crit damage EM, and then hopefully it gets like 1 roll. I mean, even if it doesn't get 1 roll, you're still barely under 100% crit rate, so it doesn't matter actually. But yeah, you choose crit damage EM, and then just because you just want to get all crit damage EM rolls, right? But anyways, I don't think you necessarily should do that. That's it's 1 stat of improvement, realistically. 0 crafted, nice. So, anyways, but I probably would not reroll. I think she's already basically perfected. I think you're fine. Also, I just noticed the 114 EM on this piece. What the hell is that? All right then. Very nice. Defers a buy. 700 EM. Freaking good lord. People with 700. Is this with a C2 Nahida or no? I don't see a Nahida. Not sure. A little low crit rate if not C2 Nahida. But does it even matter with 324 crit damage and 700 EM? I don't think so. This is a ridiculously good build. 98 EM circlet. Frick. What the hell? Okay, yep. Alright then. Yep. Perfect crit rate if you have llama. Well, the perfect crit rate is 60 crit rate. So, yeah. Anything for Mulan. Yep. That's kind of why I was mentioning the potential of like just choosing the EM and crit damage stat to reroll. I'm just like double scanning through this. It's pretty much a perfect build. I don't think I would have any issues with the I thought you said they had C2 Nahida. No, sorry, maybe I was mumbling a little bit. I was doing a check to see if they had C2 Nahida. They did have C2 Nahida. I didn't see any Nahida here to check though. Yeah, if they do have C2 Nahida, then it's perfectly fine. And pretty much perfect, yeah. So, anyways, yeah, C2 Nahida is not that uncommon of a column to just randomly have, so that's why it's worth checking, because it does affect how you would balance a min-maxed Nefer build, right? Anyways, very good Nefer build. Not really much improvement you could realistically make here. Other than, obviously, yes, having 100% crit rate, but I don't know. She has enough hits that, like, having 92% crit rate means in most, not in most, but in, actually, yeah, I mean, she's doing 6 hits split across, but yeah, in most rotations, you're gonna miss 1 crit hit. So, like, yeah, getting 2 more crit rate rolls would be nice, but, like, I don't, like, really? Is that really gonna matter? I feel like no. But, yeah. Anyways, who was the last one? Was Zebai. Oh, yes. Horse. Hello. Sig weapon. 60 crit rate. Nice. So, pretty much perfect with Eat Lua. And crit rate circlet. A bit of bonus EM. I think EM versus flat def is pretty similar on her. Also, holy Jesus, 30 defense percent. It just rolled entirely into def percent. Alright then. Yeah. Nice to buy a build. Yep. Not perfect, but also pretty close to it. Just 1 bad flat attack roll, and then, yeah, 1 crit roll could be gained there. Yeah, I mean, pretty much perfect. You would have preferred defense rolls here, but whoop-de-doo, right? Yep. Nice builds. Thanks, Comey. Thank you again. Nicole is a catalyst, and I'd assume the bit of damage bonus isn't super necessary, so I'd say no. Oh, to DPS Nicole. Oh yeah, you need Bennett. Yeah, no, you probably don't need Bennett to DPS Nicole, but it probably is beneficial still because you can max out. Bennett would allow you to easily max out Nicole's own buff because you have to sacrifice attack stats on Nicole to max out or to increase her crit value, right? So if you want to like do DPSing her on field, she's gonna be a little bit of a weird character to DPS, but it'll be doable. But I think Bennett actually might be quite relevant for DPS Nicole, but probably not needed per se. Wait, okay, sorry. This is thank you, Matthew Lins. $5 donation. Flynn's a Nefa Venti. But I really only care for Varka and Risley. Okay, we'll peek their Varka and Risley quick. 1,000 Floating Dreams, Mount Risley. Nice. That's a little bit of an uncommon weapon for him, but should be pretty good. Pretty much perfect crit rate and nice crit ratio, or nice crit damage for a non-crit weapon, obviously. Yeah, I don't know. Nice Mount Risley build. I like that everyone on Risley is just... surprisingly, a high amount of Risley players just reject Risley Escoffier team, which I respect. Varka boy. C4 Varka boy. A little bit overcap, but not the end of the world. Nice onset goblet. Good lord. Yep. This is just a really nice Varka. Yeah. You have a hell of a lot of crit damage. What is your attack stat with double pyro on the team? Out of curiosity. Yeah, it's a very good Varka. Only real problem would be, I think you would, same situation as I've yapped about earlier in the stream, having the ability to have less crit rate, which is easier said than done with your artifacts, to be honest. Having the ability to have less crit rate to factor around having either double cryo or C4 mana is, I think, relevant, but like almost 3k. Okay, that's what I kind of figured. I think I think you have a similar amount of attack percent as I do, but you just have more crit damage. So congrats, you have a better Varka than I do. He's a very healthy boy. That's with my ridiculous goblet, but yeah, my timepieces I think hold me back a little bit. My Varka, a lot of it, honestly. A friggin' timepiece trolled the hell out of me with a 16 crit rate. I can't believe that timepiece. Anyways, Flynn's a Nefa. Venti should be... Wait, I don't see Venti. Well, sorry, we're not... I got too many to get through. I don't think I can wait to refresh. Unless I'm blind, there's no Venti here. Hey, look, a Venti. Wow, good Venti. Flynn's a Nefa. C1 Flynn's, 109 ER. Probably a little bit low ER for C1, even with Sig from my understanding. But at least coming from all the other Flynn's players out there, that's a very good chunk of attack percent stats, though. I mean, in the 110 ER category... Wait, is there a... This is technically a 100 ER category. Is there even a 100 ER category? I don't know. What is it going to rank it? Also, top... Oh, well, there's your Venti. I see. Yep, that's a decent Venti. Very nice. Top 7%. Yeah. Okay. Kind of makes sense. Not a bad Flynn's, but not the most incredible one. I don't know. Flynn's builds are still stupid competitive. And if Mount Seal Ollie might work for DPS Nicole. Probably yes, because Nicole doesn't apply any pyro. Like, you could definitely do Bennett, Nicole, Shunyun, Seat Lolly, and it should work quite well, right? VV uptime might be a little low, but you should probably be able to get 3 plunges out. You'll be able to get at least 2 plunges that melt. There might be some weirdness of waiting for cryo application timing though for plunges, because you can plunge quite fast. But I don't know. I think it will work. If you're talking not plunge, to be clear, like you're just throwing in sucrose in there, which could make sense. then obviously we're relying on Nicole's normal attack multipliers instead, which we'll still be able to get a mount, but won't be as incredible. So, yeah. Or, like, it won't be as big number. That's all. Ineffa Albade, Skyward Spine. We have seen a surprising high amount of Skyward Spine builds on Ineffa. This is a pretty decent Skyward Spine build. Yep. I don't know. Well balanced. It's a lot of EM, but I don't know. EM is decent on her. Yeah, if all the EM was crit, obviously it'd be better, but I don't know. It's a new artifact set too, so pretty good. Pretty good enough to build. That flower is really, really damn good. Feather's really nice. It's a well-balanced build, and this is an Neffa build that on Albade that can actually burst every rotation in most Neffa teams too, which is nice. It's a nice bonus, at least. And Flynn's probably appreciates it, assuming you have the time to do it, which I don't know how the rotation time exactly works out with bursting every rotation on a Neffa and C1 Flynn's, but I think it could. So, very nice. Akasha rankings are beyond science. True. Alright. Arone 3117. Ganyu, ignore my form submission if I get randomly picked. Did you get randomly picked? I don't remember. Thank you for the 500. Thank you for the 599 euros. You paid me not to make any more streams this month. No. It was 599. Not 599. Didn't get picked? That's what I thought. Okay. C1 Ganyu, another... Oh, wait, no. Is this... I think this is the first Chaska weapon Ganyu we've seen. Nice. Obviously she doesn't trigger the other thing. Also, it's R5. Holy hell. 48% attack. Wait, no. You don't get anything from this. I forgot about the swirl condition. Why do you have R5 of this on her? Oh, I guess you triggered the other part of the passive. I'm stupid. Yeah. Because that doesn't have a swirl condition. Yeah. I forgot. Alright. So you still get the 40% or 96%. That makes sense. There were no Ganyus. I could have sworn I looked at one or two Ganyus earlier. But anyways, Melt Ganyu and Shimanawas. This is a very, very good build. One unfortunate HP percent roll on your perfect goblet. Well, not perfect. You know, could have had attack percent or EM substat, I guess, technically. But, oh no. Yeah, anyways, I don't know. Yep, it pretty much perfect. Just gotta delete that 1 HP percent roll. But also, I don't know, it's a nice satisfying HP total, 16,260. Yeah, I don't know. Very nice. Burn Melt Ganyu would get the 96%? Yeah, I'm guessing that's probably what it is. Is it only Burn Melt Ganyu? What is non-Burn Melt Ganyu in play nowadays? I don't even remember. Still her best in slot? Yeah, no, I believe it. I thought the passive didn't work at all for a second. I was confused. Bennett for Durin in a Melt Plunge scenario? Probably not, if you want to get Melts on Nicole at least. Durin's gonna steal the Melts most likely. I mean, I'm not gonna say Nicole's never gonna get the Melts, but I wouldn't. The team might be better with Durin getting the Melts, to be clear. So, yeah. Anyways, very nice Ganyu. Is that all you wanted, Ronnie? Yep, I think you just want to flex your Ganyu. That's fair. Very nice. Alright, MW Sage. Apologies for the wait. I met with Ganyu, Durin, Shalona, and Lanyon. It's consistent. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Wait, I thought Durin's pyro was a little bit slow for Ganyu. I guess you just wait out. Was this the one that was typoed? Oh, this is the one that was typoed. It was supposed to be at 5, I think. Was this it? Nefer Mulani? I think so. Mala? Is this you, MW Sage? Oh, you're here. Oh, good. That's good. Okay. I just don't have Bennett. Well, you don't have Bennett at all currently? I see. I don't know. We'll have to come back to thinking about DPS Nicole in the future. If you happen to be around for the chances are on Tuesday will be a random yap about nothing stream. We'll probably do... Well, there'll be beta changes. Well, no, there's probably no beta changes tomorrow. Well, regardless of any beta changes tomorrow, I will probably have a good old yap. And we'll do some testing for Perun in particular in place of Farazan for Lanyan. And at the same time, we can maybe do some thinking on what to do for DPS Nicole more seriously. Some of my UAD. Sorry, Kali, you were a little bit late. I'm just finishing up my donation reviews that I had a backlog of. I finished doing the randomized reviews. I gotta end my stream in like less than 30 minutes. My apologies. Okay, we're looking at Never and Mualani, and you're going for Zubai or Bina if you have time, and going for C2 Llama and Never this patch. Nice, okay. We have C1, both C1 of them right now, okay. So, This is a really good Never build, but it's really funny coming off of like those ridiculous Never builds that, I mean, okay, the other one had less than 100% crit rate, to be clear. This is the same CV as the other Never build, but with crit rate basically instead of crit damage. It's a little bit lower CV since the one crit roll is a dead roll basically. But then they had an addition, they had 700 EM. I think 700 EM while also having like the crit ratios we saw before is so stupid. Like that's the main thing I ran into min-maxing Never 2 was like I was Monkey Brain wanted to get more EM and get a particular crit ratio, and it was just a struggle. Was my Never even at? I don't remember. Let me check. I've moved on from min-maxing Never. I still like playing Never. It's wrong. I just haven't felt as much need to min-max her. I have 693. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is my more RNG and balanced around C or balanced around C2 Nahida build. I just swap the timepiece if I want more crit rate, but this is one of my options. Both of them are the same EO, obviously. Anyways. Back from trying Sack Linnea. Yeah, it's quite fun. Nice. Awesome. Glad. I really wish I'd used that in my video. It was L on my part. I forgot about Sack shenanigans. How do I forget about Sack shenanigans when I play Lanyan all the damn time? Dumb brain. Oh well. Anyways. Very nice Never. Yeah, the realistic improvement you could have is getting more EM substats, but does that actually matter? Not necessarily. That's very not simple to do. But yeah. It's basically just like turning all of your bad substats somehow into... Like, turn your bad substats on the timepiece and goblet into crit rolls, and then get more EM substats and like perfect pieces in the circlet or whatever, and that's how you get 700 EM. It's ridiculously hard. So, anyways. Mulani. Another C1. 6,300. That's a very satisfying balance. Also, 34,448. That's also very satisfying. You might be a little low in HP, I feel like. I wouldn't be surprised with... I think it depends on what Mulan team you're playing, because different Mulan teams can have different amounts of EM buffs for free. I wouldn't be surprised if an HP timepiece is ideal for you, but I could be very wrong on that. You doing free reviews? Yeah, I did a bunch of free reviews earlier, sorry. I'm just finishing up donation reviews before I end the stream. And Mulani Flower is my best artifact by a lot. Oh yeah, Jesus Christ. That's a 50 CV with EM and a max attack percent roll. Jesus Christ. This is the kind of artifact when you get it at all, you're just like, holy shit, that's my perfect Mualani piece. It doesn't even matter how it rolls, because they'll all be really good stats. And then it rolls perfectly anyways, and you're just like, what the fuck? Wow, alright. So C3 money, they're being safe C4 this week. Nice, okay. Well, that means you technically need 45% crit rate, so good luck with that. How do you even fix that? You don't. You just cry. You just overcap. Honestly, reject the C4 Mona, because you don't need it. I don't think actually how though. How do you remove 15% crit rate from substats to take advantage of C4 Mona here? You lose your sanity. That's how. Like because you're not rerolling the flower. Send the Mona back. Yeah. You somehow get Feathers timepiece. Well, you already have a timepiece with all crit damage rolls. Like you turn the circlet into remove the 2 crit rate rolls from here. That's 7%. Remove 1 from here. That's 10%. Remove 1 from here. And then you're still overcapped a little bit, but it's not bad. So easy. Just re-roll 3 of your pieces and have them roll perfectly, and you're fine. Max crit damage HP circlet. Yeah, that could be a potential option. HP circlet. Yeah. Keep an eye out for HP circlets with EM and crit damage substat. But yeah, taking advantage of C4 Mona for your investment is full on. Hopefully you'll get all the crit damage rolls territory. Hex Mona also gives crit damage. Oh yeah, that's true. Wait, no. Hex Mona, isn't Hexarai C4 Mona only crit damage for if it is a Hexarai unit on field, so she doesn't give crit damage to Mona, right? Or to Mualani. Yeah, yeah. When any Hexarai party member attacks an opponent by Omen, affected by Omen, their crit damage increases. So Mualani is not Omen, so she only gets the crit rate, right? So it doesn't do anything. Might have a good HP circlet. I have so many unleveled ones, yeah. But yeah, that's the main piece that you might be able to have some wiggle room. Like, remove that crit rate. And keep in mind, like, removing any amount of crit rate and turning it into an additional beneficial stat, like, in any way, shape, or form, could be a crit damage, HP, or EM, is probably net gain with Mona C4. Like, it's probably still worth getting Mona C4, but it's going to require some weird reconfiguring, potentially. And testing to see if it's actually better, of course, because you still need the artifact for it. So, yeah. But best of luck in that adventure. Or re-roll the flower. No, I'm joking. Mostly. So, crit damage circle with no crit and at max HP EM rolls probably works. Yes, yes. That could easily work too, for sure. And just buy our bean if you have time. We'll do a quick glance. That is a very nice Bina. C3. And a very nice Zubai. Yep. Particularly, I assume with the C2 Zubai, you probably have C6 Lewis. So yeah, this is pretty much a perfect Zubai. Yeah, very nice. Alright, next one. Thank you again, Sage. Or Mala, whichever you prefer. Kitten Stretch, hello. Are you done? He's bored. The tiger is bored. I'm gonna slowly. Gonna sneeze. I don't know if sneezing means the antibiotics are working or they're doing nothing. Because you always sneeze. No? Okay. I only have freaking 20 minutes. I should stop doing cat cam. Sorry. I also have to do cat treats in 20 minutes. How many do I have left? Goddamn. Not that many. Okay. Sorry. If anyone feels like I didn't give you enough time, feel free to let me know. We can re-look it over. In the future. Alright. Dearest Dex is next. Thank you for the $5 reduce. Diluc or Wanderer, your choice. Or both if you have the time. Alright, we'll peek at them both quick. Where's Wanderer Boy? Very nice. 102, 200. That's very satisfying. I like it a lot. R1 Solar Pearl. Wow, that is a good timepiece. This is a very good Wanderer. Very nice. And a C6 Diluc Boy. On Jest of the Mighty Wolf. Not quite leveled up fully yet. So he'd basically be at 100% crit rate. And... yeah. Is 4-piece Crimson still the play with Diluc? I have no idea. Diluc doesn't assign with crit, right? I don't remember. Does he assign with crit? No, I think he does. That's why he has this much crit rate, right? Yeah. Yeah. Overload Diluc. Is it overload? I feel like, no, Crimson you don't do overload, right? I guess it can work, but... yeah, I guess it's not that bad. He maxes the set bonus. So yeah, I guess Crimson still probably makes sense. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty good. Obviously would be nice to get a perfect flower with attack percent stats, but, you know. I feel like the flower is the only piece that's, like, more realistic to actually improve. Well, I guess the timepiece, if you're not playing Vaporize or whatever, or Melt or whatever. You use Melt? Oh, okay, okay. Can you max stack Crimson and Melt? What is Melt Deluxe artifact set? I don't even know. C1 R1 C lolly. Okay. Realistically, unless Diluc gets buffed and changes things, C2 C lolly for Melt obviously is going to be a significant upgrade for him. I imagine you're considering that in the future. Very nice. Yeah. Melt or Plunge doesn't work with Barca, doesn't have X-Ray. Oh yeah. Yeah, is this actually doing that much for him? I wonder... I wonder what you do. No, I don't think it can. If they make Varka, if they make what's his bucket, Kaya a Hexarai unit, maybe. Yeah, it's more of an overload weapon for him. That's fair. But it's still a good generic stack stick. It's just like this still might be your best weapon on the account. To be clear, I don't know what all your claymores are, right? Well, you have Beacon. Is Beacon better, do we think? I don't know. I'm not sure. If you take damage, probably? If you don't take damage, though, this might still be better. Yeah, they're probably about the same, realistically. I don't know. It's interesting. It's good to have options, right? But yeah, it is probably... Unless they buff more Hexarai units, I think you might never really be able to get the Hexarai passive, so... It's weird. And if you can get the Hexarai passive, then you also get the artifact set in the team. So it wouldn't surprise me if Overload Diluc, without constellations like C2 Silal or whatever, ends up beating out Melt Plunge significantly. So just is slightly better than Beacon usually for Diluc, even without the Hexarai passive. Okay. But yeah. So yay for power creep weapon, I guess. Just giving damage bonus is better. It's funny. Alright, yeah. Yeah, nice stuff. The Wanderer is basically perfected, other than obviously you could get a better weapon for him, but you know. Very nice. Alright, Valo, thank you for the 100 of currency I can't tell the symbol of. It's $100 billion. Thank you for the $100 billion. I will use that to buy Twitter, and you want to know what I would do buying Twitter? Shut it down. That's the only moral thing to do with it, quite frankly. And you know what? And I would spend $100 billion, probably more than pays enough for Twitter, and giving every single employee enough money to live off of for the rest of their life. Indian rupees? No, it's $100 billion. Anyways, enough of Varese is a buy. That's a very nice Varese with the build. Yeah, this is a freaking perfect build with their Sign 2, by the way. You balance it the same way, obviously. They're both crit damage weapons. Rename it to XX and then shut it down. Yeah. Also that circlet, Jesus. Yep, you even have 20 ER, which is about what Varese wants, from my general understanding for Overload at least. So yeah, I don't know, this is a freaking perfect Varese, I feel like. Like, oh no, you have one defense roll. How dare you? How dare you on new 32 crit damage circle have one defense roll? Damn, yeah. Fairness. Zibai. Zibai with Peak Patrol. That's a little bit more rare. Still with 55. Man, fucking Genshin characters in the modern day with these free crit sets and whatever. Still having 200 crit damage. Meanwhile, my Lanyan is scrounging for every crit roll she can. Share, please, all you greedy freaking new 5 stars. Give me some crit on Lanyan. I so badly wish I could just use the Hexarai set on Lanyan and get the free crit from her. Ugh. What a wonderful upscale it would have been for Lanyan. Also, I need to consider. I just realized my 4-piece Hexarai set artifacts might be getting. I would need a really good crit rate circlet, but they might be getting scarily close to the point where 4-piece Hexarai might be slightly better on Lanyan than my current 2-piece bonuses. But anyways, this is a very good build. I don't know what else to really say. A little bit of sad low rolls in the crit there, but you know, Very nice circlet. Yup. This is just a really good build. The flower is probably the most okay piece here, though. Goblet is better than the flower simply because of the fact that it is an onset piece. I could MH Lanyan for the crit. No, 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 no. No, no, no. We don't MH Lanyan with a fucking artifact set that gives nothing for her stat-wise other than fucking crit. It's shit. MH Lanyan is shit garbage. I think it is fake for various reasons. It is bad artifact set for it. Do not use it. So, anyways, they have Linnea anyways, yeah. And Inefa? Let's go, Inefa. Jadewing Spear, Albeid, 87, C2. Level 8, no wait, okay. What's the story behind this? What's the story behind this? I missed the Sig on rerun, and now Zabai is on Paw Patrol. Yeah, I don't know, it's fine, I like it. It's funny. What's the story behind level 8 normal attacks? 874. On-field Inefa? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I guess with on-field Inefa with Bennett, it goes pretty hard. Overall, pretty good balance. I feel like I would probably lean towards just try to get rid of the ER stats and turn into crit, but I think that might have just been how the pieces rolled, not like what you tried to do, so I don't think it matters. This circlet is ridiculous. If I had this circlet, oh, it's an offset. But if I had this circlet as an onset, I'd have number 1 Inefa. Or I would have. I still might have number 1 Inefa if I did that, to be clear. It's a consideration. I will consider. No, I was going to go look at my Inefa build. We only have 10 minutes. I can't go get distracted by that. But I'm still tempted, because it would be cool. But also, it's a waste of rerollers, frankly. Just... Oh no, I must go from number 12 Inefa to number 1. What was... Put on Harbinger, please. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that Zabai might be better on Harbinger. That's fair. Alright. See if we can finish off. Buo Hill. Kazuha and someone of my choice. Alright, alright. Seen a lot of Zabai. So, there's a Yai here. Albedo. You know what? I'm going to pick Albedo. Sight unseen, I pick Albedo. Also, there's a C6 Kuzumaha. Light of Foliar. Right. C6 Kazuha with Light of Foliar is interesting. He gets a lot of like additional dipping into EM stats for additional scaling value, essentially. So it's an interesting. I have no idea what the fuck this Kazuha does for damage. It's also a VV build, which is interesting. This is a cool build. I have no idea what the hell to expect from like a performance of it, but I don't know. What team do you play with this Kazuha? Or is it not Buo Hill? Buo Hi or High? Buo High. You not have the artifacts for Harbinger? Yeah, that's fair. It is a little bit more of a pain in the build, Harbinger. Consideration in the future, maybe. So, yeah, 750 EM on field with a burst. Yeah. Also, you even have 100. Well, this is a crazy build. Couple bad rolls, but like, what do you do? Fucking perfect stats elsewise. Like. 37 CV plus 18 ER on an EM type piece. 18 crit rate feather with an ER roll. Boy. Anyways, yeah, I like this nice, really interesting universal build. Yeah, what kind of team are you playing? I'm curious. I have really no idea. I don't think I have time to theorycraft what possible fucking team you play. C1 Albedo, Cinnabar Spindle, nice. 61, 167. With 4-piece Golden Drip, yeah. Pretty good. Pretty good Albedo. Some of your crit rolls are in your death percent, but that's not the end of the world. Pretty dang good. Yep. I don't know. Is Death Goblet still better? I assume Death Goblet should be... Death Goblet is already better on Husk. So I assume Death Goblet is technically better on Golden Troop too. It's possible on my account because I have Shallonen Weapon that Geo Goblet is better. Because I already have 3k defense without a Death Goblet. No, I think I'd have about 3k defense without a Death Goblet. But I have an onset Death Goblet at this point, so it's definitely better for me. But anyways. Like as far as I'm aware, it's just like Death Goblet is better up until the point of 3k attack, or sorry, 3k attack, 3k defense. So Like this build, Death Goblet should be better, I think. On my Paw Patrol build that I have in my albedo on Husk, I think it's when the Husk bonuses are going and when I have the extra defense from doing the 2 normal attacks for Paw Patrol, I think my albedo has like 3,500 defense, right? Also, yeah, C1 albedo makes things... I forgot about that. Yeah, that's true. It gives defense too. So, I imagine I might... If I choose to min-max albedo further in the future, I might have to seek out a a Geo Goblet. But anyways, this seems like a pretty good build, other than, obviously, yeah. Crit rate, yay! Which, oh, you are on a crit damage circlet. I didn't even notice for some reason. So, maybe you do switch to crit rate circlet, probably? I don't know. Interesting. Interesting balance of stats you got. Obviously, switching to a crit rate circlet would put you towards like 80% crit rate, but then probably like 140 crit damage, which I think would be better. That would probably be my preference, but I can understand why you choose a little bit more RNG build. But yeah. I get him on Husk with a Geo damage bonus goblet. Yeah, I mean, I have... Mine is on Husk, but getting a Geo goblet would take some time. So... I do whatever my heart feels. I guess that's fair. Kazuha can just kind of do a lot of different things with this. Play with Farina, Shanyu, and Benny. Nice. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. He probably gets pretty good damage there. Very nice. Alright. Try to finish the last 2 real quick. I got 7 minutes. Sooty Buns. Seti? Is this an... I can't tell if it's an L. It is Sooty. Sooty Buns. Alright. It took me a very long time, and I want to torture you with my Yai. Okay. Yep. I mean, she just needs crit rate. And yeah, it's not that torturous. I just appreciate people playing Yai. I need to play my Yai more. The circlet is a little sad. I will say I think the flower is okay. It's good. And the goblet is okay as well. Like... The feather's really good, but the circlet, goblet, and I don't even care that much. I've done full EM Yai things. I think doing heavy EM builds in Yai is fun for maximizing all the damage bonus. So goblet is 51 CV. Wait, what? What's 51? CV? Did I? Oh, the timepiece. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, the timepiece is yeah. No, I think you use this timepiece. It's pretty decent. It does say the least. So, anyways, goblet needs to be changed. No, because that guy's Kazuha was better because it's cool. Yeah, I agree. I like the EM goblet build more that they were using. That perfect EM goblet for a hybrid Kazuha. It's not like it's full specking into Anemo damage Kazuha for C6 Kazuha is going to make him insanely better relative to just giving him EM, which can be used more generically and synergize with his C6 still and the weapon he's using. So, anyways, yeah, I think if you want to improve her, I think 2-piece would. I'm willing to bet on your account a 2-piece would be better. If you care. That's my vibe on the Yai build. And then Raiden. Let's see what Raiden. Raiden is what a wonderful character to lose your sanity trying to balance. ER timepiece with a freaking cracked with the Jade Spear ER timepiece. Cracked timepiece, very good circlet. Good goblet. Very good feather. Pretty good flower. Yeah. Crit overall else. It is a very good Raiden. Let's see, how accurate is my Raiden intuition? I think this Raiden is... I gotta factor in the old leaderboards for Raiden. I think this Raiden is... She has really competitive leaderboards. This is like implying that this build is worse than it is, in my opinion. It's not. Like this is probably like a 50,000 plus resin investment build. Maybe a little less. I don't know. My Raiden build in Polearms only is probably around 100,000 plus resin, but it's weird because a lot of the artifacts came from Strongbox, so I don't know. I'm gonna say top 3% because Raiden competitiveness is stupid. I was fucking wrong. Oh, it does. Oh, it got ranked with a fucking Jade Spear build. It's not even a proper ranking. It's not even a proper ranking. It's a fucking whatever. Whatever. Also, gotta close all this. Good lord. But anyways, yep. Raiden's stupid competitive is a nice build. Your Kazuha top build. Your Kazuha build is the top 61% on Akasha. Let's go. I always say when you know you're a true enthusiast when your preferred build on a character is something that ranks terribly on Akasha because you just use an unconventional build. But it's best for you, for your preferences. Anyways, so yeah, it's a good Raiden. I really hope Raiden gets tweaked in the future so she becomes less awful to build and more usable in different content in general. The last one, Hidden Topaz. Sino. Ending with a Sino. Wait. Did I copy the wrong thing? I think I don't know what I somehow copied. There we go. I can't... Crone AR5. Rest in peace. Player who played Genshin Impact for 2 minutes and stopped playing. This is the player that got the first 10 pull. I mean, it might be a reroll account. But this is the player that got the first 10 pull for free in the mail. And then they got a Noelle and they're like, bullshit. I only got the character that guaranteed me. Anyways, sorry. Hidden Topaz. Sino. Someone tell me I need someone to tell me to leave the Thundering Fury domain in 2026. Okay. Let's see what this is. Wait, what? That is not the UID I copied. What happened? There we go. Level 100 Sino. Staff of Scarlet Sands. C6. Does it give any crit? No. It's just... Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, nothing gives crit. I thought. 95, 252 with 249 EM. What the fuck? Yep, okay. Casual, I think, is that a 50 or is that a 49.8? It doesn't matter. It's fucking same difference. You even have a little bit of ER. It is funny to me that you've spent you've clearly spent an insane amount of resin for these artifacts. Like, it is funny to me that your flower is the worst piece, because statistically speaking, that's not as likely. Sacrifice my soul for the 50 CV feather. Is it 50? Okay, I just didn't feel like doing the math in my head. 15.5. No, it's not, right? It's like 49.7. Rip. The flower haunts me. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. This is only a... I mean, it is a 4 roller. Or 4 line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, yeah. So, I don't know. I think you are at the point, unless you were like hell-bent on trying to get a perfect flower that had attack percent instead of like flat attack, which is such a minor improvement for this build. Why bother? I think you should free yourself from this domain. Because you're at the point where, realistically, if you really want to min-max anything further, I think you re-roll the flower. I know, again, I yapped about earlier, I think re-rolling to min-max is not the best use of re-rollers per se. But if you want to be done with Sino, you re-roll Sino until you get rid of the flat attack roll. Most likely. Right? Because you even got wiggle room for more crit rate rolls. So as long as it doesn't troll you and roll 5 times into crit rate, you're fine, right? So you get refinements on his weapon? Yeah, I mean, yeah, at this point, yes, refinements on the weapon is how you improve Sino. If you go from R1 to R5 Sino, you basically get a Bennett. I shouldn't tell you this, I feel like you might actually be tempted, but if you go R1 to R5, you basically get a Bennett buff on him, by the way. The refinements on this weapon, this is the dumbest fucking weapon in the game for the refinements value, in my opinion, still. I am planning on refinements. Okay, well, they're already planning on it. It's fine. It's fine. Anyways. Don't spend money on it, but yeah, exactly. If only it wasn't doomed to Chronicle Banner from now on. Like, yeah. Oh well. The time for getting refinements for that weapon before it was awful is is past, I think. So, anyways, I ended perfectly on time, by the way. It is 7 p.m. That is time for me to go to D&D. I'm going to message them quick that I will hop in. They're not all there anyways yet. We'll hop in once I raid somebody. Alright. But yes, good luck on refinements. Thank you for, yes, D&D should be fun. Tomorrow stream, question mark, I sincerely need to, I've partially finished my taxes. I really need to finish my taxes. They're like, tax filing day is
just as precious as a silver
I have an alarm going off.
heirloom.
Tax filing day
Exaggeration.
is fucking deadline is Wednesday. Wednesday is Stygian day, so I'm not doing it on Wednesday. That's stupid. So if I stream tomorrow, I'm not streaming Tuesday. If I don't stream tomorrow, I'm probably doing taxes. So
Doing whatever I
whatever I will,
suppose.
taxes is not whatever I feel like, I suppose. But unfortunately, Lanyon, I have to do them. It's not gonna be a fun day because, yeah, I don't have a real job right now. I might try to get a real job. So it means I get to pay taxes. I'm not getting any money back. And it's gonna take a few hours because there's a bunch of different things I gotta put together for it. Anyways, let's go raid someone. Bye, YouTube.